welcome to PUBG Mobile's Dino Ground. I'm the Dino Explorer who'll be leading you on this adventure. Here, you and your teammates will go on a survival adventure together. Naturally, exhilarating challenges await in this unknown battleground. Let's remain vigilant and open-minded as we embark on our prehistoric exploration. The first stop is the Primal Zone. These protected areas are located all over Erangel and Livik, and are the primary habitats of velociraptors and pterosaurs. But fear not, they won't hurt you. Approach cautiously to tame them, and they'll become your most loyal battle companion. You can also ride them to participate in various challenges and become a Dino Ranger. Unleash your imagination to discover more interesting gameplay. Shh, keep it down. You don't want to scare the baby dinosaurs. Besides large adult dinosaurs, there are also some adorable ones in the Dino Hatchery on the map. Be friendly, and who knows, your loving care might bring unexpected surprises. Next, we have the most perilous and exhilarating Dino Settlement. This is where the T-Rex with extraordinary destructive power is detained, making it a popular area for players to compete for. Be sure to protect yourself. While eliminating enemies, destroy the gate to rescue the T-Rex and make it an exclusive mount for you and your teammates. Use the T-Rex special skills to cooperate with your teammates to force your way out and enter the final play zone. Alright, I believe you now have a good grasp of all the prehistoric survival guide tips. So what are you waiting for? Come and show off your skills in the new PUBG mobile version. PUBG Mobile version 2.6 is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. Welcome to the Dino Ground. Velociraptor, Pterosaur, T-Rex. The three prehistoric legends have arrived at the battleground. Let's see where they can be found. Primal zones are scattered throughout the map. We can find velociraptors and pterosaurs there, tame them, and become their friend and companion. Velociraptors and pterosaurs are loyal companions, but they can only carry one player on an adventure. Besides that, they have different strengths. Velociraptors are adept at jumping. They can easily jump onto a higher platform or roof, allowing for quick traversal and exploration. Pterosaurs are great at flying. They can dash a certain distance to quickly reposition. They can also grab teammates or enemies on the ground to help the team or disrupt enemies. There are loads of other interesting things in Primal Zones as well, such as the Pterosaur Hoops minigame, Dino Hatcheries, and more. Let's explore together. The Dino Settlement has quality supplies and a formidable T-Rex that needs rescuing. Once rescued, you can fight alongside it. The T-Rex can carry 4 players and traverse through river terrain. It also has 2 powerful skills, Roar and Dash. The T-Rex's roars can cause damage and screen shake, while its dash gives it a speed boost. For every match, a T-Rex will randomly spawn in a Dino Settlement. Fancy becoming the coolest team on the battleground? Then you've got to find it. In the latest version of World of Wonder, you can experience new gameplay devices, including the teleportation device, dinosaur spawn device, UAZ spawn device, and more. At the same time, we've also added new objects, such as the trampoline, launcher, conveyor belt, and boost belt, among others. You can get your creative juices flowing. At the same time, we'll also be introducing a new parkour gameplay type. You'll begin at a starting line, and go through various levels as you skillfully cross moving platforms and avoid large swinging hammers. The one who reaches the finish line first will be the winner. In World of Wonder, we've added a featured tab and simplified the process of using templates in order for you to create and discover new possibilities more easily than ever. You can now find a match for multiple creations at the same time to get playing as quickly as possible. In the new version, Classic Mode will be undergoing loads of updates. We've added a full auto mod attachment that gives some firearms a full auto firing mode. It's compatible with the M16A4 and the MK47. Not only that, but we've also tweaked some firearm specs and adjusted the locations of vehicle spawns and more. Furthermore, the new Cycle 4 Season 12 is coming soon. Please look forward to the new season rewards. There are some updates to the Metro Royale gameplay. Gather your friends and give it a try now. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. For more information about Classic Mode updates, please follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Saya rasa sedih lah, sebab sekelas kita orang, standar kita orang patutnya tinggi.
Yang aku rasain bener-bener sedih sih. Kayak aku jujur, aku ngerasanya kita nggak lepas, nggak lolos.
And kita orang tak lepas tu buat saya macam speechless.
Maksud belum ada beberapa perubahan dalam carta bagi kedudukan siapakah yang akan qualify ke next week ataupun minggu depan.
Soalnya nggak ada render mobil sama render orang.
Sejujurnya lumayan ngerasa susah sih, karena bener-bener ngerasain orang baru gitu kan. Kayak ya aku sama Yohai kan dibilang cukup udah lama, tapi sama yang lain kayak Swavel, Satar, itu kayak baru ya. Kita harus cari gameplay baru, layout baru, terus kita harus cari connection, chemistry gitu-gitu ya. Itu cukup makan waktu sih menurut aku.
And kita orang start dari bawah balik, start from scratch. And banyaklah benda baru yang kita buat. Contoh kita orang bonding, macam kalau sebelum ni kita orang buat effort dia dalam 1, sekarang effort dia dalam 2, macam tu je lah. Plus minus macam tu.
DBE untuk mereka perlu mencari lagi 10 markah untuk memecut DBD.
Dekat Liga, masalah yang saya rasa cuma tak confidence kita orang tu macam kurang. Mungkin gara-gara kalah fight macam tu. Tapi kita orang berusaha balik untuk step up.
Hilang rasa kepercayaan satu sama lain di saat kita udah kalah fight, di saat kita lagi down gitu. Belum kurang ada yang bisa nyemangatin balik gitu.
Bisa, Gen. Pas lu di mana? Pas lu kena tadi. Bisa. Apa yang nggak bisa, Cok?
Soalnya kan yang paling belakang aku bareng kalian, Cok.
Yang tadi terjadi di Myanmar sebelumnya, mereka harus fight. Juga arah PBE. Timing. Dua pemain dari Bigetron, kita harapkan mereka bisa menang.
Tinggal Ryzen yang tersisa di bagian tangga, bermain dengan menggunakan sebuah UAV dan gagal. Bigetron dipulangkan ke arah lobby, semakin mendebarkan situasi saat ini.
Cuma apa? Masuk
Slip kah? Digunakan 30 peluru terakhir, tembakan di satu bermain di dalam. Tapi PBE menang lagi. PBE menang lagi. PBE sudah mendapatkan 11 eliminasi.
Ini mereka bisa balabakan time loh malah.
Santai dulu, Bos. Santai dulu nggak sih PBE? Santai dulu. PBE pulang.
Dipulangkan. Hashtag 3 tapi Cok.
14 elim.
Tangkap, Ring. Tapi udah dilek mama tanya mga Indo. Apa kananya?
Sebab kita seberangan kan dengan PBE. Aku lihat reaction mereka, aku lihat mereka sampai last circle, dan kita dapat informasi kalau PBE itu number 3 dan 14 kill kan. Dan di situ aku ngerasa kayak udah enough, kita udah nggak bisa lolos. Ternyata kita beda 1 poin, kita masih bisa lolos ya.
Belum. Kita pecat produsernya, Cok. Oh, enggak bener.
Wah, lolos. Yeah! Wow, beda 2 bonus poin.
What do I feel? I cry lah. I feel like I rasa bersyukur lah, macam diberi kesempatan lah.
Menurut aku ini kesempatan kita sih buat buktiin ke orang-orang kalau kita masih layak, dan kita harus bersyukur kita masih bisa lepas, bisa lolos gitu.
and we learn from the league lah. So in the final, we hope we can do all out the best performance, the performance that we are waiting for so long.
Kalau dari aku sendiri motivasinya yang pasti ya itu sih yang pertama. Kita masih diberi kesempatan buat membuktikan gitu. Dan aku rasa juga poin nggak jauh, semua masih bisa dikejar, nggak ada yang nggak mungkin. Nothing is impossible sih.
Box gaming, box. Say you remember me, PUBG Mobile.
Perasaan aku ya senang aja sih bisa balik lagi kompetitif, apalagi di ajang SEA kan, sebab belum tentu semua orang bisa mencapai di titik ini gitu. Jadi bersyukur aja. Cuman yang awalnya emang nggak expect mereka mau pindah, karena bilangnya mereka yang satu bilangnya mau rehat, yang satu bilangnya masih mau main. Tiba-tiba mereka pindah, ya aku juga sempat diajak kan. Ya udah, maksudnya dari situ aku respect aja sih keputusan mereka. Apapun yang mereka lakuin kan itu demi kenyamanan mereka sendiri.
Tengah lah bego.
Kan ada kemungkinan worst kedua itu berarti kalau misal dia ngelihat di sini cuma ada update kan bisa jadi yang orang ini kaplatan. Ini coba bisa coy. Tapi mainnya masih cepat.
Soalnya yang aku kalau misalnya ini dua sih, kalau misalnya
Persija EVOS. Salah satu nama yang memang sangat-sangat besar dekat Indonesia. Player dia pun besar. Zuxi, Luxi. Ini antara orang lama, OG untuk PUBG Mobile. 2 season agak santai untuk diorang. Tapi PMSL kali ini, kalau kita tengok daripada statistik, daripada segi kill point, elimination point, survival rate, Zuxi dan Luxi membawa Persija EVOS mendunia. Kali ini kita boleh nampak orang lama masih berbisa.
Pertama sih senang karena bisa berada di tim baru. Karena di tim lama mungkin kita belum dapat yang terbaik dan saya mau cari suasana baru di tim baru ini, dan semoga di saya kali ini kita dapat peringkat yang paling terbaik lah, karena di tahun kemarin kita tidak dapat pergi ke saya sama sekali kan. Ya semoga aja. Jadi untuk line up-nya itu sebelumnya aku pernah bermain dengan Red Face juga dan pernah juga sama Microboy, dan aku juga pernah juga sama cukup lama juga dengan Misery. Terus ditambah lagi dengan anak baru yang berpotensi yaitu Lynx. Jadi gak banyak banget hal yang harus dirubahkan di tim ini, jadi tinggal memaksimalkan aja. Sam9. Karena apa Sam9? Karena kita sering banget ketemu dengan Sam9 dan kita sering kalah di fight-nya dengan Sam9. Jadi tim yang harus diwaspadai dari Malaysia itu Sam9.
真情是因为竟然有马来队伍要拿我们华人，然后兴奋是因为我可以打 PMPL。沟通问题是最大的咯，就比如有一个队伍在你左边或者右边，你要表达就要想一下，只想1-2秒。当然这1-2秒在游戏上是很关键的，然后打法上也是，我们只有不到15天的时间要慢慢磨合，所以能打到这样子，我觉得不错啊。
So, perasaan saya hopefully diorang dapat memberikan yang terbaik dan target top 2.
Bahasa memang paling penting sekali dalam komunikasi. Dalam tim Sam9 dia memang unik sebab dia kira balance. Ada player Putra, ada Adips, ataupun ada depth, and then dua daripada player ni akan main dengan Long dengan Loyu. So ini yang orang cakap kebimbangan dan main concern saya masa SEM9 announce roster ni. Bahasa apa dia nak pakai and will it work? Adakah ia akan berkesan? Tapi surprisingly diorang berjaya untuk adapt and jadikan komunikasi itu okey.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Gambate. Gambari.
Gambari.
Mungkin dari Semnan masuknya Loyu and Long dengan masuknya mereka berdua sangat impact banget. Bahkan aku sampai bakal bisa ditawarin tim PEL ya. Gila, aku kayak dua orang ini tuh impeccable banget.
So saya rasa bangga dia cakap kita orang top team kat Malaysia. Saya tak tengok pun PMPL MY tu sebab saya fokus study. Tapi saya tengoklah result dia. And adalah beberapa game saya tengok. Bolehlah mengecewakan lah. Diorang tak perform sebab saya tak ada je. Diorang perlukan saya. So jangan gelak lah. Ais. It's a fact, you know. So PMSL, I'm back. Macam tu lah. Kadang-kadang kita orang explain lah apa maksud. Macam maksud certain phrase lah. Kita orang explain apa maksud dia, then diorang faham lah. So kita orang tolong each other lah untuk hadapi lah masalah tu.
Sembilan! Aduh!
Macam mana bodoh tu?
Selamat datang di Grand Final PMSL SEA 2023 dan tentunya ditemani sama kita berdua untuk hari ini bersama gue Junior dan juga.
Inilah kesempatan mereka untuk membuktikan kualitas mereka. It is now or never.
Loyu masih lagi akan hidup. Tiger X akan datang dekat sini seperti DBS. Dia makan lepas dalam kawasan semua. Dia cuba naikkan nyawa. Dia cuba berjaya naikkan nyawa. Dia lawan dengan dua orang. Dia dapat satu. Dia mencari yang kedua sekarang ini. Nyawanya lebih tinggi. Sam 9 Loyu berjaya dan Long juga akan dipegang. Revival akan berjaya untuk dilakukan. Nyawa perlu dinaikkan secepat mungkin kerana player daripada face clan betul-betul depan muka. Posisi ini dilakukan untuk Mormon dapatkan Long dan Mormon akan mendapatkan
Kenal kawasan kau tadi bila kau main kat warehouse tu. Satu kau main warehouse, kau main seorang. So sepatutnya kau ni priority kau lagi. Tapi aku dua orang. Aku nak susah berapa kali kita nak kena ingat. Kalau kau tak boleh nak, kalau kau rasa kau tak boleh nak aware around dia, sekarang ni kau ikut orang je. Kau jangan duduk seorang. Sebab apa kau ada masalah, aku ingat teammate ada dengan aku. Aku ingat teammate ada aku, aku ingat teammate ada dengan aku.
Because it's already the grand finals and the mistake that we made, it's a repetitive mistake. So you have to, it's the grand final, what else it is there to say? You don't get to play this kind of level that frequent.
Coba cek depan ya. Kalian berhenti, gua cek depan cuk. Lihat belakang dan depan.
Sama lain sangat tinggi. Sekarang ni RRQ
maka ada kebangkitan dan juga lebih banyak majority mengakibatkan PG Esports.
Satu lagi depan gua.
Begitu saja dan harus melawan Potato dan benar aja Exa. Ini udah top performance-nya Exa sih. Ini udah 100%-nya Red Face sih. Ini benar-benar suara berbeda digunting mereka sekaligus dari pemain-pemain yang ada di low ground dan selesai. Bom yang masuk.
Kalau gua ke kanan nih. Kalau gua ke kanan, itu anjing enggak pernah shot. Kalau gua udah bingung.
Motivasi aku ketika kemarin tidak qualified to PMGC final itu yang apalagi PMGC final dan offline turnamen terus di Jakarta dan aku nggak ada di situ jadi kayak aduh ini suatu momen yang sangat disayangkan banget jadi itu yang titik kembalinya aku buat main lagi sih pengen main lagi. Sudah lama tidak mendapatkan piala dan saatnya ini waktu buat dapetin piala sih. Kan udah sekitar 2-3 tahun belum ada piala. Jadi bangun tidur belum nggak lihat piala di rumah ya kayak rasa ada yang kurang kan. Jadi hari ini kita harus dapet piala sih.
Ada satu jalan cerita yang kita boleh kata lebih cantik, lebih meriah, lebih suasana yang menakutkan. Sebab kita tahu kalau bukan DBS, bam. Habis. Ada variasi daripada penggunaan senjata tu, ni mungkin akan jadi PMSL yang terbaik pernah kita lihat. Sebab setiap player akan tunjukkan kehebatan masing-masing menggunakan senjata yang berbeza. Itu yang saya nantikan untuk Grand Final.
ก็เริ่มตั้งแต่ PMPL แชมเปี้ยนครับแล้วก็ทุกรายการที่แข่งขันต่อไป
After weeks and weeks of grinding, brawling, and get down to their knees and being knocked up and back up their feet again, we're finally on the final stage here in the PUBG Mobile Wildcard South Asia. I'm Chicho, I'll be your caster here today alongside with Sir Cloud. How is it going? How has week 2 been? And we're down to grand finals.
Wow, week 2 has been almost a surprise until GE, again, not a surprise at the end, that they become the champions of the week. So they managed to score themselves maximum points as they head on to today's grand finals.
And that's the first time ever for a team that get multiple times first place, 40 points as a start, full complete 40 points. And not just that, it's GE. And we do know GE when it compared to last season, their league stage not so great, right? They were not that up there, but they catch up to the last minute. This is their forte we're talking about for GE.
Yeah, GE, I mean, they're showing consistency. We can't think about it since the grand finals. But you know what? You guys can show yourself new skins as well as the new Power Crew series currently available inside the game. So raw with the new dinosaurs. We did have the dinosaur team mode, so nice to get dinosaur team skins.
I don't know, I have a mixed feeling about this, honestly speaking.
I know, right?
I'm not sure that, the female character there, I'm not sure, is it a pony or a dinosaur at that point? It does look like a pony. But we do have Ducati alongside with dinosaur. I know it doesn't mix in that certain aspect, but imagine a dinosaur costume. You have your cosmetic on with the Ducati Panigale V4S. It look incredibly awkward, but still pretty cool, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine Choo Choo on the Ducati, I mean, Choo Choo's a biker, by the way, so you look great on this.
If only we have the physical stuff on it, that would be great. But, sometimes you have to resort to in-game items more because we do have the all-new RPA series available for you guys right now. It's going to be worth than what you invested in because there's so many sets. If you don't, you know what? You don't settle for only one set. You can get for more. Look at how many items you can get just in this Royal Pass.
I know, right? My favorite is the machete skin. I think that's really, really awesome. But if you get to pick one color, which one will you pick?
Oh, really? I mean, I'm probably going to go for the white one. White is pure and innocent and everything else except for dinosaur part. Again, we do have the new team mode Dino Ground. I think we have a bit of a Dino Craze ground here. But at the same time, I mentioned it with Contra before. If only we have Dino Park and Vikendi. If only we have Vikendi back, this will be perfect, right?
Yeah, it's time. It's time to put Vikendi back. Hopefully we'll get that soon. And yeah, we'll get to see not only the Dino Park, but we get to see the maze again. I miss the maze inside Vikendi. But this is something that we will not be missing, which is the point system because we're so familiar with it by now. And today is the grand finals. So the top 16 was selected from the 20 teams from the league. And now they are here and we'll be playing the top 16 throughout the next 3 days. And the prize pool, of course, the moolah of $40,000 US.
You times by 4 that's like what, over 150,000 ringgit Malaysia for these guys. I mean, like, we can be a pro player, but we're not skillful enough, not talented, sad to say, for us casters, right? But also come out for a format who will get into the PUBG Mobile Super League in the fall season. So there's only one slot for these guys. Will be GE again. Will be another team this time, but definitely they will join in with other regions coming up from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, even Singapore to join in during the PMSL fall. And we do know PMSL fall like the spring last season was quite ended up in a summary was a shotgun league instead of a super league, right?
Yeah, it was the PUBG Mobile Shotgun League. I remember that. But so far, we have seen some shotguns inside the PMPL SEA Wildcard, but yeah, not as much as the PMSL. But anyway, so later, if you guys just join us for this season, you will notice that there will be an initial starting point which was collected throughout the 2 weeks of league. So that they will go by the sequence of like number 1 will get 20 points, it goes down to 1. Later on, you get to see how many points do they start off with. But here are our participating finalists.
Congratulations to all the 16 teams at GE West Pemamba home. Here we go again on HWG, G Lab, Oja Esports, Sin Esports, Enigma, Falcon, YG, FOD, Harami Bro, TGOA, KE, APG, PBE, and Magna, who banned barely squeezing in with 1 point difference in the very last minute. That was so close of losing it.
Yeah, it was a big scare there for Mark now, but they still managed to pull it through to be the second Singaporean team to play in the PMPL Grand Finals. And here are the overall ranking. So GE, perfect start for them, 40 points. You cannot ask for any more than that. But we got very close competition. We got Austria Esports as well as YG, both of them with the same 36 points, KE 32 points. Not too far, one round could change it all.
I agree, because I love this point system. The reason why it just feels like a bit of suspense till the last minute. But what's a bit more surprising for you guys, instead of 5 maps we played early on the past few weeks, we'll be playing 6 maps instead. So Wrangle Masters, this is gonna be a very hell of a freaking good day for this, guys. 3 Wrangles back to back, why not? If you're not master of Wrangle, you should be worried by now.
Yeah, you gotta, well, if they're not master at Wrangle, I don't know what else to say, right? It's the most commonly played map in any tournament. And speaking about the Masters, well, we're going to talk about the Masters of Sanhok first, since we'll be starting off with Sanhok. FODGE, West Point Mamba and Austria Esports on the board. And FOD with the highest rank points. They know how to survive this map, but GE knows how to get elimination points out of this map. 42 elimination points.
I think by far the highest elimination across all around, it's going to be GE coming up from them. Surprisingly, even though they haven't showed so much aggression if you compare with FOD, even West Point Mamba, even Austria Esports, quite aggressive. GE just know how to play as tactical as possible. It shows. Look at their damage output, 10,000 over compared to all the other teams. Only have 4 digits. They are the only team that having a 5-digit and pretty much all best team rounder as well for GE. Now this is going to be a top contender of the entire grand finals.
And they also happen to have the highest average survival time inside of Sanhok too, despite being behind FOD. So it will be interesting to see what they can come up with. But of course, before we start every game, we have to come up with prediction for
can put only
today.
one name, right? I'm not surprised if we put up all GE again, because we did that before. The only map they didn't score any chicken last time was Sanhok. I don't know what happened in week 2. Maybe they did score one. But you know, Sen, KE and West Point, I do agree with Sen's side though. They have the most eliminations, 23 by a team.
Yeah, I think these are pretty much like the heavyweights in our day 1 prediction. And since they are still the record holder, like what you mentioned. West Point Mamba also, if you remember last season during the league, they were superb during the league. It was just the grand finals wasn't really their luck, but maybe they'll be able to come back this time around, so I'm putting West Point Mamba there. How about yours? You have a lot of heavyweights as well.
I mean, I'm talking about the present. The past is history. It used to be like this and like that. And you know what? The now is GE. There's no denying in that, right? GE just have such a revamp performance compared to last season. Yes, last season they were great, but not this great. But coming up from Austria Esports, they definitely have a bit of a buff if you compare it to last season. It just feels like they're more confident, and they do have a bit more tactical implying towards their playstyle. FOD on the other hand, I do believe this is a team that kind of a sort of a wildcard team. Yeah, we are in a wildcard region, but they are so unpredictable. They might surprise us during these grand finals.
Yeah, I think FOD, they did decently well as well last season. So if you want to compare that, even like, you want to talk about the past, then it's going to be, well, not too bad for them as well. So these are actually the consistent heavyweights for the 2 seasons. But of course, this is only day number 1, right? So anything can happen. KE, I think they started off week 2 not so well in the first few games, but they rise from there and they came from behind. So I think they do have the potential as well. So looking forward to see what these teams can actually bring forward to the table. But what do you think? Sanhok is a very iffy map, right? So do you think that any of these can take over Sanhok?
I mean, like, these are the top fraggers team that definitely always maintaining themselves at the top 5 almost every single week that we've gone through PMPL for this season. But the one that we don't mention enough when it comes to single player quite strong performance, including YG and APG. Now, don't forget about those 2 teams. When it comes to getting into grand finals, you have a different vibe entirely. You have this nerve jittery and whatsoever. And these are the teams that really perform well when it comes to first day. APG and YG, right? But the problem with them is having those consistency going up and just instead they are dwindling down. So if you talked about consistency, I mean, like this 16 we predicted on, they definitely do have that, but maybe they will have their engines a bit later to start compared to the teams that really have a bang as a first start, but they start to, you know, cooling down later. But, you know, we might be wrong, Cloud. We might be wrong. Like, these might be not the teams that taking the #1 spot even.
I mean, it is the prediction at the end of the day, right? And of course, we're doing it because, well, it is a prediction that we have to do it. But if I want to...
We're being forced to do it.
Yeah, can we say no next time to a prediction? Nah, you cannot. Unless we take out 50% of your money. But no, that's not going to happen. But, okay, so I think if there's one wild card for me that is not in here, that may be surprised, I think PBE. PBE, remember, like, grand finals last season was amazing. So, who knows this time?
But I have to, you know, as another factor into it for PBE right now. It's not the same lineup as last season. That's the thing. If it's actually the same exact, roster as last season, maybe you can have a say in that. But it's an entirely different roster.
Yeah, it is. Ever since the SEA Games, they changed their roster. Interestingly, then we got an Rankit went to another team, so they were no longer together with the PBE. Yeah, the new roster didn't really seem to work out for them, so I don't know. I'm not putting too much hope, but if they were to come up with a surprise, well, it's always nice to see a Cinderella story surprise, right?
And speaking of Cinderella story, now imagine if Magna Esports can actually win this one after being pushed down so far down there, and the only Singaporean team that's squeezing into the grand finals. The only team from Singapore.
Yeah, I know, right? I remember back in the day, back in season 1, we always want to see a Singaporean team do well. That honestly, I'd still like to see that, you know. If Singapore, namely Magna now, can really come up with a surprise, becoming the champions of PMPL SEA Wildcard, I mean, that will be history for the Singapore region.
I agree. I mean, like, we want to see something new from them, and maybe right now we're going to see something new from the Myanmar, Cambodia, and even Philippines, because we're going to head into Sanhok very soon. Speaking of which, this smallest map, who will get the first chicken of the grand finals? Let's have it a go.
As Choo Choo say, let's have it a go in our day 1, match 1 of the finals. Here we go, Sanhok. And as we talked about PBE, they're the first team on our visual.
Yeah, I do want to see if PBE can really have the chemistry into their final form here. Speaking of PBE, they're having a bit of trouble adjusting in the first week with this kind of a roster. Yes, we do know that H2R and also Cool has been playing with the lineup as a sub last season, but they do need time and adaptations when it comes to working as a team, as a unit. Now, when it comes to the grand finals, can they handle the pressure? Can they push more than what they prepared to? Can they expect more? But we do have first contact coming up from the side of Osja Esports against TGOA on top of a very small island in Cam Alpha.
Oh yeah, it's on top of the Cam Alpha hill, interestingly. And not only one, but we got a couple now. So it looks like a couple of knockdowns and another elimination. Okay, I think it's Barn that actually got eliminated there. So I don't know who else is still alive now. I see another elimination already. 3 eliminations. 3 starting points for Osja Esports already by now.
TGOA left with only May, who have to just scuttle out and just get out from here immediately and finding himself the best way possible to survive as long as he can. The problem is, having such a terrible start coming up from TGOA will set a tone for the entire day, the entire team, but we're not done yet. We talked about Magna before, and now fighting against YG. And YG, they are the team that really is thirsty for blood. They will go and force those fight and brute force their way. Toki fight back. And Manet and also Boy taking each other down. No trading done. This is a huge win from Magna.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We did talk about like how it would be great if they can get a win here, but okay, that's a trade back there. Boy will be eliminated by Andrew, but that means that they know exactly where Andrew is, and Andrew is the last man for YG. No, there's another one. Not too sure where he is, but Andrew tries to fight. Andrew gets a knockdown. No, he didn't. He gets knocked instead, so he is out. But Loki is there to save Bernard.
Lucky enough for Loki, at least he got himself some space before this guy's having a go again. And same goes for Magna. Leaving with only Labo right now with only, like, what, 20% of HP left. Not even there. And he had barely got himself any utilities to heal himself up. At least he picked up a couple of members up. They have the numbers for now, but not enough HP. I will be worried for the side of YG at the moment. Toki as well for Magna.
Oh!
That's gonna be the shotgun making the work well done.
Wow, very well done indeed by Toki. Came out at the right timing. Myrna as well as Romeo Boy is up on their 2 feet again. So Toki has to do this fast. They don't have any healing utilities. I mean, they are at a disadvantage now, okay? Even though they can pick up each other, but they can't heal. One bullet onto them will knock them back.
They need to leave. They need to find themselves some good space and some places to find themselves those saluting, because there's nothing else here. There's nothing else for them to pick up, and that's not going to be enough to supply for 2 teams. Inside of Magna, they got themselves a reset, yes, but at a cost for both teams right now. Might both of them actually lose this one out if they happen to be a third party. They have to wrap things up now. As Loki with the UMP trying to find a couple of more shots down. Definitely one knockdown here. Will pick the interest for YG to have another last go.
Oh! Beautifully done. Toss on from the other side. And now Romeo as well as Loki. 2v2 again. But both members of Magna still very low. But Myrna will be finished off by Toki, so that's another point in the bag for Magna.
It's not done. Loki trying to do some damage control over this side. And don't forget about this guy. He actually holding the record for the most eliminations by one single individual, which was 10 back then in Mirama in week 1. Loki is still holding that record as we talked about him right now. Might actually finish the entire team of Magna. But what a swift, big swing coming from Loki, making sure they winning this fight early on, but at a very high cost for YG.
Yeah, we thought that at some point Magna looked like they were winning the fight until the reset by reset happened. And then after that, it was just... I guess one big factor for YG to win that fight is because they found first aids and they managed to heal themselves out. So as what we saw early on, like Loki could tank a few bullets, but for Magna they couldn't tank not even a single bullet.
Oh, we're not done yet. We talked about PBE before. It's going to be against Enigma. Spooky knocked down. But lucky enough, it's a distance. There's quite a distance between them. If they want to finish things off, they have to move forward, which, you know, giving ample of space and time for Enigma to just disengage. But you mentioned early on, it's so important to have those health utilities, those bandages, even small bandages, just so needed by these guys in a critical situation. But Enigma will have to fight against West Point Mumba next after being shot down by PBE from afar. This is a very hot spot they're having.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Out in the open with nothing much to cover other than the terrain. So, gotta be careful. If a nade lands, then it's gonna be hard. But it looks like they still managed to get away, so that's okay. But we can see a lot of teams already in their checkpoint. But for Say Cloud, oh, what's happening there? We got Game Lab against Falcon.
G-Lab going around the corner, wrap things around, trying to find Falcon and D2Y across, but he got caught instead from the backline. Dragon is more than aware. Chano trying to push forward, while D2Y trying to make damage control. Spotted out the footsteps. He heard the footsteps of Dragon, but Dragon have to pick up on Kai. But the thing is, there's 2 of them pushing towards the side of Dragon. He being cornered, he being surrounded. Scotty going for the flank side instead, and Dragon have to only have one rock to take covers. But the jump shot from Chun Lone, making sure G-Lab have no space for a breather.
Wow, what a good move there by Chun Lone. Really did the Jackie Chan move from the top of the rock, jump down, secures that elimination point. Other than that, they're good. Scotty managed to get away so they can still hold on for positioning points. And the good news at least is that the circle is on the main peninsula. So it's not that tricky to rotate, and they happen to be in that peninsula as well. But it's a matter of avoiding all other fights.
That's kind of true, and at least this is a very small map, so it's within reach for all the teams down there. I mean, like, I don't know, Jackie Chan can jump and shoot at the same time. That's a new intel for me. Thank you for that. GE, on the other hand, they do have reign over Paradise Resort, and we do have that kind of a circle, and they will not willing to leave. Once you get hold of Paradise Resort, it's such a strong fortress. You have to defend as much as you can. In this case especially, PBE coming out from the northeast side. On the side of PBE, they will have to fight against West Point Mumbo. Happen to be lingering around that corner, but the one that actually coming in very late, well, TGOA, I'm not surprised. He's a solo survivor since the start.
Yeah, the Asian guys. Your favorite team name, right?
The guy of Asians.
The guys of Asia. What a very interesting team name. I think out of the many team names I've seen, or maybe we have seen, they have the best.
But at the same time, you can put it up the greatest of all time. That kind of makes sense at the same time. You know, they can be the GOAT. Well, why not?
Tigua, the greatest of all time. Okay, yeah, that works as well. Okay, I'll give it to them.
That works.
Yeah.
That works. You can put different names up there with TGOA. So many things you can put up, but not so much for Loki. YG, they fought against so many teams early on, and now barely survived, but trying to find for more, which is going to be APG, who just happened to be passing by. But will they pull over and try to take up a challenge against YG? That's a bigger question, because it's not just APG around that corner. We do have West Point Mamba waiting for the right timing to pick out.
Oh, if only they knew it's only 2, but I guess they don't have the intel to make that decision. But for APG, West Point Mamba 1 knock, but a trade back onto Michi. So looks like the two teams decide to fight with each other. Scuddy, same compound as Sin. He'll be biting his nails now. Sin is still the team with the most eliminations in a single round, and it's not the team that you want to meet with, especially with you being the sole survivor.
And that's kind of true, but the case of West Point Mamba mix. West Point Mamba are scattering on the map, and they're trying to find for picks for kills here. Mix trying to go for exit. Exit is not aware of this right now. It's a golden opportunity for West Point Mamba to just eliminate. Doesn't make the entire team of APG.
Wow, Scuddy fighting back, got an elimination for himself, and now the rest of Sin, they are alerted of Scuddy's presence. Ooh, okay. But at least the good news is that he has that's 12k. So, I mean, shotgun, close quarters combat. It's a good mix. He can try to fight it.
Does he actually do want to fight it? I mean, like Scotty, you're alone, but the rest of Sen, on the other hand, they have no clue. He's left alone right now. And Scotty knows this definitely best because of how he knows he doesn't have the number. He doesn't have the firepower to just, you know, clutch it out by himself. All he needs to do is just wait out in a different corner, an awkward corner where nobody will check him out, and just wait for another team to pass by and take the advantage of being a third party. Because right now, Sen feels like they are the one that kind of hesitate to make a move. All of them are pruning inside of their buildings, not aware that G-Lab is only one-man squad here.
Yeah, I guess what they fear is the shotgun in the hands of Scotty. If it was like a UMP, Micro Uzi, M4, then maybe they can like, okay, let's go for it. But the moment you hear shotgun, SLK, or you hear a DBS, then you'll be like, okay, nope, I don't want any of that.
But look at the odds, Cloud. We're talking about GE being the, you know, the masters of all across the map. And this time they're taking even the circle on their side here with Paradise Resort in their hands. Look at Zai just lurking around that area just to find if anybody trying to pass through. But Sin definitely spotted out the last player of TGA. That was the last one. But Scotty is also the same boat as May right now. All he needs is just, you know, waiting and patiently just hoping for another team passing by. But can he just delay the inevitable or just avoid it completely?
Well, speaking about avoiding, looks like HWG, here we go again. Wants to avoid confrontation with another team. Only Mewtwo alone at this corner. I think he's being a scouter. He's getting information. So now Alpha is moving into his area. Should be safe for now, but if the circle shrinks and we can see the amount of teams around them, and if they go straight, then I guess that's where we'll see more fights happening in this area.
HWG, Yahiko. I love these guys back in SKR. I love SKR back then. Go skrrr all the way, right? But this time, you know, they split it into two different teams right now. But it just shows that they definitely want a bit of a fresh air with the different teams. And definitely already bump up their performance with this new team coming up from Alpha, spotted out West Point Mamba. Now, West Point Mamba, this is the team that's so unpredictable. They are everywhere. You see two of them across you right now. But where is the third one?
Yeah, as long as you don't get that information, he could be an off angle, so it's very hard to like make that decision to go and rush in. But Moy, someone's being naughty somewhere.
Well, we're trying to find him, can see him. Chanlone, take it out on Moy now. You mentioned about Moy being naughty or something. Karma hits him back with that rundown just now. I'm not sure if being finished off entirely or not. But right now we're just waiting for the kill fit for something to happen on the side of Enigma. They take themselves a very solid compound with a lot of walls to take covers with. YG on the other hand, we don't want you to stay in the blue zone because this is going to be the stage number 4 here. And stage 4 will be really hurting these guys alive.
Wow, and YG, each one of them got 1 elimination each, and it was from Magna. Now they're spending time in the blue. 2 first aids in the hands of Loki. He has a vehicle. 1 first aid on Romeo Boy. Still decently okay, but not too long in the blue.
Well, hopefully they do have enough health utilities to last long enough, because feels like they want to buy time, just play with the blue zone, which is not their friend right now. Same goes for the side of Sen. Holy Lanju, and I think it's going to be FV left with those two, but it's not going to be a Paradise Resort, but JE not that far either. PBE taking the center at the intersection between Paradise Resort and just next to them, they do have Enigma, which FOD taking a different corner, coming up from the southern part of the circle. But here comes Gritting from Sin, taking a bit of a spray towards a team that right across them, which is going to be Falcon, who are trying to get into the northern side of a circle.
So we can see here, a lot of teams still on the outside of the circle though, interestingly. I guess this is where we always talk about, like, okay, which stage will we see a lot of fights, right? I guess this is where stage 4 we'll see a lot more fights, probably at the 10-second-ish mark, as teams will start to move into the circle, and that's where we'll start to fight. And we got a good number of teams as well. They're close by with the circle, so they'll be gatekeeping those teams from coming in.
13 teams in the 4th circle, there's quite a lot still. Sen is still trying to fight towards Harame Bro. Mem is taking the front line. Lanju trying to go for split ways with V. But do they have the numbers? Definitely not on the side of Sen. But Bro, on the other hand, they do have a full squad to fight against the 2. But lucky enough, there's going to be slightly a bump or elevations of those hills to buy them a bit more time and coverage. But not so long as Imam sprays straight at V and finish it off. Really clean execution. Holy Lanju quite panicky right now, knowing for the fact it's going to be an entire squad across him. So you need to figure out how to build this place with the vehicle provided, at the same time not being spotted out and being burned off by the blue zone at the same time.
Toss a grenade just as a distraction, and he moves away to the other side. Whereas a mix, looks like he got knocked down, eliminated by the top KE, opening their account in our first game for today, and they are still on the outside of the circle. One of the teams that need to fight their way through, and looks like they'll be interested to take this fight against West Point Mamba.
Davan as DIGL being the front line as always. GE waiting at the other end. KE trying to take down on GE. Zai is going to be greeted by the vehicle. Kaya not spotting them out, but he knows exactly where he stands. Toss over the molly to just fish him out and flush him over. But at the same time, GE is composing calm right now. They know for a fact, you know what, we got this compound. We're not going to leave. But there's so many teams just compressing on different angles to a side of GE. They are the center of attention.
Oh yeah, GE right now have pretty much a fortress at this kind of circle, but very likely the circle will move away. So not sure if KE really want to force the fight or they want to go through that route, but looks like they have to, as the circle is just above them and they need to go past by GE. But GE will meet up with Osja Esports. 3 huge teams close by with each other.
Too close for comfort. Osja Esports, on the other hand, praying the blue zone is not closing their end first. While Master Smile trying to open up the space for the team, try to zone out any other players right across him, trying to find any sort of eliminations while he can get. While we do have KE now breaching into the Paradise Resort just on the southern part of GE. Now GE, how did they respond to this? Because 2 teams compressing both sides here, they're definitely having a tough time.
Oh, but Sin having the toughest time as they got eliminated with 1 elimination point. Now Smile shoots onto the upper ground. And Smile does connect, but not enough to knock anyone down just yet. But YG, wow, playing as a duo. 5 eliminations already. They managed to get an extra one. Smile being shot at from behind. Smile needs to dance as Smile still survives.
Master Ichi have to hold this angle by himself. Skynin now slowly and fastly going in. What Mewtwo taking on Enigma. Enigma have to face the HWG team, but Mewtwo on his knees. QB trying to make a comeback with the team. Even a couple of them knocked down. A bit of trading done. Spooky taking on Mewtwo. Yatka pushing forward. Will it be a bit too late with the Blues and clipping down his HP down to only 10% here. Yahiko toss over the hand grenade, hoping to land on anybody just now, but Enigma, they are winning this, but at a cost. But Yatka with a DBS managed to finish off one player, but it's not done as GL Lab will be next eliminated. But here we go again. He's dominating, but for how much longer?
Well, Enigma eliminated with 2 elimination points now. The circle, the zone will put pressure onto these teams. GE needs to move. Austria Esports waiting for them within the circle. But Austria Esports, they don't have the numbers as they will lose players to the zone as well. And it's now GE, they managed to get through. And Austria Esports finally eliminated, only managed to get themselves 3 elimination points. But that means that KE, it's time to move.
It's all down to the next circle. It's just moving slightly away from GE and KE. And KE have to cut across the path with GE right now, with Federalis remaining as the last player, West Point Mamba, guarding over the other end. Well, Harame, bro, they do have the entirety of a circle on the left side. FOD left alone, easy in the center, while Falcon and Bro having a bit of exchange of bullet. While GE still try to stop KE from advancing, denying their entrance here. But for how much longer? As we talked about the blue zone start to shrink, less than 20 seconds. They have to leave now. They cannot expect to wait any more longer.
Oh, Zai, 40% of health, switches to West. West shoots, West gets shot back. 30% of health left, still in the fight with KE. KE on the outside of the circle. And now the zone will close in, putting pressure onto the both of them. Dava will be knocked down by YG from the other side. Ichi knocked as well. Ichi will be taken now. West will reset himself, but he's still on the outside. KE is not done yet with GE.
Smoke dissipates. It's a clear view for the side of KE if they want to shut everybody down. But on the side, Boshon is on his knees. YG climbing up behind the necks of KE. At the same time, Federal is waiting to be the third party. As PBE taking on YG. YG having a bit of a problem. They have too many angles to cover themselves on. And they have only one player left. GE, on the other hand, still holding the ground strong. While PBE rushing straight into Harame Bros compound. Falcons start to move as well. Federals happen to be stuck in between, but at least they still have smokes to cover themselves in. But PBE finally being eliminated out of the context right now in the first map of the grand finals.
Wow, Federal is the sole player of West Point Mama, showing why he's the MVP. Secures that elimination point, and now KE is still next to GE. They're shooting each other as GE secures another elimination point. Now 3v2. As the circle still moves away, but they have Smile within the circle still. So GE still has the advantage over KE.
GE is playing the tag game. One person to get into the circle just for the safety insurance for them to get at least some position in ranking, while the others have to fight whoever trying to bridge into their compound just now. And Small and left with only West to actually survive till the last few minutes, but Federalis couldn't hold on much longer. As YG finish him off, there's gonna be West Point Mama plays at 6th place, but KE on the other hand, never mind West! Where did that bomb come out from? It's going to be ranged across downtown all the way, tossing to us across the street.
Oh boy, Sean tries to get across, but he's shot at Master Smile from the other side. And Smile will be eliminated. Now GE is out at number 4, 3 elimination points. KE taking out the blue. This could be between the pros as well as Falcon for our first chicken dinner.
4v3, Falcon do have lesser number in this case, but Cloud, it's gonna be a rock in between, couple of structures and vegetations to take cover, but not gonna be enough. Cloud just spraying over, but few on the other hand see them true and straight. Now Dale trying to go for the flank. They want to finish and a wrap from Harame Bro, taking the first chicken in the grand final.
Wow, Harame Bros opening up their account, a team that had quite a comeback in week number 2, and now they are getting a good start here. My goodness, Harami Bro representing the Philippines region, taking home the first chicken dinner inside of this first map. What a good game this was for Harami Bro. They were on the other side, they had the high ground, so they had a good advantage against other teams trying to come to them.
Yeah, but speaking of few, I feel like he's an old friend. I'm waiting for Alas to actually play for Harami Bro for now. We haven't seen a lot of Harami Bro because you have to give the spotlight for as well. He knows exactly where to stand, to be the front line, to be the entry frag. But the support coming up from the entire team, Rage just now, there was a big nade stopping GE from breaching them on the flank side. They know exactly how to just maintain their position with all angles covered flawlessly. I mean, like, we talk about all the other teams, but who would have known it's going to be Harami Bro taking the first chicken for the stage.
And we have Range as our MVP, 4 eliminations, 542 damage. Basically, what he shoots, what he gets, and very minimal damage taken of 107. So Harami Bro, to a certain extent, they weren't that challenged, or because we're shown majority of the visual on the Paradise Resort side, the fight between KE as well as GE a lot. So Harami Bro, by the time he notices, it's like, oh, okay, they already got the high ground, they were in the prime position, and the circle favors them. It's like pretty much at the chicken dinner for them to take home at that point.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, the last circle really favors them, even though it was on GE's end for the circle since the start on top of Paradise Resort. But they know exactly where to stand, where they know for a fact there's no other teams contesting them when they enter out from the northwest side. But Falcon, YG and KE, the team that we didn't mention enough, especially YG, to maintain this kind of positioning till the end with only duo to work with. Fighting against Magna as a start, having heavy casualty to be in the top 5 to the end, that's very respectable kind of performance if you ask me.
Oh yeah, definitely. You have to give it to them as well. I want to see how many elimination points did they actually get just to tabulate the scores again. Because at the end of the day, yes, chicken dinner is great to celebrate, but at the end of the day, it's also about the points collected. Now, look at the points. We got 4 teams with a double digit.
Yep, and speaking of Harami Bro, yeah, you might get the chicken, but do you get enough elimination? Bam! Here you go, 9 elimination, close enough to get those double digit. Same goes to the side of YG. Now, we did mention about APG and YG might be one of the most aggressive team in these grand finals, but APG not so hot down there.
Yeah, it is still game number 1, so there's still a lot more games to go, but then again, well, you always want to start off well, right? Nobody wants to start off at a deficit. So APG 0 points, same goes for the guys of Asia as well. But Magna starting off with 2 points, and these are overall points as of now. And if you're surprised, why do we start off with 48 points in game number 1? Well, it's because of the bonus points gathered from the lead.
Yep, and you talked about the gap is not that big as the start of a day, because we do know, yes, 2 consecutive weeks coming up from GE, they got 40 points as a start, but just within 1 round and 1 map, it's enough for YG to turn the tide over. They were on the 3rd place since the start of the day with 36 points, but you know what, just within 1 map, they're making sure they are number 1 right now.
Oh, yes. Just 1 point difference though. Just 1 point difference. Okay, but anyway, we are coming to the map where GE is the specialist in this map. Iranga will be playing 3 Irangas back to back. And look at their amount of rank points. They are the highest. And they have the most eliminations, same with YG as well. But it just shows that there's a reason why they are on top because of those stats.
I mean, it's kind of unfair for them, for us to say GE is a specialist for this map, because I feel like they are specialists in all the maps, even even with Rama in the next map, right? There's no denying on top of that, but I do hope the teams down there like Ozja, Esports, West Point, Mamba, KE example. KE, they are going really hot this season, and not just that, we're coming in with HWG just now with such aggressive fight, and Harami Bro, I mean, like, we're not talking these guys enough. The Filipino teams really push all out for day number 1, trying to set such an aggressive tone across all the other teams that are playing in the grand finals.
Yeah, in fact, now that I remember it, they had a comeback moment in week 2, as in like they started off week 2 not so good, but towards the end of week 2, they're like, oh, they went all the way up. So they became one of the contenders at some point for week 2's championship. So I think, yeah, with their starting of chicken dinner, and it is one of the iffiest map of all, Sandhawk, they still got the chicken dinner. I mean, it's a great start for them. And like what you said, legendary players like you definitely deserve the credit.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm so glad that we don't have a very long Sandhawk game ever in the Wildcard region. I'm loving this, you know, proactive rotation by the teams. But you know what? For our predictions, we're going to stick with our loyalty for the entire day. At least we're going to be loyal for the entire day, right, Cloud?
Yes, we'll be loyal. I know we talk about like Harame Pro. I know we talk about like PBE and a couple of other teams. But, you know, we got to stay loyal. Loyalty is the key here. Just like some of the... So just like GE, you know, they remain loyal to each other from last season to this season. So far, they're doing good.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you compare all their teams, right, the others have a bit of an overhaul of roster. But on the side of GE, they've been sticking with the same players almost for many years now. I think like almost like, what, 2-3 years by now? But it just shows that it's all about a different perspective that you're having every single season. Now, they were not this hot back in the days when they're first starting out, right, Cloud? With GE, yeah, they're okay back then, but now with the same lineup still, it just shows that they're willing to improve and improvise across all these years.
Yeah, it feels like there's no reason to swap their roster based on their performance. I mean, perfect week, perfect league, last year's champion, last season's champion, perfect league, and now, yeah, it's only game 1, but they're still up there. So definitely no reason to relook at their lineup. And plus, if we kind of think about it, they had a struggle, they had a tough round because the circle went away from them, and there were like 2 different teams beside them, but they overcome 2 different teams to get into the circle at some point. So I guess it just shows that the quality that GE is able to dish out.
I agree. High caliber of plays, of how you can adapt yourself with such a very critical situation, even though they have been pressured both sides or different angles entirely. It's all played, it's all, how we call it, experience in play for these guys. Because if you don't have experience enough, you don't know how to handle those situations. You get panicky, you get a bit hesitant, not confident enough to play with that kind of compressed and stressed out pressure. But on the side of the other teams though, like example West Point Mamba, I can feel like they're playing a very different game in the grand finals. It feels like they are scattering just to find intel and information to know exactly which teams are where and how many teams are there in certain particular angle. And then they, you know, from that they reassess the situation and just regroup in a different point entirely. I mean, that's refreshing come out from West Point Mamba.
Yeah, it's nice to see that, right? And of course, I guess it's something that maybe they have fixed as compared to last season. Maybe they found out that, oh, last season this was why in the grand finals we didn't do that well, so they made a change of the way they play, and so far so good for them. Even like for Federellis, he's still performing. He was the MVP of last season, you remember, and he's still in the running to be the MVP this season. So lineup wise, solid. Maybe just a fix of tactical here and there, like what you pointed out, and maybe they might spring a surprise this time. And their round 1 wasn't too bad, like what you mentioned.
I agree. All they need to do is just maintain consistency, especially in the same map of Erangel. We do know for a fact the next map, it's going to be Erangel. It's going to be triple Erangel. No, not less than that. And not just that, can they overcome this? Because we do know there's sort of a trend here. If there's a team that's quite dominant over Erangel, feels like they are the one just, you know, taking over the majority of Erangel today. And we know for a fact that's going to be GE for now. But Ozja Esports, these are going to be one of the team that we should look out to, because they will be super aggressive and trying to force those fights early on. They love those brawls, they love those CQC, even forcing and even flushing people in their compound. So I'm waiting for the next Erangel. It's going to be an explosive one.
Yeah, I think so, because we have 3 Erangels to play, right? And different compared to the league. The league, you need to like readjust yourself every round because it's a rolling group. We have groups of 5 that time, but this time around it's going to be the same 16 teams, and basically it's going to be a rinse and repeat. The only difference is the flight path, number 1, and of course the circle. And speaking about the circle, hopefully we get our favorite military base circle. I managed to get one last week on week 2. That was good enough. But now that we're in the grand finals, yeah, with the 16 teams, I'll be looking forward to see how these 16 teams will overcome that kind of tough circle.
For me personally, I do want to see back in week 1 will KE versus Orange Bro till the end of the day into the grand finals here, because we had that scuffle in the week 1. Will they try to bring it back in the grand final to settle the scores? But also coming up from the next map, I have a feeling we might have early skirmishes from Magna Esports and even TGOA. These teams, they love those early fights, early brawls. But the thing is, because of how they're so aggressive trying to find those fights, that's why they barely make it up to the top 5, you know.
Yeah, but I guess maybe this time around, because you're like fixed 16, then everyone will be like, okay, we kind of like get a feel of like where we want to start. Maybe we want to avoid early fights and so on. So I guess that we might see that, but you know, anything might happen because we are still playing the first Erangel map of the grand final. So you never know if any team wants to be naughty and just like, oh, from the start of the game they want to try to just disrupt other teams. Yeah, that could happen as well. And if that happens, maybe it will be in Pachinki, will be one of the hot ones. Yeah, if not Pachinki, then I remember that one of the other hot ones is in Ferry Pier as well.
Well, Pachinki, surprisingly, is not as hot as it used to be back in the days. So we're talking about Pachinki will be one of the places that people want to avoid, but maybe as a second checkpoint, just to cut across towards a circle, right? But yeah, I mean, like maybe in PMSL we get to see a lot of fights over Pachinki because it is the center of a map and it's pretty easy to go anywhere from there on. But also I do want to see you guys at home. Can you predict the right team for this one to get this chicken away? Because it's quite difficult for us to pinpoint, because I feel like the wildcard region right now is way stronger than the last season, even though it's the same year.
Yeah, it just took like what, half a year, and then we see some of the teams really rising up. Like, hey, Harame Bro. I mean, Harame Bro, before we start the season, you might think like, oh, okay, the GEs, the West Point Mambas, and all that, and all of a sudden Harame Bro takes the first chicken dinner. So I think we're up for a surprise this time around. But speaking about surprises, still looking forward to the surprise from Magna. Magna, please get chicken dinner.
Is there some sort of a behind-the-scene deal that you talked with them before? Feel like there is.
Well, no, actually no. Not for Magna. If for FV, maybe, but not really a deal though. It's just like talking to some of the people. But for Magna, not yet at least.
Speaking of the other teams, you don't have CFU Gaming, FV, MPX, Hyena, Raven, and Vipers Clan. They're being relegated during the league stage. But I'm surprised FV, MPX didn't make it though, because they're supposed to be, you know, the roster where we do have pro players from Malaysia scene adding up to MV, but it just didn't turn out so well. It just shows that wildcard region these days, it was less than half a year, Cloud. That was like 2 months ago for our spring season. And this guy's just having a different ball game entirely for the fall season.
Oh yeah, how time flies, right? It's only 2 months ago now that you kind of think about it. And not only they had Magix, they also had Juggy, who also played in PMPL Season 1 back in the day, so with Divinity, so definitely no stranger to the pro scene. But unfortunately, I mean, maybe it just luck or something that just didn't favor them and they happen to be out. But hopefully we get to see them back in the future. But you know who we will see after this? It's our top 16 teams in the Southeast Asia Wildcard. Let's go.
Jumping back into Erangel, it's gonna be your favorite map of all time in PUBG Mobile. But speaking of luck, do pro player really need luck by the end of the day? That's a bigger question. Is it really just luck or just pure skills, you know?
Oh, I guess it's a mix of both as well. I mean, if you get the circle on top of you, to a certain extent, you can't really complain.
It's kind of true. I mean, like, if you are, you know, experienced enough, you can know what's the best checkpoint for you to go according to the circle that are being prompted out, which you have no control over the circle in the first place. It's all about playing alongside with the flight path, adjust to the circle and decide. It's going to be IGL and the second IGL to decide which way to go, because all these teams, There's only 16 teams. We don't have rotation of groups anymore, so they don't have to switch their initial drop spot. But will they be contested on top of their initial drop spot? That's a different question entirely.
That's why we'll be keeping our eye on some of the hot drop spots. Right? I see Ferry Pier, 2 teams at least, these 2 teams. APG and the Guys of Asia heading towards that side. In the center, it looks like it's going to be KE taking home Pochinki. And the rest of that, I think it should be a okay split. But keep your eye on the Ferry Pier. But keep your eye on the circle as well, because it's a 50-50 split between the north side of shooting range and also the main peninsula.
But speaking of this kind of circle, I don't know, is it just me or the PMPL Wildcard this season do favor so much on Roshog area and shooting range area? I don't know why, but it feels like so much Erangel map, it's going to be based on that.
Yeah, I kind of think that there's a high possibility that as well that it goes there. It seems like when it comes to this 50-50, just so happen that it always goes up. And if the teams do choose to go up, I think it's also better to go up. And if they need to go down, rather than from main peninsula to go up the shooting range, just because of how the choke points work.
That's kind of true. It's kind of hard. It's easier to go from north to the southern side. I agree. And there's so many teams in between as well. And there's so many rivers, so many junctions in between. But you know what? Don't forget about a later skin out there. So make sure you have your Ducati prepared for you when you wear those skins. Then you're swagging your way into the game itself. But on the side of Falcon, now this is going to be another team that we didn't talk enough just now. Falcon, Harame Bro, there's even PBE. You mentioned about PBE love those early fight. We can see that in the last Sunhawk map. But will it be the same case here when it comes to Erangel?
I wonder if they want to do that this time around. Because to a certain extent, I feel that PBE's confidence is not as like last season. Like last season, we can see that confidence level is really off the roof. Like you just need to like let go Mon Boy and he will do his thing. And as long as you keep him alive, he can not only frag, he can also survive for the team. But this time, it doesn't feel like the same PBE as before. Although we still have sort of the top player for PBE, that is Mon Boy. But it feels like he's playing very differently this time.
I don't blame him. You have a different roster entirely. You have to adapt and adjust about how their playstyle will be. But it definitely will cook up something that really hot coming out from PBE. Hopefully they have enough time for that, because we do have only 3 days of grand finals. If you cannot adjust to it within this amount of time, then you're doomed, because you need to adjust as fast as you can. But the side of KE on the other hand, I mean, like Boyshan always the first one to open up defrag for the team, and if he's being knocked out early on, they will have some difficulty for KE for their front liner, because always Boyshan the one that actually make the first contact for the team.
Yeah, Boyshan, he got himself a couple of MVPs last week, so it definitely shows that why he is very important to the team. Totally agree with that. I think for KE, overall they work well as a team. Like we can see that they know how to move together. And I think that's the good thing about KE, that what I observe is that whenever they move together, except for doing the looting phase, obviously. And when they move together, they have strength in numbers. So when you are like 4 and then you saw a compound with only 2, obviously the numbers will win. So I guess that's the formula that KE, as long as they can stick to that, they'll do well.
I agree. When it's looting phase, every man for themselves, you know. It feels like, I got this, you don't, I'm not going to share. That's the case for most of the players, because they need to survive on their own first in the looting phase. But Haram and Bro, they have done their looting phase quite swiftly compared to all their teams, since they already got themselves in the second checkpoint and find themselves a couple of vehicles to work with. Not just that, start to taking those high grounds around the Gaokhan Mountains up here. And if they are correct, based on calculation, it's going to be more than one team just around this corner. And if they want to pass across going towards the northern side, there'll be a lot of teams happy to be passing by if they want to go this route.
Wow, interestingly, I thought they will be challenged at this at the top of the mountain, but it seems that the other team, I believe it was Enigma or YG, either one of those, they turned back. So interestingly, they are not interested to take that Gaokhan Mountain still. I guess I can understand, because it's still the first circle and there's a possibility that still it will move away. So you don't really need to force the fight to take that Gaokhan Mountain still. But if Harame Bro can hold on to that mountain. It's always a good place to get information for teams rotating around.
It's kind of true. But sometimes it's too vacant for Gakam Mountains. There will be a lot of teams having this sort of a mindset. If we have to pass Gakam Mountains, we will want our best to avoid it. Because they know there will be a couple of teams up there waiting for the right time to farm those eliminations. So might as well just avoid it entirely, taking a longer rotations, navigate themselves in a more safer way, maybe even taking the boat if they need to. But it's been a while since somebody on the boat, right?
Yeah, I think...
it used to be PBE.
Yes, used to be them. If I remember vaguely, like even in week 2, there wasn't around that the teams actually took a boat, especially in Sanhok, whereby you always have the option to take the boat. So yeah, I guess maybe the meta is shifting to the fact that boats are not that popular anymore, just because of the fact that if you are riding on a boat, you are exposed, and if there's a team waiting for you, it's basically 3 points to the other team.
And also maybe because of the circle is just centralizing over the map and nowhere near the coastline. That's also one of the many reasons. Unless if we have so many SMB circles, they might actually do have a shot at some teams taking a boat to navigate themselves in the southern part. But you know, because we rarely have SMB circles. That's just not worth it for them to actually taking the boat these days. But coming up from Federales, definitely they're trying to get themselves a second checkpoint. But G-Lab, they love playing in the blue so much, including the last Sanhok map. I mean, like G-Lab, they are sort of an opportunist team. They try to take advantage being the third party, playing alongside with the blue zone and playing at the rim of the circle. But it's just because they're putting themselves in a pressure with the blue zone at the same time. They're being sandwich between the blue zone and another team right across them. That's going to be their downfall.
Oh, speaking about downfall, Davan needed down. Boyshon is a few blocks away though. But I guess Boyshon is playing that safer route just to wait for teams to come towards the Davan and see what he's going to do there. QB will be the first one to get close to Davan. Well, the rest of KE. Okay, are they going to come and save him? Davan is now used as a bait.
Well, QB will finish him off straight away. They don't have the time. They know for a fact there's somebody chasing the tails for them inside of KE. But Boyshon trying to, like you mentioned, being the bait just now. Boyshon is shooting from behind, taking a surprise attack to the side of Enigma, and they will respond. Spotted out one of the KE players. Spooky shoot them down entirely in a swift manner. Don't even miss a bullet on top of that, but the circle happened to be shifting at the same time.
Ouch for KE. I mean, Pachinki is supposed to be their home, but they got invaded by Enigma. Although Enigma lose one, but then again, it's supposed to be KE's home. Now KE, they might be in trouble with Spooky. Lances nade. The nade will not connect. Kaya managed to pick up the top, but Enigma wants to come in to finish up the job.
Here come Caps alongside with Kuba, and Caps greeted by those nades, but he will jump shot, but still gonna be a bit of a trading down here. The top waiting right on top of them. Well, Spooky having a 1v1, but never mind. The top finally down, and Spooky left with the DBS, but here comes another KE player. Boyshon now trying to make a wonderful catch for the team. He made it, but I still can't pick up Kaya. They're left with only 2 players. Who would have thought Enigma will have to face their bane here, KE, since the start of the game and be eliminated? At least they're not going empty-handed because they still scored themselves 2 points.
Wow, Boyshon just proved your point right. You mentioned how important it is for KE, and he managed to clutch it out to save one. But wait a sec. Oh, he didn't manage to save it, but it's okay as long as he won that fight. So 3 points in the bag with still opportunity to collect placement points.
There's going to be another point added to the side of Enigma, even though they're being finished off just now. But maybe one of the many reasons why Sean Boy didn't pick up his teammate Okaya just now, because of West Point Mamba start to shoot against him. He realized it's not going to be worth fighting for, have to sacrifice his own teammate for that sake. But FOD and G-Lab. Now G-Lab, we mentioned how they love to navigate themselves alongside with the blue zone. And right now this is the problem when you're playing alongside with the blue zone. You have to face the fact you have to cross 2 teams at the same time. How to go through that? How to get into score from that point?
Yeah, that is going to be a hard one. Unless they choose to not go to there. Because it's still stage 2, you still have decent amount of space to play with. Maybe using the high ground on the south side of the school area to go back in. But of course, you need to be sure that no one's waiting at the high ground because that's quite a popular place. And on the other side, it doesn't seem to be as populated as the school area. As we see a Magna here, only one team in front of them and plenty of space for them to work with. They can still rotate down the south side in if they choose not to take the fight.
On the side of Magna, they're playing more careful than the last map. They're not being very aggressive compared to the last one. And they're just trying to tread on thin ice here. We talk about Magna just to make sure that they can get into the center of the circle and survive as a top 5 for now, not being too aggressive, but the circle will shift again. We talked about Ross, that would be usually the case here. I'm not surprised we ended up on top of Ruins even, but it ended up right on the northern side of this circle. That's going to be a lot of trouble for these teams. There's going to be so little space of land to work along this side. And not just that, Harami bro a bit devastated and disappointed. They don't have any visitors on top of that Gakka Mountains because most of the team coming up from the eastern side of the circle instead.
Wow, and notice Romeo, boy, he's still in North Jogopu. He's all the way up there when his other teammates are closer to the circle, so not sure what his plan is. But now, speaking about Magna, they split out. Okay, so we got 2 here, we got another 2 at the south side. As long as they're not caught out, that's going to be okay. But we do see that there are a couple of teams around them too. But the good news is that they're within the circle, so no big moves yet from anyone. Everyone's waiting for the next phase.
Magna, this is a very dangerous game they are playing. Yes, they do have the compound of ruins, but it's a ruin for a reason. And there's not much covers for them, as well as kind of a maze if they happen to trap themselves in that certain area. TGOA taking their navigation towards Pachinki for now, maybe trying to find more couple of loot while they are on the run and on the go towards the circle. But we do have Esports still not willing to leave Pachinki just yet. They're waiting for the right time to show themselves if there's anybody else will take Pachinki as their second checkpoint here.
Oh, speaking about that movement, okay, so the guys of Asia moving away from the Pachinki hills, I guess that's because the circle moved up north. So they're going to take the high ground route into the circle. That gives them the advantage of scouting. As you can see here, they can actually oversee Austria Esports just below them. So they kind of have that information. They probably saw like their vehicles and their compounds. So it's like, okay, nope, their compound's occupied. We're not going to go there. Sin, on the other hand, a team that likes to rotate a little bit later. And one of the reasons how they got their 23 elimination, the highest in the single round, is because they come in late. But when they come in late, they win all their fights as they head into the circle. So if that formula works for them, I mean, I really want to see them do it again.
But at the same time, it will work if you go unnoticed by these guys. But the problem is, Sin already given away the positions to some teams down there, including GE, if I'm not mistaken, who tapped them quite early on just now. G-Lab is pretty much like how Sin's play. They love to play very late, but not too late. But Sin knocking on the side of GE's door. Zai will leave the compound immediately, knowing there's a full squad coming over the side on a very hot pursuit. But Zai, can he leave the compound safely? At least nobody can take him down just yet. Never mind, take that back. Moy just shoot him from afar with his rifles.
Ooh, circle to the left, and look at the amount of teams still on the outside of the circle. On the right, the great migration, like how you like to call it, will happen. And especially on the North Bridge, we got like what, 5 teams there? And we got teams that can still gatekeep. Man, it's going to be huge up in the north.
Side of G-Lab, things have never been easy for them. Greeted by PBE the moment they're trying to get an entry towards the side of a circle, with newbie left with 10 HP percent, and they definitely got a couple of first aid, yes. But the problem is they don't have enough men, not even enough ammunition on that DP28 just now. But Sen now trying to challenge GE once more. They take one out before Zai is out of the equation. Now Sen trying to wrap around this building, but greeted by Master Ichi with those nades. Now they're down to only 3 players. Make it 2 as Moy trying to work this DBS out, work it, and just boom, gone. Holy Lanji will try to pick his teammate up while tossing a couple of a smoke grenade to make sure he will distract the other teams, giving false information. Ooh. But FOD having a bit of a rush from West Point Mamba.
Oh yeah, 2 points in the pocket of West Point Mamba. When another fight is happening elsewhere, as Newbie will be gunned down by Easy from FOD. And Nang X taken out as well. F40 becomes the first team to be eliminated. Looks like Game Lab managed to defend their ground, but it's going to be Sin versus GE.
Moy with the DBS. Now going up to the second story. But the problem is, he needs to save his teammate, but at the same time, GE is just overwhelming them. Moy jumping from one building to the other, hoping that he will have an exit out by the end of the day, but Small keeping the pressure on. Moy, there's nowhere to go, just fight back! Ooh. And Moy let the one on Zai, and back on his knees here, but Masaichi next. Small have to save his teammate first. They're running low on men, and Sin, they try to just finish things off, while Smile's not making things easy for them.
Oh, but Moy might not make it easy for him as well, as the nade will come in. And looks like GE is eliminated, but actually Falcon had a hand in it as well. GE out, number 14, 1 elimination point. This is opportunity for KE, for the bros, for West Point Mamba to catch up.
But at the same time, Sin is not done yet. After they're done with one of the best teams out there, which is going to be GE, Falcon will be their next target, who's a bit busy against YG. This is the opportunity for Sin to take advantage of the third party. They have no clue. Sin just finished just now. They want to have another go. Falcon now going towards the side of YG, trying to force their way, brute force their end into that side, but Monette taking on one of our Falcon players. YG is just too busy with Falcon. Sin, on the other hand, might actually take this opportunity and win this over.
Oh yeah, things are gonna get wet in the water towels. And now Falcon seems to be losing the fight. Romeo boy gets one to Chanlon. Sin is just waiting for the right opportunity. They're waiting for the gunshots to stop before they come in. They don't have full visual just yet, as Falcon is still fighting for their life. Romeo boy needs to pick up Loki, but he's going to win the fight. And there you go. Looks like Falcon is out and is taken out by Younger Galacticos.
But YG, they're not safe yet. I'm waiting for Sin to start to make a rush towards their side. They do know for a fact the fight is over between YG and another team just now. But on the side of the others, we do have TGOA and Osja Esports happen to be moving in the same direction down there, with MH quite separated from the rest of the roster, which they are still alongside with the blue zone. But PBE taking the center. This is just an open space for them, a bit too dangerous for them to stay long, but at least those terrain will take themselves a bit of a cover. They saw those teams in the crate, which is going to be West Point Mamba, giving them a bit of a pressure with those nades, and even those smokes will cover them for a bit more longer. But PBE, they want to go in for the rush.
Oh, but Raimon's moving on to the other side. Maybe he's interested to scout out a different location for them to stop, but Monboy knocked down by Federales. That's a decent distance between the both of them, so Monboy should be able to be picked up by his teammates. Should be alright. We still have H2R on the outside of the circle, but on the other side, looks like the guys of Asia, they're kind of busy.
Busy with the boys of HWG. Now here comes HWG, greeting them warmly with those sprays. Finish off 2 players of TGOA in a swift manner, and that's the last one. MH will be going down. TGOA, their dictation fills them, and they desperately need for points. They're definitely not portraying the points that they actually gain. HWG, on the other hand, taking it with an open arm. It's like a Thanksgiving for them. It was a very swift. They make it look easy just now for the side of HWG.
Yeah, it seems like, okay, drive by, defend, and that's it. Points in the back for them. Now, Scry knocked down by H2R. Looks like a PBE is not done yet, but this time around they secure the elimination onto Scry. So now they move their attention from West Point Mamba onto Osja Esports somehow. It could be a long range shot though, because it was used by a Mini 14. Now Moy knows that someone's on the rooftop. Nate tossed into Myrna boy. But that second nade, will it land? No as well.
There's so many structures for Manette to just take covers from. It's quite a difficult task for him, for Moy to just pin down on Manette just now. He's on a different building entirely, but Osja Esports is an open field. There's nowhere to run nor hide. PBE going a wrap around, just trying to find a flank side, while HWG making a rush towards APG. Marcus knocked down, bit of a trading down with Yakai at the same time. APG exit is on his knees as well, left with Shroud and Sonic to just defend their compound as long as they need. But the problem is HWG prepared to take the fight head on.
Oh, APG, they're prepared to defend as well, but they lose one player. Nade after nade, tossed on by Here We Go. And now so far we have not seen any more elimination points just yet. But the HWG, they're waiting for the right opportunity. Alpha will toss in his own utility. Mewtwo tosses a nade onto the inside of this compound, knocking down Sonic. But the counter coming in for Shroud. Shroud gets a knockdown by Shroud with the counter fire upon as well. But APG out at number 9. No points at all again this round. 2 rounds in a row without a single point.
But for the side of HWG, they are going really strong in the grand final. 7 elimination points in the back for now. And they're not showing any sign of slowing down at all. Magna on the other hand has been quiet right on top of Ruins. Now leaving those Ruins might actually clash into Harame Pro, which HWG is moving the same sort of direction. They definitely got themselves those airdrop, but G-Lab is guarding over that side as well. And we do have another team on the southern part, which is going to be having a bit of a problem to just go through this because West Point Mamba is gatekeeping them, but they are in the crate.
Yeah, PvE not done yet with West Point Mamba. From the previous circle, they were looking at this crater, and now they really want to take it. Okay, Mon Boy, is he going in for the rush? We can see his teammates still overlooking West Point Mamba. I guess they don't have much of a choice. This should be their next objective now. They're getting closer and closer. West Point Mamba, no vision because of the smoke.
For the side of PBE, a very dangerous game in an open space here. But, you know, they say for the Filipino, balak bagan, and here we go. They're trying to force those fights, but at the same time, are running low when it comes to their resources. No more Troubles have left, except for Ryman. He does have quite a number still for those hand grenades, but nothing seems to clip on side of West Point Mamba. Federellis just pick out his head just a tiny bit, and Ryman, look at that spray, but it was a bit subpar. He could have knocked Federellis just now, but there was a quick response from West Point Mamba still. But HWG just meeting G-Lab halfway. We're talking about them running and gunning all day long. On the side of PBE, this has been going for too long now.
Oh, Game Lab eliminated with 2 elimination points, but this has been going on for too long. Now it's probably going to end as Raimon will be at the forefront. Raimon comes in for another angle. Michi's in trouble. Raimon gun down Michi. Still holding it on. Momboy knocked down as well. Could West Point Mamba defend this? Only down to H2R. H2R, will he go in for it? H2R, he does have a vehicle, so he might not.
At the same time, he wants to go. He needs to help. They are shouting for the help. But at the same time, what words? It's going to be HWG coming over this side as well. Bro, having a bit of a problem. Imam just trying to survive being shot down from afar. HWG just sandwiched bro 2 ways here. While the others, YG taking advantage from afar. HWG spotted out West Point Mamba, who's still in the crate. Finish off PBE just now, who tried to rush in, but this down to only a month. HWG pegged their target first, and it's gonna be West Point Mamba under their radar, under this ADS scope that they have on top of West Point Mamba, but they have to be aware. Magna is coming up from behind. He just swiftly having a swing for Alpha 7. He just easily shut down both teams at the same time.
Yeah, beautiful flick there by Alpha, and now at least they have 11 elimination points. The last we saw them, 12 elimination points now. For here we go again. Okay, Toki just right below him. Alpha, he probably saw it. Did he miss it? Oh, from our view we saw it, but he did not.
HWG, what can stop them? They are going it again. And for the side of West Point Mamba, they're like zombies. It's going to be back up on their feet. Yard on the then, not happy about this. He wants to just pin them down as hard as they can. But Sen is a bit too busy against Michi. Holy Lanju, the last survival player of Sen, now trying to just get out from this scuffle. We're talking about him being pressured by the blue zone and now being bombarded by Michi. And the pressure is on for Holy Lanju. West Point Mamba split it into 2 here, but Holy Lanju with a DBS taking down on Michi. That's going to be just really tough for West Point Mamba to hold their angles with one player knock on the different angles entirely.
Oh, Magna still not done yet with here we go again. At the same time, Michi eliminated by Holy Lanju, so looks like Michi lost that fight. Holy Lanju still has it. Mewtwo will be knocked out by Toki with the DBS. The long range comes in from Alpha. It does come down to Toki, but Toki, he's super duper low right now. He tries to get away from his enemy. And now Toki, can he survive it? No, Alpha got him finally with a DBS from that range.
Alpha 7 is just so good at this point. After one swing to the other, he's just non-stop pushing these guys, keeping the pressure on, and such a proactive player. Well, Yakka77 also responding to their situation, while Alpha guarding over Holy Lanju, who's barely making it in. West Point Mumba Amas left with alone one more player around him somewhere. Federales trying to go for the flank, but just too many eyes on Federales. Holy Lanju knocked down and finished off by Federales. It's going to be one consolation point for West Point Mumba still, but Yahiko have the eyes to the side of West Point Mumba at the same time. Now, how can they wrap around for West Point Mumba when it's 2v3 against HWG?
And plus, there's another team behind them as well. So every team is so close to each other now. But you can't think about it. Magda now in the top 4. Can it bring up a surprise here? As Alpha has the high ground, he scopes out. He misses Federales. Federales managed to evade the scope of Alpha. But Federales is super duper low right now. Yahiko knocked down by Loki from the other side.
It's going to be a very far knock by the side of YG. They are still in the game while West Point Mumba struggling to keep the boat afloat. Must have to pick up Federales. He knows for a fact they don't have the numbers. Magna now distracted YG from pushing to a side of HWG. Well, Manette have to respond to this. And boy, might be knocked down. Manette, such a good player with those terrain and finish off too by himself with the help of HWG. Alpha 7 snatch those eliminations in the last minute. But HWG Alpha 7 now being knocked down. West Point Mumba, surprisingly, they are still alive.
Oh yes, but for how long? As now they'll be sandwiched between two teams. Young Galacticos coming in as well from the other side. And they have eyes onto... Wait a second, it's not West Point Mumba, but HWG. They're putting focus onto the team that has more players, but the name from Loki nicely led on to Yahiko, leaving Yakka all alone.
YG do have the numbers advantage right now. They finish off the monsters of HWG, who's been running and gunning, got himself double-digit elimination before they went down, but left with only one player. YG do have the advantage with 3 players still up, while the other for West Point Mumbai and HWG only left with 1 remaining solo player to carry out the glory for the team. But Romeo Boy spot out Amas. He knows exactly where they were standing before, and the smoke's giving away the position. Here comes the nade to finish off West Point Mumba. Amas managed to evade that last nade just now, but that's it. Manet taking it away, and YG, who would have thought? They were quiet, but they finish off with a bang.
Yeah, they finish off by being the king of the hill against 2 teams at pretty much the same time. And at first they started by focusing on the team that has the most players, and that was HWG. They took out 2 for HWG, only leaving Yakka alone, and then they swing their attention onto the lower ground where West Point Mumba was at. So West Point Mumba became the second team to go out. They got a second place finish, but Young Galacticos, must give it to them because of their proactive move to go towards this team instead of waiting for them to come towards Young Galacticos.
I mean, we have to give a lot of credit for YG's IGL here, because that's quite a difficult judgment call for the side of the IGL, who to pick first between West Point Mumba and also the side of HWG. If they pick the wrong team just now and resort to taking the fight against West Point Mumba first, they could not have secured this chicken dinner. 900 over damage by Loki. He got only 2 out of it.
Yeah, he did a lot of work there. I guess at the end of the day, it's his other teammates who secured the elimination points, and that's absolutely okay. At the end of the day, it's a team effort. But as an MVP, what will be prioritized is the damage. So it's still a great work there by Loki. Not only this round, if you remember in Sanhao, he performed as well. So Loki, at least for the 2 rounds that we see the start of the finals, is doing well as an individual.
I agree. I mean, like, he got himself the 10 eliminations for the record. He's still holding the MVP in the grand finals. This is a high caliber play showcased by the side of YG, and they were playing it smart. They know for a fact there's so many teams across those hills, and just keeping the distance in the compound early on, and just, you know, taking a third party approach towards these teams who's so busy fighting each other. But HWG, this is a different form of HWG we're talking about. Look at how aggressive they were, how proactive they've been, even in the highlight. I promise you, there'll be so many highlights just for HWG.
Yeah, I think that they are the team with the most eliminations in this round. So we'll check that out later on. But HWG with a high amount of frags, with a decent finish, 3rd place finish. I think their points, well, definitely good in this round. HWG, if you kind of think about it as well, they are one of the comeback teams as well in the league to make themselves to the grand finals. Not really coming back like from below, but from page 2 they jumped themselves onto page 1, and it's a high page 1 finish for them. So HWG is showing a lot of potential, just like the pros.
And not just that, coming up from HWG, they had the opportunity to finish out West Mumba just now. But you have to give credit for West Mumba, how their wittiness outplayed all the other teams. They were in the crate, charged in by PBE early on, and then so many teams tried to take them down, but they survived so long in there, just so well versed with those crate they're placing themselves in. But HWG, even if they didn't score those chickens, they still get away at number 1 spot with 15 eliminations.
Yeah, and because of that, they overtake Younger Galacticos by 2 points. So that's where it matters, right? The points. So as long as you can get the points, that's okay. Imagine they got the chicken dinner, it'll be 25 points at least, plus more elimination points, of course. But HWG, this time around, it's a very different team as compared to at least the early league stage.
Now look at how they shoot up on second place here for HWG within just one Erangel map. And GE being pushed down to 4th. That was their worst performance ever we witnessed for GE. I'm not sure how they want to come back from that. Hopefully they have their mind all regroup and reassess, having a bit of a reset to have another go in Erangel. But YG, none of us put up YG as a prediction, but they're taking number 1 spot with what? 15 points of a gap between HWG, but I'm not surprised if HWG can shoot up to number 1 if they keep this going.
Yeah, I mean, you want a surprise? You're getting a surprise right now. So far, so good for HWG. And on the other side, Magna, no longer the number 16 team. They overtake the guys of Asia. 17 points for Magna. The guys of Asia, unfortunately, as of now, still no points in the 2 rounds that we have played. Same goes for APG as well. So keep your eye on these teams. Normally, it's like, you know, as gamers, you start off really chill and you say that, okay, that's a warm-up round for us. But who knows, in the next round, they just go insane. But before we head on to our next round, Choo Choo, we'll be taking a short break and we'll see you guys after this.
We are back from that very short break, and you guys are tuning into the PUBG Mobile Professional League Wildcard South Asia for the fall season. I'm Chichi, and this Cloud will be your host, casters, and everything else for the entire day. It's been a while we actually shared. That's right, Cloud.
Oh yeah, because the last 2 weeks it was a rotation with other casters. So shout out to Tash as well as Contra as well, who was with us throughout the league. And well, we'll be spending the next 3 days together. So how exciting it is. But it's also exciting to see the 2 chicken dinners. The first 2 chicken dinners today is not from our prediction.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is the grand finals, and this is what we want. These teams are not dominating over the league itself, now shooting up their performance when it comes to the first day of the grand finals. But can they keep up this way? Because it's always about, you know, it's always different teams that we don't predict that they will actually get the chicken for the first day. But when it comes to performance-wise and consistency, now that's the bigger question for these guys.
Yeah, but no question for all of you guys out there to get this new set. There's a new Power Crew series available right now inside the game. So we have the dinosaur game mode. So you guys gotta pair it up with the dino skins as well. They look very different from our recent skins at least.
Yeah, look at that Rhinoceros. Is like swagging with those big chains and like a rapper, you know. It feels like, you know, I'm just swagging here, man. But you can have more swags coming up into the game itself. Ducati Panigale V4S and the collaboration items with it is already out until only the 15th of June, which was yesterday, I think. And you guys missed this? I'm sorry for you guys then.
Yeah, don't want to miss it. Don't want to miss it. That's why we've been telling you since the leak, you know, you got to get this skin. If you miss it, well, don't come crying, you know, because that's a beautiful skin. Same goes for this as well. Get your latest RP while you play it. You might as well get the RP because you can earn rewards while you play the RP. You guys know how an RP works, and this time it features amazing skins, especially the machete, and really liking it. Yum yum.
The Neon Slayer cover. I do want to see if anybody can actually use that. But yeah, it's kind of true what Sir Cloud mentioned just now. Once you're playing the game, might as well get yourself an RP, because alongside you playing the game, you can complete some of the missions and get free items. I mean, like, that's pretty straightforward, isn't it? But back to as a new team mode, we do have the Dino Ground, right? The Dino Power. I mean, you guys tell us, how many bullets does it take to take down on a T-Rex? Do tell us that, because we need to know.
Yeah, I don't really know. But okay, that's not for us to know. That's for you to know and for you to tell us inside the comment section, because we'd like to find out as well. So tell us your experience. How does it feel to play the new game mode? But how does it feel to see 2 teams right now getting the chicken dinner? Will it be a different team? Will it come from a different region? We're coming back to Erangel. We'll be playing 3 Erangels back to back this time.
Yeah, why you just scored? I mean, like, hell yeah. You know Loki, he's played in the PUBG Mobile Pro scene long enough and finally start to try him and taking some fruit, the sweetness of that fruit labor. He has been invested for how many years, but can they keep this going? The consistency that needed in Erangel, which is going to be our next map. And speaking of Erangel just now, it was quite a slow start. If you ask me, it was really respectful for all the teams out there, not trying to breach in or try to fight way too early, because we talked about like Magna, right? Even like teams like HWG who love early fights, but definitely were fighting for HWG.
Yeah, it was a harmonious start. Let's put it this way. Very harmony. But I guess that's what happens if you have the same 16 teams. So they're like, okay, we know where to drop that's like free and easy. And they were kind of like, they have this truce to each other to like, okay, let's not invade each other at the start. So maybe that's what happened there. So I think we can expect that in the next round. Unless maybe if the circle is like really if the flight path is really at the side, then you might see some scuffle for the vehicles. But other than that, I think for drop spots, we will expect this irregular drop spot to be fixed throughout the finals.
Yeah, it's like there's this line, don't cross my line, and this is my line, that is yours. Don't cross this, okay? Respect that territory. I mean, like, don't start doing something out of the ordinary. But speaking of which, it's also based on the circle, really, because the circle we do have kind of centralizing to a side of a Roshawk and around ruins. And I'm so sad for the teams that taking themselves up to Gatkam Mountains have nothing out of there, because everybody wants to avoid crossing Gatkam Mountains because they know somebody will be camping up on top of those mountains. But I do want to see one SMB circle just to make things a bit more challenging, right? They want to have early skirmishes as well, because it was just too peaceful just now.
Yeah, it was too peaceful. Come on, we love our military-based circle, so give it to us. We got, at least this time, as compared to the league we only got 2 Erangels a day, but this time we got 3. So we have a better possibility of getting our favorite circle of all. But of course, the players will hate us for it. But hey, you want to be the best, you got to be up to the challenge, right?
Yeah, that's kind of true. But we do have a lot of shooting range / Roshawk circle, even school just now. And I'm hoping it's not going to be north and center sort of a circle. Please, we need something new. We need, even I'm not complaining if it happened to be like Ferry Pierre or Quarry or even Primos at this point. Like, that's going to be good enough for us. But not something just too in the center. Because just now you saw, it's just evenly distributing all the teams down there when it's in the center.
Yeah, and not the Medusa intersection. I think that's common enough by now. It's like, oh, it's going to be there again. And it gets almost the same feel of how the previous circle was. So give us a challenging one. If we ever get a Zarki, we always remember this. If we ever get a Zarki, the door is that way for us, of course. But the door is open for our players. Head on to Erangel 2.
It's a new map of Erangel and a new start for the teams that are having some problems to get themselves any point in the last 2 maps just now. But we do have a north up to Jogopul's flight path. Feels like very similar from the last one. And I'm not surprised we have very similar circle based on the pattern we do have Erangel. Now, if this third Erangel do have the same sort of circle again, you know what, I have nothing else to say. But still, while we're waiting for the circle, a couple of teams dropping early on top of SMB.
Yeah, we got Asia Esports inside of military base itself. I guess Respawn Mamba will be going towards Novo. Game Lab, hovering across. So I wonder if they're going towards Farm or Milta, but it should be around there. Or maybe they'll just grab a vehicle and then they'll head on to the areas of Milta or Farm, unless they choose to change their drop point. Then that'll be interesting, because the flight path is quite skewed towards the right, so sometimes there's that level of possibility that the teams will change up a little bit here and there, like having a secondary drop spot, and that's actually absolutely okay. And true enough, Game Lab drop into military base island, probably grabbing a vehicle and I guess moving to Milta.
Waiting for the cherry to pop. Is going to be well surprised. Going to be shooting range once more, but this time more towards the left side. Well, you do have your Zaki. I mean, like, will we have a Zaki circle? We definitely have a team dropping on top of Zaki, but will we end up there?
Yeah, the Zaki circle must be like stage 4, 5, 6 onwards, then it's counted. I know there's Zaki in it. Yeah, I'm putting some hope there, but I'm putting hope as well for PBE. Okay, are they going to pull off a surprise onto exit? But no, they're not going to go for exit. I guess because they heard like, okay, exit got a shotgun, so it's like, okay, no, not in that distance.
But at the same time, they do have enough weaponry to fight exit just now. Maybe they just don't want to linger too long. Maybe it's just a bait, but they're making a big U-turn. They want to go for it. Feels like they will take up the challenge. Yeah, shotgun or not, they're going for the shack with a machete on H2R and Bison on cool. Well, this is surprising indeed. Now, they might actually score themselves a first point of the day.
Oh, backup is here. Okay, they got to finish up Sonic as well. Sonic coming in, but Sonic, knocked out by PBE. APG again. I mean, this is round number 3. If they're still at 0 point, I mean, it's really not the APG that we know of.
I just hope at least the other two can make something out of this. If not, it will be really troublesome for these guys to play the catch-up game, because the point gap is just too big for them to play that sort of a game in this state. It's just really detrimental for them to have lost 2 players too early on. And I'm surprised just now Exit didn't try to build that shack, knowing for a fact that PBE already made a U-turn and just trying to go and pick up all the other members and make another U-turn to go back to the shack. He actually do have time just now.
I guess it's also because he doesn't have a vehicle. So
his friend, I think Sonic had a vehicle just now.
Yeah, and Sonic arrived after PBE arrived. So to be fair, right? Like Sonic arrived after
maybe.
PBE arrived. So yeah, I think Sonic would have been the one to like, okay, if he knew that everything would have been or PBE's timing would have been the same as him, he would have like, okay, I'll just leave it. But he happened to arrive when PBE arrived. So it's just about, it's just like, how should I put it? It's like that domino effect.
Yeah. It's all about the timing, and the coincidence is just uncanny at this point. But G-Lab taking over Milta area. But, you know, G-Lab will... I don't expect G-Lab to have initial aggression since the start of a map, because they do love playing a very slow rotations, and not just that, playing alongside the rim of a circle, just trying to take opportunity while they can. But FOD have been very quiet for the past few weeks here. I'm waiting for FOD to make a sort of a comeback, just like how they did in last season, because last season they were super aggressive. But feels like they're being tamed down in the fall season here.
Yeah, even their points are below a lot of the other teams. Like they're on page number 2 now, only 28 points. It's a very different 5 of danger. Not as dangerous as before, totally agree with that. I wonder why. I guess it's just more of like, whenever fights happen onto them, they don't really win those fights. And it's just as straightforward as that. It's more of like fight coordination or their ability to really take on or hold on fights.
I feel like it's more about team communication issue that I have to face against right now inside of FOD, really. Because if you guys look at the trailer about the MY region, like a bit of a documentary behind the scene, right? It's always so important for the players to have communication, because that's going to be their initial biggest problem. But you don't relay fast enough information to work alongside with your teammate, and usually that's the case. You saw that happen multiple times when there's one entry fragger just pushed way further than the rest of the team, and he was expecting to have a follow-up, but nobody was there to support fire behind him. And that's the case here for most of the teams that have some communication issue. But on the side of YG, they won their last chicken dinner just now and trying to go for more.
Long range from Myrna boy. Can they get one? No, not yet. They try to stop KE from coming in, but KE managed to get across. So KE is okay in the compound, but someone's knocked still from the bros. Seems like out in the open. So for him to be picked up, it's pretty much like a bait now.
It's all about, you know what, the bros are not so much bros right now. They know for a fact it's going to be a bait taken if they want to save his teammate. Outside of YG, it's going to be a free elimination. Mem will be one of their first entry fragger. And I have to say, this is going to be detrimental to the side of Harami Bro, because usually Mem is always the one that starts the fight first. Just like how I mentioned about Boyshon on the other team. It's the same case. But Manette finish off with Mem, and YG are running and gun. But West Point Mumbai, well, they're trying to go for the second checkpoint. So far, they have been picking their points and their terrain very smartly. We're talking about them. Don't have a lot of compounds. They do prefer the open grounds and open field for West Point Mumbai instead of going indoors or into the building to take the fight or just trying to defend themselves. They prefer the open space. And it's quite difficult, if you ask me, to defend in an open space without any cover. But these guys will be one of the teams that can actually deliver that.
Yeah, and I guess that's why they are on top. And I do see that improvement from last season as well. Like if last season, if you remember, in the grand finals, it's they will be somewhere in the middle at some point, and then now this season it's like, oh, okay, they're still up there. 70 points difference than Yaku Galacticos, 2 points difference than Here We Go Again. So doing decently well this time. And Federalist, he is still the man. Consistent so far. From last season, he was last season's MVP, and consistent performance. Like in Sign Out, we saw like he was all alone, and he still managed to get that one elimination before he goes out. So I guess West Palmamba, you know what, they really need to keep him as healthy as possible.
The same case for YG Loki, but at the same time, it's really tough to depend on one player. It's great that you're that one player that's so reliable for the team to depend on, to have the shoulders and ears on. But at the same time, there's going to be a lot of pressure for Federalists. Even on the side of YG, it's going to be Loki. They need to diversify their play style. But will we have a Zaki circle? That's a bigger question. We might actually do have it. This is going to be the first time in ever history of PUBG Mobile if we ended up right on top of Zaki. Never we have this kind of circle ever.
Wow, okay. It's still on the route for Zaki. Okay, holding our breath right now. Okay, but players need to hold their breath as well because now the circle is tucked at the corner and the great migration happens at stage 2. Can you imagine that? Just because of how the circle is put up at that top left.
This is one of the most challenging rotation for these guys because we never expect it to be Zaki. And today is going to be one of those blast day for us, not for the players, of course. It's a torture for them. But G-Lab, how do they respond to this? Do they want to go straight into Zaki? Will they play alongside with the blue zone? We got to wait and see because just now the migration happens. And this is just the stage 2, Cloud. We're not even at stage 4. But due to the hardship of circle all the way up to Zaki, imagine the bridge right on top of Jogopol. How crowded it must be.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The choke points will be insane at this point. I wonder how many teams are there, but looks like we have teams clashing right now. Young Radicals and GE, one of the 2 top teams around. And imagine trading it off with each other. And now Toki from Magna as well, feeling the wrath of Enigma.
HWG start to fight again, taking on TGOA, just like how they did in the last map. Mewtwo taking on Amura. That's going to be the end, or maybe the last one player left, which could be May again once more with the DBS taking a fight, but the DBS fight, here we go again. And they won again.
He didn't even manage to pull the trigger, unfortunately. May W will be taken out. The guys of Asia. Another round without a single point for them. Now rooted at number 16, unfortunately. So it's going to be 3 rounds without points for the guys of Asia.
It's really tough to beat them, but inside of Magna, feels like they're having the same disparity on their side as well. Because Magna shot down by the side of Alja Esports, left with only 2 players. GE, on the other hand, need to leave this compound. The bunkers are not helping them, instead just digging them into their own grave. Is YG being surprised by the attack from Harami, bro? GE, on the other hand, barely make it out alive.
Yeah, unfortunately, they'll be playing the rest of the round without a smile. Literally, now that they'll be playing as a trio. And West Point Mamba still finding their way, making the rotation, but they're being shot at from the right, from multiple teams, all having their own compounds, including another team at this right corner. And now West Point Mamba, like what you said, they like to play in the open fields. They have managed to park themselves. And so far, they will use their vehicle as a bunker to defend the circle. That move on the right side of Saki, also a very rare circle.
This is like 1 in a million circle, honestly speaking. We barely get to see Zaki, and this is the first time we're showcasing around Zaki. I mean, like, that's more than happy. We're more than happy to take this circle. But the guys on Jogopol, on the North Jogopol, how crowded will it be? APG, HWG is dead. There's going to be one more team down there. And FOD just gatekeeping to the side of West Point Mamba. They do have the compound to work with, but they are on top of a very busy intersection. Because there's going to be some teams coming out from behind their backs. It's going to be right on top of those hills. But side of FOD, Nang spotted out West Point Mamba, focus on that side. But there's too many windows in this building. If he's not being careful, he'll be just tapped away from Harami, bro. We can see him through from their angle.
Yeah, and his teammates are on the other side, or on the other building. So if he needs to be picked up, then they need to travel across, and that will put his teammates at risk as well, exposing themselves. Now for Magna and YG, Romeo boy on the other building. Magna, they don't seem to know that he's there. Or maybe they do.
They definitely have a clue. Especially when you have those engines turn up just now. They can hear those sounds. The auto queue of HWG rotating definitely Just distract Monk now. This is going to be a dangerous game. And that's going to be the shotgun. Just taken on Labo swiftly. He didn't check the corners just now. And Boy knows this and realized it a bit too late to help his friend. Now Magna left with only Boy. Same goes for the side of YG with 2 players. Romeo Boy will not willing to give up this warehouse just yet. But this warehouse is just really tough to defend by yourself.
When the other team's looking at them. So I guess they're just waiting for like, okay, when the fight's over, third party will come in. Now 1v1 between Boy as well as the last member of Younger Galacticos. And the fact that, not the last member, the second last member in fact, not too sure where the other one is at. But we're sure GE is at Austria Esports as well as Sin right below them. So GE and Sin coming in again at each other.
Zai taken on with 1 nade to his Holy Lanju. Sen, how do we respond to this? West Carry just run down on Holy Lanju. Claire tried to take himself a different position, reposition himself towards the flank side, but being discovered anyway. AV with a rock in between, taking this as his covers for now. But Master Ichi is just too low. He needs himself to be recovered, but West taking a bit of a tap from Kayla from the side flank. By AV, they want to shut down on GE. Which one to pick first? Switch over to DBS. Going straight head onto a Zai. At the same time, Zai is bleeding out. Cannot be saved by Master Ichi. Now Master Ichi will have to build this one with a vehicle, hop onto it, and just scatter away. AV will not let him go just yet. The spray! Finish off. Sin taking GE out of the equation.
I'm not too sure if GE managed to get an elimination in this round. But then again, it's GE out fairly early as well. Now the circle comes still on the right side of Zaki. Not really a big hardship, but it's going to be 90% land. More space for the teams to play with. And you can see the rotations coming in the long range from Boy. Will it be able to land a knockdown? Putting pressure onto Kaya on the other side. Kaya, 40% health, managed to dance his way to safety.
At least it's almost 200 meters apart, so they can actually go out of here for KE. But Falcon taking another player across the map. On the side of KE, they still have a full squad here, but they will be slowly guarded over by the side of West Point Mumbai, if I'm not mistaken, behind them, or it's going to be a different team entirely. But KE realize, you know what, we're too far apart from each other. They need to get themselves a rendezvous point, at the same time regroup and reassess the situation to see how things will unfold alongside with this very tough circle. But PBE on the other hand, they have the blue zone. At the same time, G-Lab is just across them. H2R knocked down by Kai, finished off, but PBE just running past Kai without any challenge given.
Yeah, Kai all alone, and looks like they're not going to take advantage of that. Maybe they don't have the information. They're afraid if anyone's there. But now Kai, he wanted attention, he got it, but he got it from Enigma instead from the other side. Enigma will get that point. Mewtwo, the last member of Here We Go Again, taking a dip, but pretty much not much space for him to play with here. He still needs to get onto shore.
Mewtwo playing this very safe and very smart indeed, knowing for the fact that there's nobody gonna swim over towards the northern side of Zaki, just taking that difficult swimming rotation. But KE on the other hand, how to get out from this crossfire. It's a battlefield on top of this hill right now. You might just walk straight into West Point Mamba and straight not even getting out of a car and just shot down by Federellas and Amos. He's been on the sniper tower for the longest time ever. Now KE don't know where to go. They have no clue where to go next. Everywhere there's going to be somebody there.
Yes, finally they have a compound, so, but unfortunately they'll be playing the rest of the round without the top. Kaya, 40% of health, safely in his compound, so they can hold on to this to the next stage at least. There's a possibility that the circle will move away from them, so they gotta be careful, they gotta plan ahead. Boy Shot all along the outside. Now the player that you don't want to lose for KE is gonna be Boy Shot. You gotta keep him alive there, hopefully he's able to get back to his teammates.
He has to be alive by himself since he's too far from his teammates. And there's going to be another team coming up very close to the side of KE, but on the other hand, ABG working out as a duo, giving such a pressure towards Falcon that they just cowered themselves towards the corners of this building right now. But Marcus trying to decide whether to go in or not, playing around side of the walls, spotted out Chan Long. But at the same time, Marcus want to flush out D2Y first. He knows for a fact there's going to be more than one person. Shroud taking a different corner. Marcus now will want to open the door, but the moment he opens the door, it's going to be somebody shooting him down. Shroud try to give support fire, but they're being surrounded. They miscalculated, but at least he responded in a swift manner. Shroud tried to pick back up Marcus, but so many players of the side of Falcon now trying to shut him down with the Blues and closing in at the same time, and very low HP. Shroud have to just revive his teammates swiftly, but they don't give him any space.
Oh, the other side.
But wait, why?
FOD, why? Why? Let him do his thing. FOD, oh no. But at least the good news for APG is that they managed to score 2 points, so their first 2 points in the finals. But FOD just had to come in from the other side.
What a nosy team. But we do have West Point Mamba. Now, you mentioned about Boyshon, he has to be alive. But he couldn't survive that long. He's being knocked down by the side of West Point Mamba just now, if I'm not mistaken. But back to the side of Sen, they're taking the high ground. So the problem with this circle is just the circle happened to be on the low ground instead. So everybody else have to climb down their high horses and just squeeze into that circle, which has been crowded by so many teams. Still have 10 teams surviving within this very unfamiliar circle of Zaki. And not just that, they're losing men one by one, limb by limb, being picked off by the teams around them.
Ooh, yes, this is where stage 5 we're talking about. So everyone's been picked off at this point, including FOD could be the next one to be picked up. And yes, it will be picked up by Chan Lo from Falcon. His teammate is just too far away to back him up, and the terrain isn't helping. But now the focus is on to getting into the circle. FOD, they have a marker, but they would still be sharing the same area with Falcon, so a fight is inevitable between these two.
Especially they took the point from Falcons under their noses just now. And Nang and the rest of FOD tried to reposition themselves as best as they could be. But they can't see anything across this small hill. The terrain is not even, it's a bit curvy. And the problem is they cannot see what's on the other side. And D2I definitely knows they are there, start to drop those nades. While West Point Mamba taking on KE at the same time. Left with only one player, Avi repositioning himself on the flank side. Might actually even spot out Cool across him down the hill. Now, he definitely saw somebody's there, but he cannot pinpoint exactly where his position is right now. Prepared with over 180 of that Scar L, hoping he will get something out of this. But the Blue Zone is not on their side. The clock's ticking at the same time. They have to climb down here. And not just that, finding themselves a great space and place to take cover from, which will be an open space the moment they climb down.
How Cool is really playing it cool down at the low ground, but Moy knows he's there, so Moy just needs to wait. Moy's just like, okay, you come to me, because the zone will put pressure on the Cool. Cool will need to move anyway. So that's going to be the point that Sin wants. But on the other side, looks like Enigma is coming in to join as well.
Oh boy, this is going to be very messy, but that was a splat from Kaler. But he was definitely being punished in the hands of Enigma the moment he just run down on somebody else just now. But Sen is not happy. They will respond to this. While Sen, Enigma, and also the side of the right side of the circle, Cass being knocked down as well. And V trying to just make do with what he can and what he have. But right now, Caps were having some difficulty to revive himself back up. But Sen, they will have to respond as well, because if they're not wrapping things up as fast as they can, less than 20 seconds will be the death for these teams to stay themselves in the blue, including FAD and Falcon, who've been sharing the same compound for the longest time.
Ooh, long range pressure onto FOD. FOD loses 2 players. And here we go. FOD, they want to seek revenge. They managed to get 1 instead. Enigma coming in from the other side. FOD still on the other side of the circle. They need to move. At the same time, Michi will be gunned down. Now we're down to the top 6 teams just like that, and we're still stage 6.
Thanks to the terrain, which is so hard for these guys to see on the other side of a mountain. But Sen managed to climb down and place himself next to West Point Mamba. A must Just the last remaining member standing for West Point Mamba as Mitch being knocked down from the back line. Avi and Sin trying to open up their angles and open up their views as well. Working as a triangle strategy. Kayla got himself in a sniper tower. Avi trying to go for the flank instead. Trying to spot anybody else from afar. But the thing is, there's going to be a street in between them. So they didn't spot out the one that closest to Sin, which on their left. That's going to be last player of West Point Mamba. If they just leave him by, he will backstab them in the very last minute. They need to shut down on Amas. Regardless of how many teams across them, they have to give attention to West Point Mamba first.
Oh, West Point Mamba, how is he going to get away from this? Amas, low ground Sin, every one of them has a high ground against him. And now they know exactly where he is as well. Okay, they're coming to find him. So it's pretty much like a hunt. But they can buy time because they're not in a rush to take him out. Right now he's on the lower ground, so anytime Sin can be the one to eliminate him.
If they're not spotting him and not giving enough, he was just slowly lurking on their side. They spot our FOD players, tapping it from afar. There's going to be like over 200 meters between them and our FOD. But Sin knows for a fact if they don't shut down on Amas, it's going to be really troublesome for them. And going switch over that DBS, but a bit too long for the range. Kayla will respond to this with a Thompson. Straying over to Amas. Amas barely. He managed to negate all the damage. But still not enough. 3 people of Sin to shut down on the last player of West Point Mamba.
Yeah, no miracle story there for Amas from the low ground, so he'll still be eliminated. We're down to the top 5 teams, ladies and gentlemen. No teams with a full squad at this point. And if we look at the circle is 50-50. It could still go up or down. And the road is going to separate these 2 areas. Long range from FOD. We have Mewtwo from the outside. Mewtwo managed to get knocked out to Spooky. Spooky is down. Teammates can still pick him up, but Mewtwo. Oh no, pressure by the blue. He can still heal himself up, but can he secure the elimination point before he goes down? Should be able to.
At the same time, he barely can just pop out from this tree just now. He knows for a fact he needs to just shut down on Enigma player. But Mewtwo, how to get out from here? Can he make it out alive? And Koopa waiting on the other end, waiting for him to pop out. But it's just too much with the blue zone on that side as well. Enigma Koopa at least got himself some consolation before he will, you know, face the inevitable by the next couple of seconds. Because he's going against the 3 teams that have more than 1 player on their side. Sin, on the other hand, having 12 eliminations in the back right now, running and gunning and just sniffing out the position. But Romeo Boy just next to Avi. Avi might spot him out the moment he just walk out this smoke. He didn't see him. He camouflaged himself. Romeo Boy. Oh, Avi shuts him down.
Oh, luckily he has backup from the other side. So Romeo Boy got eliminated anyway. And now Sin is the only team on the south side of the circle. The other teams, they're on the north side. So we can expect that Koopa... Okay, let's see what Koopa is going to do. He is the last man standing for Enigma. Does he want to go on to the other side of the road? Okay, no, he's going to hold on to his position for now. So both teams pretty much will have their own territory.
And Smokes will give away his position, but at least he will have some covers, temporary covers, until the smoke dissipates. But he's trying to spot if there's anybody right on top of those hills, but Sin already moved themselves forward and crossed those streets. And thinking about how to cross the street while FOD waiting on the other end. FOD, they do have their visions to the side of Enigma Koopa right now. Not aware that Sin is just too close for comfort. They do have a bit of a great area for FOD, taking covers with these barricades of vehicles and a couple of vegetations in between, waiting for somebody to pop their head across that hill. But there's going to be a street dividing them and the side of Sin right now, but the one that will be the game changer is definitely going to be Enigma Koopa. He's waiting for the right timing to open fire, but Koopa still finding the best sweet spot he can be in the case of the war between Sin and FOD happen to be erupting. But Sin a bit hesitant to cross the street right now.
Yeah, all these teams actually, they're just praying for the next circle to favor them. We still have stage 8 circle, and the circle, it's still 50-50. Oh no, but you know what? Koopa doesn't have enough space. Same goes for the rest of Enigma as well. So I think Koopa and Enigma will fight each other. But no, it's going to be Sin being shot at. Kayla, knocked down!
That rock is not going to be enough for him. They do have some elevations on the side of FOD. Spotted out Kayla, knock on one. It's going to be FOD taking more advantage when it comes to firepower. 3 versus 2 for Sin. But Enigma, nobody spotted him out just yet. But they do have one player to gatekeep to the side of Cooper. Now Easy will take the challenge up to the side of Cooper, trying to shut him down, and that spray happened to be a bit subpar. Easy have to let him go, while the side of Cooper just happily driving away, but Cooper caught himself in a trap. While Sin do have their members on the other end, but Cooper prepared himself with a DBS. Joseph will try to take the long fights from here on. Moy on the other hand try to fish them out with those nades, but he will not take in the bait just yet, as Easy repositioned himself a bit nearer, but almost got himself exploded with that vehicle just now.
Yeah, gotta be careful there. Oh, Cooper miraculously still survived. I do a crossover to the other side where Sin is waiting. Now Sin is the one tossing nades onto him, but Sin's not gonna expend everything. They're gonna put more focus onto the other side, but Cooper is still the target. And now they know that Cooper is there. Nades are still being tossed at him. Cooper doesn't have much space to work with. It's a matter of time before one nade will land on the Cooper.
It's all about timing.
Wow!
Man. Do they have enough? He barely make it alive. He got himself a sweet spot. Just a tiny one. Didn't actually take him by the molly. But Sin, on the other hand, slowly trying to close the gap between them and FOD. FOD is not making it easy for them. But Sin, on the other hand, like it or not, they have to face the inevitable. They have to force the fight anyway, because this is going to be the last circle ever be for these 3 teams right now. But Cooper managed to hang on this long by himself. That's already more than enough respect from me. But hey, FOD, FV, take it on Joseph fifth. Finish off him straight away. There's going to be 2v3, 3v3. For the side of FOD and Sin, but Enigma finally being finished off in the last minute. Got himself in the 3rd place, but Easy spotted out where is FV and responded well as FV didn't whiff. But how? Sin won just now. Where are the other 2 players?
Wow, I guess it's just off-angle shots from Sin that they managed to finish up the last few players of FOD. And they got the chicken dinner, so that means I got my first prediction correct for today. So Sin, main team, chicken dinner winners of our match number 3 inside of Erangel. But a good opening there by Sin. I mean, they knew, so FOD, they were kind of clumped up, but Sin, because they opened and they know that they're confident to open the moment they eliminated Cooper. That means that no one's on their right side. And when they opened, they got multiple angles onto FOD. FOD had nowhere to run.
I'm surprised FOD, they had that golden opportunity when they knocked down on one of the players of FV from afar, but decided not to do anything out of it and just waited on the other end. They know for a fact there's no more circles, but just now you have to give it to FV. 7 eliminations with 1000 over for his damage output. This guy, he just flanked so well for the team just now. He didn't miss. His sprays was just on point. It was incredible.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're still looking to see if anyone will break that individual record of 10 eliminations. So far 7 is close enough. But then again, Sin, this is the Sin that we know of. They were super aggressive in week number 2. And now coming into week number 3, it took them this game to show their thing again. The most throwables used in this round is by Sin. 38, 32, and 5. And it's not like they lasted with a full squad for a long time. It's like 30 minutes, 39 seconds. They had to play as a trio, but they still managed to get the chicken dinner.
But HWG, almost every single game for today, they have been performing so well if you compare with their league stage during that time. But also coming up from Enigma, Cooper just now, being a solo squad, how he being just ambushed by team after team. He managed to, you know, his wittiness plays such a big part in it. He just negate all this damage and get himself in a very unusual spot that nobody can actually take him down. But PBE side, on the other hand, a lot of problems for them. They tried, we can see their effort, but it just didn't turn out so well.
Yeah, PBE. This is still considered their best round in the 3 rounds that we have seen, but it's still not enough. I would expect a lot more from PBE, especially if they have a player that got a bronze medalist during the recent SEA Games, that is Mon Boy. So still looking for them to make that PBE sort of comeback from before. But anyway, 6 points is not too bad. But 17 eliminations for Sin, 27 total points. That's more than double the second place Enigma.
Mark 9 also TJOA. Unfortunately for TJOA, they are sort of in a very tough spot here. We're talking about multiple times the entire day of grand finals day number 1. They're having some difficulty to make any point out of it. But on the side of Sin, this is one scary team. They are the team that once they start to have their steamroll, you know, that kind of a run, they keep it going because they are still holding the record of the most eliminations by a team. 23 the last time we can recall it. But we're talking about Sen, they just pushed down HWG, but hey, surprise, YG, regardless of how they're not popping off as flashy as they per usual play, but they still maintain number 1 spot and still have a gap in between.
Yeah, still up there. Okay, a gap of now it's 9 points. Yeah, so it could still be swapped later on, but looking at how YG is performing now, we can expect them to be up there. But we will be playing again in Erangel after this. So in case you just joined us for the finals, yes, it's going to be 6 games today. It's not going to be your usual 5 games from the league. So make sure you prepare yourself for an extra game today. So it's going to be Erangel round 3. I mean, it's going to be... It feels like a rinse and repeat for these teams. Maybe we'll get a slow Erangel start and towards like 3-4, then we'll see a lot of fights happening.
So far, a lot of chickens taken over by the Philippine team so far. Out of 3 maps we've played, 2 of them coming up from the Philippine region, with Orame Bro taking the first and the third game by Sin. But YG has been very consistent for the entire day. They got themselves always the top 5 every single time, and even when they are in the top 5, they didn't go empty-handed. We're talking about them at least getting themselves 2, 3, or maybe even up to 5 points of eliminations. But Sen, this is a team that do have that kind of, you know, such a increase of performance within a very short time. Like in one game, they can just shoot it up with maybe 20-ish up to that point of eliminations. They can do that. This is Sin. But so far, the one that has been very quiet, we're talking about GE here. GE, surprisingly, they're supposed to be their forte when it comes to the grand finals. They love the sprint instead of the marathon. But in the league, if you compare with last season and this season, it's sort of you know, contradicting what they're delivering.
Yeah, you know what it feels like last season it was West Point Mamba in the league, they were superb, and then when it comes to the grand finals, then it's like it feels like GE is having that sort of moment right now. Of course, we are like just 3 games. Okay, we got a lot more games, but I mean, if you want to be the champions, you always want to have a good start, right? And that kind of start is not the start that GE definitely would have wanted. And if GE doesn't become the champion this season, meaning that they don't go to PMSL, meaning that there is a high possibility that they won't get the slot to PMGC as well.
Oh, that's a lot at stake for these guys. We do know it's going to be their life is on the line as well. But Osja Esports is another team that we don't see a lot today. I mean, like, they've been eliminated way early on if you compare with KE. Even West Point Mumba, we do see them popping off here and there, especially when it comes to picking off some players when it comes to rotating. FOD, we saw their performance just now, still maintain the top 5, but Osja Esports is... I'm surprised. They are like Sen in that sense, you know. They are very aggressive. They might actually have one map that is really steamrolling everybody else. But this time, it just feels like they're being toned down entirely in the grand finals.
Yeah, we don't get to see like how they popped off during the league stages for Osja Esports, and plus they have a lot of potential in them. I mean, we're talking about like people like Skylin, gold medalists, SEA Games from the solo match, still trying to find their mark here. It feels also like having the GE thing running in there. At least for Sin, because they got this chicken dinner, it's like, okay, cool. So Sin is out of that. But we, like in our predictions, like I think our predictions today, they are all those top guns. At least half of them, I think they're still finding their footing in the finals.
Maybe just try to familiarize with the new tactic they have in the grand finals, because nobody else is actually play how they play the grand finals during the league stage, because they want to save it for later. But speaking of which, we do have some big announcement on PMSL on Sunday. So I don't know what it is. We have no clue what it will be. So stay tuned. I don't know what will be. How big can it be? An announcement that can change the entirety of PMSL.
Well, one thing's for sure, by Sunday, we will know which team goes on to PMSL, because all the other regions, they will end their respective PMPL by Sunday as well, which is the same day. So I guess that's one possibility. And maybe when is PMSL exactly? Maybe where is PMSL? I don't know. We just need to wait and see, I guess.
I feel like there's going to be a change of format, maybe possibly for PMSL, for them to actually give us this suspense, to have the announcement on Sunday. You know, we hate the fact that we have to wait something to happen to see if there's any cause of change later on for PMSL, which shows that this PMSL will be different from the last PMSL, the first one PMSL ever, and this only the second one. They already have this big announcement.
Yep. I'm trying to act like I don't know, you know. It's like, yes, yes, it's going to be very different, yes.
Oh, you know something.
Yes, it's very different, yes.
Don't leave me in the dark, man.
I need to off the lights first before I tell you, you know. Okay, no, don't, guys, don't think of it the other way.
PM me later.
Yeah, this one is what we call side PM, you know. But for you guys out there, we don't know. So you guys gotta stay tuned for Sunday.
I honestly, I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. Sincerely don't know. I mean, like, maybe Cloud do have a clue about that, but you know, I will wait after the end of the show to ask him personally what is happening. But back towards PMSL, there's only one slot available for these guys. GE got the last season, and they were not great in the last season league. But this is where it's supposed to be they are the masters of it, but feels like they're being shut down entirely by so many teams. Just like it was Sen shutting down on GE, and not just that, it feels like GE do have a target behind their back, because all the teams try to shut them down every way possible.
That reminds me, we always talk about this theory, right? Like, if you do well early, and in this case early is the league stages, like when it comes to finals, everyone's like, okay, we gotta find a way to stop them from doing well. So maybe that's what's happening to GE now. So I guess, yeah, that's the case. Maybe theory.
In that case, GE need to go back to the drawing board to just reassess the situation, knowing for the fact they have the target behind them, and maybe trying to find themselves a different drop spot. I'm not surprised if some teams happen to be changing their drop spot just for this reason, because that happened multiple times for these teams. They have to resort to change to something that they haven't done before. So maybe they will bring that up maybe on the second or the third day, because we're still in the first day of grand finals, yes, but the gap is not a joke. We're talking about the gap start to widen up by now, and YG still stand at number 1. Before this, it was just like, what, 1 point as a start, right? A couple of points. Now slowly it's just opening up the gap even further, and especially if being eliminated first when you're number 1, they open up so many opportunities for the other team to catch up with you.
Yeah, let's see how far the gap can be after this, because if YG becomes the SEA champion, it is the first time, if in my at least in recent times that I could remember, YG becomes the champion. So
that's true. I mean, like, just to, you know, back that up, YG never been in the champion for Wildcard ever, if I'm not mistaken as well.
Yeah, so that's true. Yeah, so if they can beat, then it's going to be historic for them as well. I mean, I would love to see Magna going up. Yes, they are not at the bottom right now, but for them to catch up to YG, who not only performing, but because of the points gap, they need to do a lot of work to be up there.
But YG is a legacy team. We know them since the birth of PUBG Mobile Professional League as well. So they need some sort of, you know, achievement. And after investing the entirety of youth in the game itself, they need to have something out of it. But speaking of the other teams as well, we don't talk enough about HWG. Now, here we go again. It's another surprising team in the grand finals. They are not this aggressive in the league.
Yeah, they're very different. I think they really only show themselves in week 1 they didn't really show themselves. Week 2, starting of week 2, nobody really notices. And then somewhere around the middle of week 2, it's like they just went all the way. It's like, hey, where did this team come from? And they were the team, actually, they were fighting for their survival to come into the finals today. And not only they obviously fought for their survival, but they also fought it in style. It's like they went all the way up, and they continue on their momentum to today, which is great looking at them, because we always like to see these kind of surprise stories. And if a team like that could get the championship, who knows? Maybe they'll have a change of an org after this. Somebody will pick them up. But let's see them prove themselves in Erangel.
Here we go again, our last Erangel map of day number 1, the grand finals of PMPL SEA Wildcard. And this is the last time for them. We have the same flight path as we did the past few maps. It's gonna be on the Northern Circle again. And we had almost Zaki just now. I mean, like, we're super happy about that. At least we landed up somewhere that we've never seen before.
Okay, so since we got an almost Zaki now, the only one that's left is military base. So I think this will be the best time. You know, we already got like somewhere in the middle, we got somewhere on top, and now somewhere at the bottom. Perfect combination.
Man, I feel like we might end up on the northern side again. I'm not surprised if we ended up on top of Savani or shooting range once more, because, you know, it's kind of a similar pattern, so high chance it will be a very similar circle around that area. But I don't know, still a lot of teams dropping on SMB still, hoping that it will be their circle as a start. But it's an RNG thing, right? It's out of our control. All we can do is just adapt to it.
You remind me of back in the day where when we cast, like, the viewers would think that casters have control on the circle. It was way back.
Oh well, we do have Medusa intersection this time, not too far from south, but at least it's going downwards. So we do have something on north, something on the middle, something on the south, but West Point Mumbai having a bit of fun times with G-Lab right now. But 2 Pro have nothing on him. Same goes for Michi. At least Mix secure himself some vehicle, but Newbie got himself a Micro Uzi. It's been a while we've seen Micro Uzi in action.
Yeah, it's been a while. Micro Uzi, just enough bullets for him to finish off Michi. So first blood for Game Lab this time, and Newbie secures it. Good thing he has that. If not, Michi would have gotten away.
Yeah. I mean, like, both teams were having difficulties with their loot just now. And a couple of compounds barely got enough to supply more than one person. But aside of G-Lab, well, at least they got themselves some consolation as a start. On the side of West Point Mumbai, unfortunate, yes. Managed to land himself one vehicle, and that's going to be just a motorbike. But KE on top of Pachinki. Now, nobody challenging KE on top of Pachinki. I'm super surprised nobody's trying to fight Pachinki over this.
Well, maybe like what you say, right? Pachinki is no longer like the must-take compound anymore. It's like, yeah, we can do without Pachinki. It's fine. I guess that's how the meta really shifted for the teams, and Pachinki is no longer that focal point. Yeah, if I remember during week 2 as well, like nobody really contested for Pachinki. So Pachinki was kind of free for one team. If not, it's just free. That's all.
It was heavily contested in week number 1. That's it. Against Harame Bro versus KE. But, you know, maybe Pachinki don't have enough DBS. So they want to go places where they do have abundance of DBS. That's the meta, right? That's the strategy these days. So this guy's just going to go for DBS and 1 Scar L or 1 DP28, or they're lucky enough they got a Mini 14. And M416, but yeah, I mean, like, Pachinki have such a luxurious amount of loot for these guys. It's more than enough to supply even over one team, like maybe even 2, but surprisingly nobody trying to drop himself there.
Yeah, no DBS, no deal. It's like, we'll go left, oh, no DBS. You go right, no DBS. I mean, how often do you see, now that I think about it, how often do you see KE with a DBS? Ooh! Boat ride! Wow, okay, this is rare. And even though it's like a land circle, but it's still a boat ride Game Lab. But this is where it gets difficult. You got West Point Mumbai looking for revenge.
They're definitely not happy about their members being finished off, but West Burmese after that audio cue they heard from those boat navigation by side of G-Lab, placing themselves right on top of this bridge for now, waiting for them to pick out. For G-Lab, I'm not sure what were they thinking, but now they trap themselves underneath this bridge, where they're trying to surround every angle possible for West Burmese. But remind me again, how many teams dropping right on top of SMB? I think it's around 2 or 3 teams nearby as well.
Yeah, it's about that number. So I guess 3 is just a little bit too crowded. Hence we see Game Lab now suffering the consequences. As Mix will get it, Federas will finish off 2 pro, only 1 left. So at least that's revenge settled by West Burmese. Now it's about topping up from the revenge, and definitely they'll be looking for that 1 point because they are in the running for the number 1.
G-Lab on the other hand is a bit awkward for them. I'm surprised they took this rotation with a boat instead. Well, they actually can flee out of the grasp of West Burmese before, but just placing themselves in the center of West Burmese again. And we do have another 2 players of G-Lab now waiting on the other end of the bridge. Mix have his eyes onto them. Federal is trying to finish off Scardy, who's still swimming underneath that bridge and trying to find a way to shut down with an AKM. Tossing his first hand grenade down to a side of G-Lab player who's closing the distance. Verma's giving a support fire from the back. Mix need to reload, but before he can even do that, been knocked down instead.
Ooh, okay, Federales will be the one to finish the last one off, so Mix will be picked up. Yeah, I do agree, like what you say, like it's unusual rotation. And not to say that it's bad, it's just unusual because, you know, sometimes you do something that people don't expect. It might be a good thing, but just what happened, they got caught up by West Burmese because they had to awaken the snakes.
I mean, if they park themselves not under that bridge, they do have more space to swim over towards the shoreline, but it's just for all the places it has to be there. On the side of Sen, on the other hand, Romeo boy trying to figure out a way to see them from the shoreline or the coast, while YG a bit distracted to a side of FV, who got himself the last MVP just now happened to be swimming for his life. I'm not sure where are the rest of Sin. We can see nobody else is giving a support fire to FV. I think they were trying to just separate themselves to gain information and just getting themselves the loot that they needed. Have to be caught in the process of, you know, loot jumping from one compound to the other.
Yeah, I guess maybe they're not happy with their loot yet, so that's why they're still doing that. And that's okay. I mean, we're still stage 1, right? So YG is doing exactly that too. But they just so happen to get that 1 elimination point. So that's a bonus for YG. A good start for them. Now they have a 10-point lead against Sin. But Sin is the type that likes to come in a little bit later. So if we see action from Sin, then normally it's like stage 3 onwards, whereby they come in from the outside to the inside. Whoever's in front of them, they will take out to gather the elimination points. I think inside of Irago they'll be able to do that. And also just to add on, that Sin, when they got the 23 record-breaking elimination per round, it was inside Irago too.
YG, like you mentioned, there's an opportunity for them to just open up the gap even further. But speaking of consolation, right, it feels like the same awkward situation, just like how we saw G-Lab early on. I'm a bit surprised where are the rest of Sin really, but it's just FV is just so separated. But we do have TGOA versus Harami Bro. Range still a bit far, but we do have a very interesting circle against. Are we ending up on top of School once more?
Ooh, School will be interesting. And one of my favorite compounds, if it has to be a compound, but TGOA, the guys of Asia. When will they secure their first? Okay, they managed to get their first point finally in the finals. But they're not done yet. They were going in for the rush. But the DBS is there. And that is it. That is it for the pros. Only managed to get one for the guys of Asia. Only managed to get 1 point out of the 4 rounds that they played.
It feels like sort of a repeating mistake coming from TGOA. Every single time they walk themselves into that compound, they're not having enough information who's actually in there. At this point, they're going to be somebody else in the compound inside of Austria Esports. They know for a fact there's going to be APG running here. They already shut down on one, but Shroud responded with that molly. Skyny taking on Exit on the ground. Left with only Sonic on the side of APG right now, with Marcus left with only maybe resetting himself with that first aid. But Marcus playing around the corner, but he whiffed it. A bit support, close enough, but no way. Marcus gaining it back, but not going to be enough for him to have two people to fight against him. Left with only Sonic standing right now to fight against Puff Puff. Austria Esports is running low when it comes to manpower as well.
Ooh, Sonic. Oh, the nade onto Sonic. 10% of health left. He needs to reset, but I don't think he'll have time. Nade tossed into the building just to buy himself some time. Comes in for the off angle. Goes in for the reset. But now they're coming. Oh, wait. Look at the minimap. There's another team actually approaching Sonic. Managed to reset himself. Goes in for the pro shot. Beautifully done by Sonic. Beautiful pro shot. It's been a while since I've seen such a pro shot. Nicely done.
What a turn of events here coming up from APG, but this is attracting KE. Kaya happened to be around the corner. Now he just gave away his position as well as Sonic can see he was there. But Kaya can see as well they're both gonna toss the same angle of hand grenade, but Kaya straight in the line of sight to give Sonic such a clear view. But coming up from behind, Boy Sean as always delivers. It's going to be APG running down and being eliminated, and we're left with only 12 teams. But KE, there was a nice crossfire, but close enough for APG. Still managed to secure themselves 5 eliminations.
You can always depend on Boy Sean in such situation. It was just too bad that he had to lose one player. But anyway, it's still a win. A point's a point, they'll take it. So stage 2, 12 teams. I mean, it's running pretty fast as compared to the round before, despite the circle still on the main island.
Back to SFOD. I think it has been very quiet, but we might end up on top of school again. Never mind, it's a bit on the right side, but we do have PBE and GE taking the center this time. KE coming up, but look at the potato hills of Pachinki. We're talking about KE. Devon is just standing there right now, gatekeeping that side against Harami, bro. But West Point Mamba and KE happen to be moving in the same direction. They might actually have a clash right now on the southern side. And things will get super massive if they start to fight, because there's going to be more than 2 teams down there. We're talking about maybe 4 to 5 teams happen to be in the same corner.
Yeah, I guess it's going to be crowded there, and it's going to be exciting for us as viewers, of course. And we got about 20 seconds before the zone closes, and I guess that's where the teams will really clash with each other. But you know what? Speaking about the teams, Magna is the only team down there in the bottom 4 that is still alive.
They try to change some of their rotations. They're playing it very safe here. On the side of Sen, they're not showing any sign of slowing down, even though they lost one manually. On Holy Lanju managed to secure 1 knockdown. But I'm not sure if they managed to translate it into 1 elimination point. But back to the side of West Point Mumbai, to taking this very small apartment right now. It might actually be visited by the side of KE or even Falcon on this side, but at least Falcon is a bit too busy against KE right now. That West Point Mumbai do have the time and space to just analyze what's surrounding them. But we do have another team coming up from the back, I think. But KE have to open up the space. It's going to be Enigma across them. The top just making sure there's nobody across the street just now, just in case they're being backstabbed by these guys.
And also trying to find a high ground angle just to gather more information. And he does have it against Falcon. Boyshot tapping away, putting pressure on the Falcon. Falcon on the other side of the rope, but there's GE as well, the high ground. Boyshot's tap landed onto the members of GE. And KE and GE, man, if they clash with each other, it's going to be Saha all over again.
And Boyshot spraying, hoping it will land on any players of Falcon. Goblin got knocked down, finished off by Mix instead. West Point Mamba having these guys rush straight into the compound right now. Will greet them warmly with this hand grenade, but that hand grenade just now will be their demise. West Point Mamba down to only 1 player left. Hummus is just too low to do something about this, but at least they managed to stand tall and defend their compound, their home ground here as Falcon. The entire team being decimated by the hands of West Point Mamba, but they're not done yet. We still have 2 teams lurking around, including KE, right across them. But lucky enough, they didn't rush in here. If they did, West Point Mamba cannot even see another day.
Oh yeah, West Point Mamba. Plus the smoke doesn't help them from seeing incoming vehicles. But the good news is that nobody really rushed out to them. Everyone's just holding for the next piece of the circle. West Point Mamba still has it. Circle pretty much in the center. And GE, finally, a decent start of a round for them. They have the circle with the high ground. They're okay so far. The same goes for PBE. They have the circle too. So these few teams that didn't do well in the previous round, not too bad this time.
Yeah, GE did have the circle back then as well, but it happened to be a lot of teams going in at the same time. It's just so hard for them to have a grasp about the rush coming up from very different angles at the same moment. FOD taking their time to cross over into the circle, but Magna greater PBE, they're taking the crate this time. We do know this place is one of the strongest defending hole for them, and now they're taking and make use out of it, and PBE trying to snatch this place out of their hands, but Magna responded swiftly. Maul tried to take covers after that spray is coming up just right in his face. Toki bleeding out will be saved by Boy, who tried to distract these guys from rushing in, but they're going in anyway. Raimon, what a valiant effort and a very bold move as well, but Boy will revive the rise of Magna. They're trying to just make sure they give support fire as long as they need. Raimon too low, but Boy knocked down instead. Toki at least back up, but PBE, they're still trying to go inside that smoke. Left with Raimon, who's trying to reset H2R, making the play in the smoke instead.
Okay, H2R now goes in for a 2v1. Toki gets knocked down onto Cole. And now it's going to be Boy against the world. 1v2. Wait a second. Okay, Boy is down as well. Okay, on the other side. Is it going to be... Who's that going to be? Oh, it's going to be Labo. Okay, last man, Labo. He's on the other pit though, so he doesn't have the right information. But GE and FOD, here we go.
GE already waiting for this rush, but not prepared for this kind of rush with the entire cavalry right in the face of West and Master Ichi, both knocked down on their knees. Easy and Joseph still standing at the back line, but Nigma is bringing behind their back. But wait, how? GE saved by the grace of another team just now. They have to thank YG for that. FOD being finished off YG instead of GE.
Wow, I know, right? Oh man, that is... Of course, YG will be happy to take the points, but GE survives because of them. Wow, that's a really lucky one. But can Labo be as lucky now that Raimon is onto him? Labo gets away from the pit. 20% health. Labo, one last stick of health left. But no first aids, depending on bandages.
And even that was the last bandage just now. He got nothing else to work with. Labo, I don't know how he can get out from here. How he can get out from this with Raimon already cooking up the nade, throwing over this side, and YG compressing on the other end. Labo in a place where nobody wants to be at his receiving end. And Romeo Boy and Andrew, a bit careful. They spotted out PBE players just now with Sin breathing behind the necks of PBE. They want to finish off the one in the center, but if they walk into that crate, they'll be sharing the same fate as Magna at the same time, because PBE do have those elevations to give advantage onto. But Romeo Boy tossing over that nade towards his side. Labo still got himself some barricades. Switch over, never mind. Finish off by YG Andrew with that nade.
Yeah, YG will say thank you for bringing him to us. And with a nade, they secure another elimination point. Already 4 elimination points for YG, playing as a trio. The circle did move away. The pros in the circle, together with the compound, GE in the circle as well. But I guess this time where we start to worry for some of the teams on the left side of the road. If the circle closes away from them, getting across, we all know that story.
Back to it's a story of YG. We're not done yet. They still have 3 players. Now PBE, will they want to part ways and try to take a back seat for a bit and wait for the third party opportunity, or will they try to force themselves to take this fight? Sen Moy got themselves those elevations, giving so much intel towards the rest of the roster. They reposition themselves, taking the vehicle up, maybe to join alongside with Moy to go in a better positioning. But the moment they leave this place here, they will open themselves up to an Enigma. Happen to be at the back line. They're driving all the way back. and trying to find himself a better positioning towards the circle as well, making a bit of a U-turn just to see if there's any other team tailing them from behind. Now back towards where they started, but now placing themselves next to Raimon of PBE, who happens to be leaving, but not really leaves, going straight into their crosshair.
Oh, but Raimon managed to get away. Oh my goodness, that was a close one there for Raimon. Sin, 3 players, 1 car. We have seen it before. It never ends up well. Let's hope that they will be able to survive that. But now GE going up against YG. YG winning the fight. They take out West. Only 1 left to go. It's going to be Zai. He's on the other building.
Zai, the last remaining member for GE right now, fighting for his life. For YG, get him surrounded every way possible, even jumping out with those shotguns to shut him down, but the wall is separating them, playing ring around the rosy between these two teams. GE Zai 2v1, trying to hope that one shot from those DBS will make wonderful work for him, but Andrew had it enough, tossed that molly, but in the end of the day, it's going to be Sin. HWG finishes off GE from the back.
Yeah, and anyways, that was on the outside, meaning that the zone would land onto him at some point, but you don't want to give it to the zone, you want the points for yourself. So now YG already has 5 elimination points, but for Sin, losing players, KE will be happy to take those points.
Arami, bro, is the one that they should watch out here. Same goes for HWG. Now, we talked about HWG, how aggressive they can get. They still have the full squad, and the only team having a full squad right now.
Oh yeah, man, that's a good point. I wonder where they are across the map. They should be on the clear right now because we see majority of the teams, like, okay, on north, 3 teams there. In the middle, somewhat we know which team. So I guess that, here we go again, they're on the other side of the road. Okay, we should have a visual now. Okay, KE is here, Enigma is there. HWG, where are they? Oh, they are on the north side. Okay.
KE trying to open up the angle as much as they can, splitting themselves into 2-1 just now. The top will reunite with the rest of the roster while getting into the southern side of the circle. Happen to be having an airdrop in between, so that can give them some covers when they walk into that circle from the southern part where Enigma is gatekeeping them. HWG on the other hand having a very clear path into that circle, but those elevations across that street will have them a bit of a headache how to face these guys if they're already waiting them up on top of these hills.
Yeah, the high ground definitely will be a good advantage for them, but I guess they don't really have the numbers still. Interestingly, Enigma is still in this, so Enigma now on the south side will be unchallenged, and they have a compound. I guess this is where Enigma will start to pray that hopefully the circle will favor them because the compound can be a fortress, and they still have full vehicles still, so they are arguably one of the good positions. But okay, keep your eye onto HWG as well as KE. Now HWG needs to get across, and KE already parked themselves, so they'll be gatekeeping HWG from coming.
By HWG, I think they have more than enough smoke. They are not that aggressive before. They have been very quiet. Got 2 eliminations in the back. Definitely their resources is quite full in their back as well right now. Yatka greeted by that Molotov just on the side of KE, but we do have Enigma now coming up from KE is his back line. Now KE, their attention being divided into 2 ways here, whether to take on HWG or towards the side of Enigma. Now if they split their attention and focus towards all 2 different parts, it's going to be a bit of a problem for KE. One, because HWG do have a full squad. Another one, Enigma is also having a trio. So they have to have all men on deck for the side of KE. Now YG start closing the gap as well, but they do have PBE to deal with at first. But the one that actually on the southern part is going to be a bit too crowded. The KE want to play as quiet as possible, waiting for Enigma to make a first move. But Enigma having their eyes right tight on KE. They couldn't even pick out right now, and there's going to be a small hill of a bump there that dividing these guys from HWG vision.
Yeah, the terrain is going to be rough between these two, so to get good visual, nah, it's going to be hard. I guess that's what, I guess to a certain extent as well, HWG, they're popping the smoke just as an insurance policy so that KE doesn't spot them out for sure. But I guess the next focus will be YG as well as PBE on the north side. They are facing each other, they are holding utilities. Koopa knocks down the top, okay. That's a shot from the other side. Could HWG take advantage of this? But hey, looks like Enigma has arrived.
At the same time, giving the window for the side of HWG to be the clean-up team. But Enigma running down on the side of KEQB. Open up the smokes. And now down to the side of KE. They're being eliminated out of the equation. Now we're left with only 5 teams. But the rest of HWG want to take advantage of this. Now shifting their vision. All focus on the northern side, like you mentioned before. It's going to be PBE versus YG that attracted too much unwanted attention, while Romeo Boy tried to part ways from the smoke, and PBE a bit devastated that it cannot shut down the side of YG, and H2 are bleeding out, left with only Raimon. Now HWG, Harami Bro is there. Now Mam already parked himself, being the frontliner for the team, and Romeo Boy, how will he respond? Few spraying randomly in those smoke, hoping to clip on somebody, but Imam spotted out QB, can hear the audio cue coming from those vehicles. Few on the other hand, having the high grounds, not inside the circle, but the blue zone will shrink any time now.
Ooh, 20 more seconds to go before the zone closes. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens at the north, since we still have a good number of players on the outside of the circle. The bros still not letting go of PBE. They are looking at the small few especially. And Raimon happened to be there. Raimon's still not out of this yet. Raimon is the furthest away. Hence, he will be the first one to receive the wrath of the blue. As speaking about the blue is closing now.
PBE last player, if he don't start to budge, he will just turning himself out from this last map of Erangel. You have to make some sort of a placement or reposition himself to get himself just close enough towards the edge of the circle, but Romeo Boy would not make it easy for PBE. Bro, on the other hand, have to deal with Enigma. HWG have a high chance of winning this chicken. They might score another chicken for the day of the Grand Finals Day 1.
Okay, zone close. Let's see who will be the next one to go down. Look, and it's going to be QB, but he's not out yet. YG still finding their next target. Raimon just across. Okay, but before that, it's going to be MM. Almost ran over. MM ready with the DBS. You don't go in with the DBS in your opponent just like that right in front. MM will finally be shot down with an opponent on the other side, and it's going to be Caps capping it off. Enigma can still reset as a trio.
At least he got himself some consolation coming out from the side of MM just now, but Caps and Enigma left with only one player. Caps just keep tossing those smoke grenade, hoping he can build a bridge of smoke to go over to a side of QB and pick him back up to his feet, but there's another team eyeing them out. Very close. It's going to be ranged from Harame Bro. On the side of HWG, they are not taking any action just yet. YG left with only 2 players. The only one that have a high chance of winning this will be the full squad HWG. But Rage still have to fight in him. Try to shut down an Enigma, but he have 2 angle to cover for himself. He need to climb up there, but the moment he try to climb up, Enigma will try to shoot him down. QB will be back up his feet. Same goes for Caps. At least they still have 2 players to work around the side of Enigma. But HWG now taking the fight against YG. And they will deny their entry towards the last few circles. We were talking about the last circle, yes. 9 more seconds to go. The Blues will help them like hell this time.
Ooh, Romeo Boy, last man for Yango Galacticos here on the outside. Enigma making their move towards HWG. Could they be the one to backstab HWG and indirectly save the last member of Yango Galacticos? QB with the nade, prepping it up. It's going in for a low toss, high toss onto Yatka. But it does not connect, it does not land. QB doesn't have much time because he went outside the zone.
All Caps, not much space. 1 rock in between. Even the vehicle is actually in the blue zone. If you want to hop in, it will be half of his HP gone just to get into the vehicle, and that's what happened really. But back to the side of HWG, Alpha got himself just the perfect sweet spot that he needs to be, with the support fire from Mewtwo from behind as well. They got everything covered for HWG. They got majority of the circle as well, as Romeo Boy still on the high ground. But Mewtwo knows exactly where he's at. Same goes for Alpha 7. Yahiko have his eyes onto the side of Enigma. Alongside with Alpha as well. They try to wait for Enigma to climb up the hill. But Range, on the other hand, not being given enough attention. He can just backstab these guys. But Yaka, too close to his Romeo Boy. But the hill in between them will separate temporarily. Open up the smoke. hoping for them to blind their opponents on the other side, but the Blue Zone is not helping either of these teams right now.
Yeah, we're at stage 9 and it's over close entirely now. Teams making their move. Yakka will be knocked down by QB from afar. Enigma now exposing themselves. Mewtwo tosses a nade onto Enigma's side. Mewtwo tried to fend off 2 different angles as Mewtwo picks up his teammate.
HWG have too many angles to cover for themselves. Caps cooking up the nade switch over to the rifles, but being run down with the guys. QB coming in with the rush, but the Blue Zone just slowly burning them all alive. Mewtwo trying to help on Yakka, but at the same time, there's somebody else on top of them. It's going to be the side of YG. Romeo Boy trying to wait for the advantage, but Mewtwo have to flee. He have to build his friends. Range will be charged in by the side of YG. Romeo Boy won that fight, that duel between these two guys brawling over for one spot. But now we're left with only still 4 teams, but maybe make it now even 2. Romeo Boy, can he clutch 1v3?
Well, 1v3. Let's go, Romeo Boy. He's at the lower ground though. Mewtwo comes in with MG3 and the nade will finish him off as well in case the MG3 doesn't connect. And it's going to be here we go again with the chicken dinner. Another somewhat of a surprise that they got a chicken dinner, but great pleasant surprise knowing that a team like this that was on the rise during the league continuing on their consistency, and here we go again.
I mean, like, I'm not surprised with this outcome based on their performance just now. Having a full squad, it wasn't the cleanest because some of them been finished off by the players. Surprisingly, these guys, Enigma and also YG, just rushed into HWG thinking, you know what, we need to take the fight anyway rather than just standing still there. But HWG, their positioning, their tactical just now paid off. They were taking the space where nobody else is there, and they're trying to take the fight from long shots instead. I'm not sure how much the entire tabulated scores for the side of HWG for now, but Mewtwo, back then he was a SKR player alongside with Yahiko. Now finally he jumping back on the train, got himself this MVP. But you know what, he should one, he got one, but he got himself 400 over damage and 3 eliminations. I think that pretty much justified the damage dished out.
Ooh, okay, Mewtwo, he's been popping up this round, not gonna lie, so for him to get the MVP, great indeed. And now, HWG, obviously they maintain a full squad the longest, but for the pros, they are still up there. Despite only having a full squad for 8 minutes 34 seconds, but they still managed to slide in onto the top 4.
I mean, like, regardless, we didn't actually talk about them too much when it comes to the grand finals on day number 1. These guys don't really pop off when it comes to the league itself, but when it comes to grand finals, they know exactly what to pull out their best trump cards down there. But G-Lab, as per usual, they have been engaging so early on, but they had the upper hand before. This is really awkward with that vote just now.
Here's the highlights. At least in this highlights, we do get to see APG landing a really good fight here. Sonic, that was a beautiful pro shot, not gonna lie. But he had to go up against Boyshon, who came in from the side. If it's not because of Boyshon, that would have been a great solo showing from him.
Speaking of which, it happened to be the circle in an open terrain with a lot of kills in between these uneven grounds, making it so hard for the teams to know exactly where are the others. And HWG happens to be having the most man in this case. But yeah, I mean, like, it was a difficult circle to begin with, right? We do know for a fact it has been a lot of northern side of the circle, but they still scored themselves several eliminations. The last time I saw them, they only scored themselves 2 eliminations when they were still having a full squad, while they're not being disrupted by any other teams on the northern side. But they scored themselves still enough to be up there, because last time we saw them in overall rankings, they were in the top 3 still.
Yeah, they are. Okay. How far did they go? We'll get to know after this one. But because Yangon Galacticos, they also had a decent round with 13 points, still consistent. That means number 1 spot is definitely still theirs. So that's for sure. It's just the number 2 spot. Okay, we get a confirmation now. HWG at number 2 with 10-point difference from YG, and then 10 points difference with Sin. A little bit of a gap there.
Last time we saw them in the previous round was 9 points in between. It's not that much of a difference. It just shows that YG and HWG having the same vibe when it comes to their objectives of the day. You know what? We don't want to be too aggressive now. We want to just play a bit more safer and try to survive in the top 5 or top 6. Then we start to fire. But the one that actually been pushed down, way down, having a initial bonus point in the mids, which was GE, now been pushed down to 8th place. This is a lot of push on the side of GE. They are tumbling down as we speak.
Jack and GE went up the hill, fetch a pail of water. Jack goes down, and you guys know the nursery rhyme, okay? Goes tumbling down. But well, I mean, we are only like what 4 games, and I guess GE, you know what? GE will be happy that Erangel is done, because I think they really struggle inside Erangel. In fact, in general, throughout the day, so far it's not really their day. But after this, we'll be back for Miramar. But before that, as usual, we'll be taking a breather together with the teams. See you guys after this break.
What a start for our grand finals in the PMPL Wildcard South Asia Grand Finals Day 1 in the fall season. Now, I'm thinking it's going to be Cloud, but who would have thought HWG, the one actually being the Cinderella story, happened to be quiet in the league, now suddenly taking the number 1, number 2 spot. YG and HWG not even letting GE to pop their head up there.
Yeah, and if you think about it, right? No Cambodian team so far getting a chicken dinner, and so far in our day it's all different chicken dinners, so it's nice to see that everyone getting a piece of the chicken dinner for now at least. But after this, of course, we'll be going into Myanmar. It's probably going to be a different kind of setting. And if I remember last season, GE was, they really like to play high grounds. Like they're like the long range specialists. And if it's still then I guess Myanmar would be their map.
I agree, and also same goes for KE here. Now GE and KE, I know there's going to be one alphabet of a difference, but before we go into that difference, be something different in the game, guys. Do wear yourself the Roar of the Dinosaurs costume and be the flashy, fancy dinosaurs, which are going to be pink color, but I do know the real dinosaurs don't actually have pink color on them, but you can be one of those unique ones, you know?
Yeah, I really like the vests that the front dinosaur is wearing.
He's a cannibal. He's wearing his own skin.
Oh yeah, cannibal dinosaur. But you know what? This is shabby. This is shabby. I really would want to see it used inside the game by somebody. So in case any of you have got this skin, do create some content. Tag us. We'd like to see how it really looks like inside the game as well.
Yeah, but so far, you know, if you're late into the party, today already 16th of June, it's up to 15th of June. You missed it, yeah, you know what, you snooze, you lose. But we do have the RP Royal Pass A series available for every one of you right now. This is the time for you to grab something fancy for yourself. We have the Tangerine Drake set. I don't know, a Tangerine Drake set. I mean, it's supposed to be scary, right, if you're a Drake. But this is too cute to be a Drake.
Yeah, I guess, like, you know, we had the dinosaur one that's supposed to be scary, but it's not that scary. And I think that's the theme this time around, right? But this is where it's supposed to be kind of scary. If you see a T-Rex in front of you, right, what will you do?
Pretend that I'm dead.
Ah, good.
You have to be smart, okay, in life. There's some things that you know that you cannot fight it anyway. Why bother fighting?
Yeah, if you know you can't beat them, don't even bother joining them. You know, just pretend that you're dead. Good one, I like that. But you know what? Who's not going to be pretending to be dead? It's going to be GE. Look at the gap of their stats here. The only team inside of Myanmar to get more than 100 elimination points, and the gap of their rank points is just huge as compared to the rest. So if GE doesn't get the chicken dinner inside Myanmar, I don't know.
I mean, don't put your expectations too high up there, because so far the entire day, none of the teams that are actually the top performers that we have across our board right now scores anything that much. Because coming up, the Cinderella story of the rise of the underdogs, Harame Bro, YG, Sen, and HWG. Now, don't forget, HWG didn't score as much, didn't score chicken early on, but they scored such a huge number of eliminations before that. So, HWG, today is their day. But GE, like we mentioned before, right, GE, the last time that I saw them, they start to fire up is where they start to get hold of the Myanmar map. After they start to get chicken in Myanmar, that's where they start to get all those chicken in Erangel as well.
It's like they needed something of a jolt to get their momentum starting. Yeah, maybe GE will be doing that. But you know what? As compared to the league, like league, you have a lot more games. You have a lot more games. You have a lot more days. But in the finals, you only have 3 days with a total of 18 games. So I don't know when would the start be. I worry that the start will be like last day. It's like, oh, we don't have enough games to collect points.
Yeah, it feels like a curse of the league and the grand finals. If you perform in the league, like in the case of West Mamba last season, they cannot turn up that well when it comes to grand finals. Is that the case here for GE as well?
Oh, okay. I remember like you know, like when we cast this out the PMPLs and there's like the league and then there's the finals, right? There's always like this this curse, if you remember, the curse of the league champions. Ooh.
If you're number one league, great. You have consistency of 2 weeks, but we talked about consistency of 3 days. I mean, like I am not disregarding their credit, yeah. But GE, they need to make something out of this right now. This is supposed to be their map, but I'm so scared to have my expectations so high for GE because today is just too quiet for them.
Yeah, I'm starting to worry for GE as well. I don't know what sort of a prediction I'll put in tomorrow, but well, today is today. It's still day one. And stats-wise, I mean, well, they had the better stats inside Iranga as well, but at least inside Miramar, they had a stat that is like quite a gap between the other teams. So if they don't turn up here, I don't know. But like what you say, I'm putting my expectations low as well at this point. I'll be like, okay, if GE gets it, and then it's like, okay, finally we get to see something for them. But of course, it's about consistency. Can they bring you on to the following round? Will be another question. But GE has to do it inside of Miramar. If not, it will be a disaster for them. Let's go, Miramar!
Now, let me give you a bit of a life lesson here. If you have no expectations of your life, then you will never be disappointed. So I don't want to be disappointed. I don't want to have expectations anymore. Because GE, just now we saw they've been pushed down to 8th place, Cloud. That's a lot. We're talking about they're starting off at number 1 with 40 points from the initial bonus point from the league. And now being placed to 8th place. And they barely get any points for the entire day.
Yeah, it was just a handful of points. I don't think it's even 10 points if I'm not mistaken today so far. So really looking unlike the GE that we know of, whether it's last season or whether it's during the league. It's a very, very different GE. And if it's not because of the system whereby we have the bonus points as a starting point in the grand finals, can you imagine where would GE be? They might be in the bottom 4.
I hope it's not the case. Hopefully it won't turn out like that. But we do have a very southern side of a flight path as a start in Miramar. We have enough of a angle of the day. A very similar flight path for the entire wrangle for the entire day as well, but we do have a very generous circle right on top of Junkyard, and also right on top of that flight path happen to be Enigma Circle as a start. Same goes for Sin, who happen to be very performing when it comes to the first day of grand finals. This is a good opportunity for them if they can hold their ground and slowly just trying to get as much elimination points where they can catch up to the second place here.
Oh yeah, it's only 10 points between Sin and HWG, so it's very, very doable for them. But they also need to be careful of the ones behind them. Okay, West Point Mamba is only 2 points behind Sin, and then you got the Bros with 13 points. Okay, KE as well, 13 points, and so on and so forth. So as long as it's like less around the mark of like 10 to 15 points, like in one single round, it could still change a lot. And these are some of the teams that are capable of getting elimination points, including West Point Mamba, at this point including Bros, and including KE and so on. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised as well if GE really pulls off something. It's like they could go back up to top 3, but Sin could go to number 2, or maybe number 1 if it could be something big for them.
Yeah, well, they are the team that can have sort of a one-round wonder. If you ask me, they can get themselves like 20-ish eliminations. They can do that. They have the potentially do that. But the one that I worried for is going to be Magda and TGO, especially TGOA though. Things didn't work out so right for them. Everything feels wrong. Wherever they go, wherever they try to rush in, feels like they're lacking of information. Do play a big part as well when they try to rotate themselves in certain compound. And hopefully that's not the case when it comes to Miramar map. They do have more space compared to Wrangle because of the land itself, 90% of land. But Magna, they have been very proactive, yes, but it's just their survivability is where they're having some problems with.
Yeah, it's like head-on fight, like what we saw in the previous Irango. It's like they were in that ditch, and then they were crashed in by another team, but they lost the fight straight on. It was also a little bit unfortunate that one of the players was on the other pit, so he couldn't give as much cover as he would have wanted. Yeah, but I guess it's Maktan now. Based on the points difference and based on how the teams on top are performing, I would say we can say that they are playing for pride at this point.
It's not too late for them to do something out of it, because we still have 2 more days to go, including tomorrow and the day after. And stay tuned, guys. Sunday we do have a big announcement for PMSL, which I have no clue about. Maybe some of you guys know about it already, but yeah, we'll just wait for the official announcement on Sunday as well, so stay tuned. But back to as a game go, and this is where we talked about positioning is the most crucial for every single team out there. Whoever get themselves in the high ground, it will be winning this map. This is just the recipe for winning in Myanmar. But you do have a circle which not having that kind of very high point of view, but they do have high grounds, yes, but not too high up to the point that you can dominate over this map based on the terrain itself. Around Junkyard, there's not too many kind of Chumasera. If it happened to be Chumasera, because there's a lot of valleys and high grounds, there's steep cliff, right? Not so much in this case, but JE taking on one player of Falcon gives so much work for them already.
Wait, what?
No way.
No way. No way. GE, this is supposed to be their map, but finally they managed to get a knock. And now they can pick up their teammates. But hey, wait a second. Are they being shot at from afar? Oh, the rest of Falcon is coming in. Goblin at the forefront. Goblin. He can finish 3 from GE. Oh no. GE only 1 left. Again. The start. No.
The disparity. This is just devastating to watch. GE. It was 1v3 just now against Say Cloud, and they couldn't do it against Falcon, who happened to be taking the fight at a distance and finished them off in a very swift manner. Everything just unfolded for Falcon, but for GE, everything's just in the dark right now. What is happening to this team?
You know what? At this point, I would want to have an interview with GE. Like, GE, please explain yourself. This is unusual.
Feels like a rookie mistake, honestly speaking. And that's the GE that we saw. Number 1 and number 1 in week 1 and even week 2. And that was 1v3, by the way, Cloud. And it took them a bit longer than we expect them to be.
It not only took them longer than expected, like 3 of them lost to Say Cloud, and then the rest of I think the last one, it was a trade, and then the rest of the rest of Falcon happened to come, and then it's all history from there. I mean, now GE with only 1 player, what is he gonna do? He can only hold on for positioning points, and that's about it for them to get the chicken dinner this round. Oh man, it sounds like they need to wait for the next one.
At least we got our expectations low for them this time, but to have 3 players, to invest that much players to take on 1 player who outplayed them since the start, and Falcon now starting off as a 4 again. They didn't even finish off the job just now. And this is going to be really detrimental inside of GE. I'm not surprised they didn't push down again, because Falcon might take over them in the next few maps. But APG on the other end spotted out KE. But the terrain between them is uneven, making them a bit difficult to see what's happening on the other end. But Boyshon will be flanking out to the side of Marcus. And Marcus actually do spot him out and reposition himself back on that minivan. Try to drive up towards the high grounds first, just to make sure that they get a clearer view up here. 12 Los Leones, but we do have a couple of teams dropping in here as well. Kaya with a mini 14. A bit separated from the rest of the team, but somebody have to guard at the back line, right?
Yeah, so at least they got like eyes all over. So because the circle is still big, right? Anyone can still come from anywhere. So, but circle, I like this. Okay, so it's tucked at the side, just on top of Impala. Interesting. And where Sin is at, they have one of the highest grounds around this area. Magna as well, if I'm not mistaken. So these are some of the key areas in the circle now. Magna probably even better because all the teams seems to be heading to that direction, and Magna has the advantage of like shooting people down first.
I just hope Sin do have enough resources for them to actually stay up there longest. If they can, then they might actually score the chicken dinner based on the positioning, because that's going to be one of the most important ground that they're having themselves to. And not just that, if Zerko happen to be shifting up towards their side, that's going to be a home run for them. But a couple of teams being shot down from afar, as we saw the kill feed just now, a bit of explosion from those vehicles rotating towards the second checkpoint they wish to go. FOD on the other hand, well, it's not really tough spot for them to actually have a reset. But a lot of teams are trying to separate themselves from the other just to make sure that they don't engage in unnecessary fight, including Enigma here. But due to the circle shifted just now, everybody have to go nearby, so they won't be pressured by the blues and like how they did early on. Enigma tried to go for the high grounds. West Point Mamba being a bit nosy, now taking the business as their business, as well as G-Lab and Harami Bro having a bit of a clash here.
Ooh, the two Filipino teams clashing with each other as Orange will be taken out. Few passes by, but I guess for Few it's like, okay, it's a little bit too late for him to save his teammates. Might as well let it go and try to defend this compound instead. Oh, okay, so Game Lab seems to be interested in this compound, but Federellas will be the one to shoot Scotty down. So we got three Filipino teams next to each other.
Kai tried to save his teammate. Scotty on his knees. At least they still got time. Everything seems to be unfolding for West Point Mamba instead, with a DBS on Newbie's hand. Michi trying to take him down and force him out from his hiding spot. Popping out a couple of smoke grenade to push up, but Amas having a bit of a difficulty with his monster truck. Jump down, help his mate while hoping nobody tried to rush them up from upwards. G-Lab on the other hand still a bit occupied towards Harami Bro right now. At least West Point Mamba can have a bit of a revive, but Dale taking on Scotty and 2 Pro at the same time with that explosion.
Nice defense there coming from the pros as MM shoots on the other side. Newbie! Vehicle exploder knocks him down. MM comes in for the back, saves his teammate, and that's how Game Lab stories end.
But you have to give credit for Dale. He just holding the ground for himself. But here comes the time. West Point Mamba trying to take the opportunity in the matter of their hands there. Making sure that Bro have no time to reset while Mix relaying all the information from the back line. Michi now coming up from the flank side. Few already cooking up the nade. Here comes opening the door. Michi not going on straight because he knows for a fact they might be greeted by the side of the hand grenades. Mix with the DBS. Jumping down. Toss over that molly just to make sure everything is clear. Every corner is being checked. Michi will try to guard over towards the entrance as well, trying to find anybody around the corner, but couldn't spot anybody at this point. But Few still barely hanging on the inside of that corner right now.
Oh, Few. MM is down. Few is all alone. 1v4 with every corner pretty much surrounded. I mean, there's nothing much he can do unless he can clutch this out. Okay, let's see if he can actually do it. But looks like starts off with 1, but the DBS comes in, and that's it.
Makes know exactly where he stands just now, the way he plays it. We do have Harami Bro, valiant effort with 3 scores in the back, and G-Lab scored himself 2. On the side of Falcon, on the other hand, reposition. But G is waiting at the other end. That's going to be the last player of GE. Zai. Chun Lone a bit busy and occupy himself to the side of Enigma. He's the front line for the team, trying to place himself. Get at least 1 knockdown, but he's being knocked instead by Cooper. And Cooper holding on the fort by himself. And the support fire coming up from Goblin. Managed to knock down on Cooper. Might actually just finish him off. QB is just too far to give a support fire. D2Y rejoining the rest of Falcon from afar. But will it be a bit too late now as D2Y barely make it an end, but they are fleeing and might just jump straight into Sin's face.
Oh, here we go. Sin, can they defend this area? Goblin's vehicle smoked up though, so you gotta be careful there. Sin quite spread out. FV gotta get away, but FV knocked down. Can D2Y finish up the job? No, not yet. But there is a counter on the D2Y. D2Y knocked out. Davan for KE knocked out as well. Looks like KE and West Point Mamba busy with each other.
For Falcons, say Cloud can revive on D2Y for now, while having a bit of barricade with that monster truck. Goblin smoke up, buggy. That's not where you want to land yourself in the next vehicle. But he got himself a compound, get himself a couple of loot, maybe a bit of a reset, and try to comprehend what is happening around them right now. And D2Y going on foot, but YG will rush straight into West Point Mamba, while PBE going on the high ground, but shot down by FOD. Raimon on his knees, while Cute Loki tried to rush into side of West Point Mamba. Got one knockdown right now. Magna taking a fight against TGOA, and they are fighting back at the same time. But instead of YG trying to force and flush them out with those nades, hoping to get on one. But it's so hard to land those shots. Loki make it happen.
Wow, who sent out the invite to this house? Everyone is here as YG comes in. Romeo Boy goes in. West Point Mamba is eliminated. This house is basically a slaughterhouse for these teams. The circle moved towards the right. HWG is in the circle. They have the advantage now. But look on the south side too. Look at the amount of teams in the same area.
TGOA fought against Magna, now against APG, and next maybe even also Esports, who happen to be their attention on side of PBE. PBE scattered about because of how the disruption of their formation being interrupted by FOD and YG at the same time on the southern side. Whilst GE Zai left quite far from the side of the circle, but Magna not done yet with TGOA. They have been fighting for a long time between these two teams.
Oh, for the longest time. But this could be the moment for Magna though to win this fight. But I'm willing that there's another team coming in. It's going to be APG joining on the party as well. Everyone wants a piece of this compound. As right now APG is on the other side. Magna only 2 left. APG still with the full squad. The smoke is buying time for Magna to reset. Toki needs to heal up. As APG exit, cooking up the nade. He will toss on to the other room. But that nade will not land to anyone. Nobody's on the other room. But Toki will be gunned down by Shroud. Only left with Mao.
Marcus trying to find any way possible to spot the player. Last one coming up from GE as well, who's coming up very late by APG. They're confused in the smoke, but at least they know which one is their rival, which one their teammate. They spotted out the last player of APG just now. Never mind. Osja Esports now going against PBE. HWG still quietly at the sidelines, but FOD starts to move as well. But PBE, they have to take this fight regardless of how they want to avoid it. They can't. And Astro Axe dropping a big one on Moonboy. They will fight back as Skynet shooting down on Moonboy at the same time. A bit of a trading done, but PBE left with only 2 players. They scored 2 right now, but Osja Esports, they still have a full squad. But FOD trying to be the third party, now park themselves, pull over towards the side between these two teams.
Wow, it's just fight after fight after fight here. PBE in the building. Osja Esports on the outside. But there's another team shooting onto them from the other side. I believe it's Younger Galacticos. Younger Galacticos may want to crash in to get those elimination points right now. They're waiting for the right moment. Okay, they're making the circle. They're rotating in and crashing into the compound. Loki will lead the charge.
YG trying to be the cleanup crew for this one. Loki knock on his knees, but where the shots coming out from Astro Axe have been clutching this for a long time. Team per team, one by one, willingly giving their bodies towards the side of YG. And Astro Axe just replies as well. Romeo Boy reviving and picking up with their teammate. FOD is here as well. This is another slaughterhouse who we're talking about. Mass players going straight into this compound, sharing the same fate. PBE cool, and they have to go towards 2 sides against FOD and YG at the same time. Nang just jumped out from that monster truck, realized that, you know what, we cannot flee, we have to take this fight anyway. Now pop up a couple of smoke grenades, hoping he can actually jump straight into YG's compound right now, right across them. But FOD Joseph will be the bane for these teams. If they're not being careful, they'll be shot down from afar.
Oh, and this compound is still within the stage 5 circle, meaning that the fight will continue on. FOD right now, 3 elimination points. Just look at the circle. HWG has the circle. But right now, this fight needs to end before the next phase, whereby likely the circle might move away from this compound. Now with an 8 in hand, Nang will toss it out. Nope, he will not. He will keep it back. He'll wait for the right moment. He still has an 8 in hand though. I think he's trying to find the rest of the members of YG, but they're on the other side.
But for the side of HWG, they got themselves a vintage point, taking reign over it. They're splitting themselves into 1-1-1-1 on 4 different mountains. Trying to wait for these teams to settle down their brawl. And just waiting for the right time to open fire. But FOD Nang tried to get himself the corners that he need to get those picked against YG. But PBE kind of sandwiched between two. Joseph is too close for comfort on side of PBE. FOD, PBE is fighting back. Joseph on the ground. This way he tried to do one-man clutch on the side of Cool. FOD back towards the side of YG trying to fight them head on. But Sin is there as well.
Oh, Cool became the kingmaker right now. Now FOD only down to Nang X, the last man standing. Going up against the entire Younger Galactical squad who's on the other building. Now they're getting closer and closer. They want to finish up the job. They have a nade in hand. Oh, they're waiting for Nang X to come. John still trying to crawl his way to his teammate, but a long range with a UMP from Nang X. That will buy time for his teammate John to be picked up.
Lucky enough, YG is a bit too busy with all the fire shots onto them. The HWG now shooting from afar as well. They got those high grounds. They can see exactly where they're running. FOD Nang barely make it into this compound, but it's just open field. Sin can see them from afar, and they're just taking the advantage of this distance. And being the third party as well, getting their hands clean with somebody else doing the dirty job. On the HWG side, we see them through. But FOD, there's nowhere to run nor hide.
Oof, long range here. Okay, can he get a knockdown to HWG? But even if he can, probably will be revived anyway. 1 minute before the zone closes entirely and Sin is just waiting patiently on the other side. But John, still alive. The last man for FOD. 5 of danger. But I worry for them because on the other side, HWG seems to be interested.
Marnet slowly treading on thin ice for YG. They don't have those high grounds, while Sin and HWG are watching them as close as they can, even though they have those high grounds and distance between them. But they got a clear view from those high vintage points, and Romeo Boy and YG, how to get away from their grasp, how to get out from here. It feels like they're walking straight into the trap if they're just staying here for a bit longer, because the circle will shrink in less than 10 seconds. They have to make an exit out of here. Do they have any vehicles that still can run? Feels like they have none for now.
Yeah, not sure. Okay, there's a smoked up UAZ, but then again, smoked up we know is dangerous. As HWG, they're looking. So even if they come up with the UAZ, if they come up from the wrong side, HWG can blow it up and they'll be happy to take the point. Right now, team still locked in, but the circle, a little bit more advantage for HWG.
And looking at Zai still surviving, not trying to attract unwanted attention. Do you have Sin? Kalo can see Yahiko at this point as well. Alpha 7 trying to make sure there's nobody following him from behind, making sure everything is clear before them making their move. Mewtwo, look at how HWG taking dominant over the southern side of a circle, with Zion between a very small shack on top of that. While YG is just too close to the side of HWG, but Sin is across that street. They do have the high grounds and even the circle still. But Falcon stuck themselves in a valley. Enigma might actually backstep HWG Alpha if it's not being careful. While the rest of the team start to rotate themselves towards the YG side, if Alpha were being surprised and will be surprised by Enigma, that's going to be tough for the side of HWG. They need that Watchman to stay alive a bit longer.
Ooh, okay. There's someone behind them though. Someone behind Sin on their left side, which I'm not sure if they know of though. But okay, I think what will be the more interesting part will be, what will Younger Galacticos do? HWG, they're basically gatekeeping Younger Galacticos. Okay, they have a buggy. They're on the move right now. 2 buggies in fact. And now they're moving. Okay, Yaka's all alone. I think he'll take that shot. It'll happen anytime soon.
Yaka holding the ground for himself, and by himself he got 2 of YG knocked down. He still can't survive. He clutched it by himself while Romeo Boy finally shutting him down. Mewtwo finally here to help, but he cannot even push a bullet out. Being shot from behind and afar. It's going to be Sin. HWG, they leave their comfort spot to be in this kerfuffle. Will it be worth it now? Down to Yahiko to make the play. YG still left with 2 players. They make so much work by Yaka alone, but Yaka finally being sacrificed for the sake of a team. But Yahiko, can he do this job well done? As Sin not willing to give away the high ground, Yahiko now in the shack. Same goes for YG, but Alpha spotted out Loki. Now trying to hope it will be a Kirby right on top. Loki didn't chip any damage off from that explosion.
Oh, HWG, if only Sin wasn't there, they would have crashed it with the full squad. But because Sin is there, Sin is getting closer and closer. If you look at the minimap, HWG trying to find a different angle of the Yahoo Galacticos, but because of the smoke, they don't have a good visual. Yahiko knocked down. Now only Alpha left.
Romeo boy left for YG. Sin more even pushed down as well, trying to finish off the job here. Trying to decimate and just put YG out from the equation. As Sin is taking the advantage. They might actually score this chicken. I'm not surprised. 7 eliminations just from the high grounds. Taking advantage while they can. Romeo boy finally being finished off. YG bowing out at 6th place. Leaving GE, who got surprise attack in the first few minutes into the game, still surviving and plays himself at ranking points on the 5th place. GE and HWG, surprisingly HWG got themselves that compound, but they have to leave. The moment they climb down, that's where they're being shut down at the same time. But Falcon realized they're sharing the same place with Sin, while Sin still have so much space to play with. They got the high ground, they got the most preferable conditions to win this chicken. All they need to do is just having the team comms to focus on whatever angle they're focusing on right now. Even Falcon having a bit of a problem against Sin.
Yeah, everyone else is below Sin right now. And Sin, they could finish off Falcon. Okay, Nate, no, not on the hands of FV, but maybe his teammate. So we need to wait for that. But Falcon, time bought by Sin. Blue will come and pressure Falcon anytime soon. Falcon, how are they going to get out of this? Now that Sin is overlooking them, the moment they try to move against Sin, we'll shoot them.
Sin, they're definitely number 1 spot right now, taking over YG with 8 eliminations. Last time we saw them, it's a 10-point gap, but Sin taking on every single team down there. And they are doing this without breaking any sweat, but the problem with them right now is their ammunition. The resources are running low. One of their guns is empty. QB on the other hand and Caps have to deal with Falcon before they can even deal with Sin. HWG still have Alpha on the other end. That's going to be their main fragger on that side. But where is Zai? GE Zai still taking a small shack. Well, we do have Caps dropping on one big nade to the side of one of the players. But Caps trying to shut down on HWG. Close enough. It's going to be Alpha. Caps going ring around Rosie and trying to toss this nade. But it's going to be off angle here. Alpha is just 2 HP left. Managed to have a reset. Enigma 1 knockdown. They will pick themselves back up to the feet. But Alpha 7 on the other hand. You have to just be kidding me right now. Took them so long to shut down this one particular guy from HWG.
Oh man, Alpha, such a survivor. But he hasn't got himself any elimination points perhaps now. But no, denied by Enigma from the other side. So now we're down to the top 3 teams. Zai, can he defend this? Make that top 2. And it's going to be Sin happily collecting that elimination point. Sin still a full squad after FV's revive. Enigma 3. Could it be Sin? Double chicken dinner. And we're only in day 1.
I'm not surprised. Look at where they stand right now. They have the compound, they have the walls, they have a lot of covers. Compared to the side of Enigma, an open space, but at least those terrain will help them for a bit much longer. But at the same time, QB shot down more from afar. They don't have any sort of troubles for now, but those SLR make it work for QB.
Okay, managed to even up the odds right now, 3v3. But I guess both teams, they still wait for the circle. Both, now that Caps knocked down Holy Logic, this could be the moment for Enigma to get across. By Enigma, I don't think they have a vehicle, but because of this kind of angle, okay, from our view, it does look like Enigma has a good angle to actually get across. Nate will be tossed out, and now at the same time, Holy Legend will be picked up, so they will be back 3v3.
Enigma trying to spreading out the formation, going for a 1-3-1-1-1. surrounding the compound of Sin right now, hoping it will be a clutch for them against the number, but at least it's equal out the odds with one knockdown just now, with Moy being finished off. Sin down to 3, equal fair ground for both teams. But AFV do have the high spot, they do have this rooftop taken over by AFV. But at the same time, the circle will shrink. Now there's going to be no more circle left for these guys. Enigma have to push forward, like it or not. But if Sin's side being finished off by the blue zone first, they have to get out of it.
Yeah, this will be the finale, ladies and gentlemen. But Sin is surrounded by Enigma. Look at Enigma's cover. Even up on the high ground on the other side of the road, there's one player from Enigma. So Sin needs to be able to pick them off quick. But if they don't, Enigma is just going to close in onto Sin. And now Enigma pretty much have all angles covered. The Holy Legend tries to get away. Spooky sees him. Spooky, will he pull the trigger? Spooky not pulling the trigger yet. Discipline. But then on the high ground on the other side, looks like Spooky finally pulled the trigger and FV punishes him.
Looks like Caps down first. QB might be next. Holy Legend just drives straight into the side of Enigma. One more player down. Sin! What a play with double-digit eliminations. They definitely in #1 spot right now, especially with this chicken dinner.
For sure, #1 goes to Sin main team for now, but it was a nice ending. They were surrounded, but look at their proactiveness of coming out. The moment they got that one knockdown to Spooky, they know it's like, okay, just focus on the one direction, come up, and at the end of the day, it was Holy Laju with that jump shot beautifully executed. Sin, the first team, and we're only day #1, getting 2 chicken dinners back to back.
In a 2 different map. My oh my, Sin, what a discipline. And not just that, it was a tough one to get out from those compounds just now to fight against Enigma, but it took the courage to get out anyway. But Moy with 1,000 over damage, 6 eliminations. He did so much work for the team by himself.
Man, Moy, 1,000 over damage. He's been doing a lot of work there. And Sin, wow, I mean, great positioning, right? They started off on the high ground when everyone else was like at the compound and they were just like looking. If anyone makes a mistake, anyone shows themselves, exposes themselves, Sin will be there to shoot them. And that's how they get the advantage of the first 2 elimination points. And Sin, if you kind of look at it, one of the least throwables used in the round, but still got the chicken dinner.
And they're playing super smart. I mean, like, they are in the compound. They got themselves quite a comfy spot, a sweet spot to take covers. They were on the high grounds before and nobody challenging them. But HWG, they had the high spot. They were in the position where they can farm kills. But the problem is, the fight were too far. The fights were just everywhere and they can't have a vision on top of it. So they have to go down by the end of the day. But speaking of this round itself, I feel like especially GE a big question mark. Something is so wrong with this team right now when it comes to grand final. I don't know what's happening on their end, but this is supposed to be their main map for GE. But for the others though, Sin especially, who would have thought they are the first to have a back-to-back chicken dinner and a huge volume of eliminations as well.
Yeah, definitely more than 10 eliminations in total after that finish. We get a confirmation soon, but Holy Legend, look at this. Beautifully executed jump shot just to get that chicken dinner for Sin. 13 eliminations for them, bringing them up to 23 total points. Enigma 11, YG 11, HWG 10. But on the other end, I'm looking for... Wait, where is GE? Okay, GE got 5 at least, but still... Ouch.
They're playing position points due to only Zai remaining as a last survival member for GE, but keep an eye out for HWG and YG as well as Sin right now because they have been consistently getting themselves in top 5 every single map. And it just shows them portrayed over this side as well. YG still taking #1 spot, surprisingly.
Yeah, what? Man, both of us thought that, okay, Sin would be #1 after the double chicken dinner back-to-back, but okay, 8 points difference now we're talking about, right? Pushing HWG down to 87. and to third place with 87 points. So everyone's pretty close enough at the top. But after HWG West Point Mamba, we start to see a 19-point gap already.
I'm still confused for the first, second place, honestly speaking. Right? I mean, like, are you not confused? Because we definitely feels like they have more than that. But you know what? I'm gonna have to wait and see. But yeah, I mean, like, for HWG, Sin and YG, today has been their day. We have to agree on that because Harami Bro did actually make a good entrance, but it's just they have a bit of a hot and cold round, right? But for Sin though, they have two different map of chicken, not really back to back, but HWG in between. But it's still 2 chickens in a day. That's huge. And a lot of these teams are, except for you got yourself a jackpot, Cloud, for your prediction. But for me, none of the teams that I predicted are here. Maybe that's one of the many reasons why they don't get chicken for today, right?
Yeah, the caster's curse, right? Aha! Gotcha.
It's on me today. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, it's gotta rub it off. You got one more round to rub it off, right? So the teams will need to do the business for you to not be labeled as the caster's curse. But anyway, Sin. Wow, I mean, what a day it's been for them. Day 1 so far, and we still have one more round to go, meaning that maybe, just maybe, Sin will be number 1 at the end of the day.
I don't know. I feel like they're already number 1 just now. I still cannot get over it because we were calculating just now with 10 points of difference. But still, YG maintained consistency, getting themselves still double-digit points in the last map. Maybe that's the reason why. But speaking of YG, HWG, and also coming out from the side of Sin, these 3 teams right now are the top-tier teams. They're starting off the league where they're nowhere up there. I mean, like, except for YG. YG starting off with third place at 36 points. But talking about Sin, starting off the day, they were in 6th place, and HWG were way down there, 9th place. But now they're in the top 3. What happened to teams that's supposed to be, you know, dominant over the league? We're talking about GE, Ultra Esports. KE is pretty still okay. I think KE is pretty okay.
Yeah, except for that Miramar round where they were the only team to not get a single point. But other than that, they were fine, right? I guess the biggest drop so far is GE. I think that's pretty obvious right now. They are still in page 1 though, but it's all about the point gap, right? Like between them and also that number 1, I think is quite significant right now. It definitely will take more than 1 round for them to get back onto number 1. And even so, they have to hope for the teams up there to not perform. But the fact is that the teams up there are consistently performing. And Sin, like what you said, it seems to be, well, they're on a nice escalation now, a nice rise.
I agree. And not just that, speaking of which, is it a bit too long for the break for these guys? Like the one that's supposed to be up there, and including Osja Esports and West Point Mamba, supposedly will be one of the top teams in the World Cup. But maybe this is a change of era now we have in these grand finals, because that's what happened in last season, right? But speaking of which, I'm surprised it turned out like this. But maybe they're just warming up in the first day. But we do have 6 maps per day. We have 12 more maps to go tomorrow and the day after. Also a huge announcement on Sunday for PMSR. I don't know what was going to happen during PMSR. We have to wait until Sunday. But for the teams that didn't gain that much point for today, they should be worried by now, because not going to be a league anymore.
Yeah, it's not a league. We only got, like, after this round, we only got 2 more days, which is 12 more games. Man, it's hard. But you know what else I want to see besides, like, some of the teams that we talk about, right? Is that I do hope, because we have enough games, right? I do hope to see every team getting a chicken dinner. Every team. Even like TGOA, even like Magna, even like the bottom teams. Come on, every team. Can we get that kind of record? That'll be nice.
I mean, there's only one more spot. If another team getting a back-to-back chicken or a double chicken in a day, then that's going to be the opportunity for every single team to get a chicken already down the drain, because we have 18 maps in total, right?
Yeah.
So Sin just got himself a 2 chickens in a day. So that's like 13 spots left.
Basically, there's
for
2.
Every single.
There's 2 extra.
Yeah, 2 extra. There's only 2 extras. So far, 1 is being used by Sin. and there's gonna be another one. And if we have another one after this, and if some team got themselves a triple chicken, then that's it.
Yeah, that's it. Or another repeat, whichever, right? As long as we know in our head it's like there's 2 extra. So, but well, we'll see in the next round if we do get a new chicken dinner. Maybe GE finally living up to their stats. You know, I mean,
I don't want to bet on it anymore because it feels bad. I feel like I'm doing the curse for them. That's why I don't like predictions as much, right? Because we feel like we're partly responsible if they are not performing that day. I mean, like, you know how it feels sometimes.
Yeah, it's on you now. Okay, unless they can get a chicken dinner after this. Oh, okay. Well, we'll hold on to that. We'll hold on to that for one more round at least. All right, until the game is over, there's still opportunity. All right, just putting it out there.
But hey, it's surprising that the Philippines rising up to the occasion when it comes to the grand finals. I feel like they have been hiding their best strategy and tactics just for the grand finals. That's why they've been downplaying during the league itself. You know, you just need to get into the grand finals. That's it. That's what the league is about. And when it really matters, like the grand finals, this is where they put out all the best cards, especially the Philippine teams right now.
Yeah, so far they are doing so well. But speaking about like if you group by region, right? The Cambodian teams so far no chicken dinner yet. And Cambodia during the league stages still doing fine in general. I'm talking about. So it's a surprise to see there are no Cambodian teams with the chicken dinner yet. But who knows? That fate could change in our last round for today. Head back onto Myanmar.
Last map of day 1 in the grand final commences as we walk straight into the dry lands of Myanmar one last time. But the flight path this time is very different from the last one. We're coming out from La Cabrera down to Puerto Paraíso and around Impala. And it's always about the circle, you know, accommodate with the circle and the flight path. If it happens to be around Chimasera circle, that's going to be a long journey for these guys.
Yeah, and going to be very challenging for our guys as well. But of course, we like challenging circles. We got close to an Impala, so I'm kind of happy. It's our Miramar. It's like I do kind of like Impala circles. But if we can get like a Minas del Sur again, I remember last season, Minas del Sur. I remember it was that time was FV in the grand finals, and then they were in the Los Higos Minas del Sur island first. But they failed to defend. So there was kind of like a plot twist there for the team that went through first. So hopefully we get to see a repeat again, see what kind of plot twist will be served this time around.
Yeah, I think I was with you that game.
Yeah.
That we did have that one Minas del Sur. That's the one-time thing, right? There's only once in a lifetime opportunity, like how we saw Zaki early on. But we do have Monte Nuevo as high chance of that circle will be in the next one. Crater Fields, we do have a couple of teams including YG passing by it, and a lot of teams dropping quite early on the northern side, so a lot of them are very near or even inside of a circle from the start. Now, speaking of the start, we did have a very tragic start for GE. I don't want to remember that, but it just keeps playing in my mind about how 1v3 failed terribly in that round just now.
Yeah, I guess with that kind of start, I would expect that for GE to be playing a little bit more passive this time, you know, because of confidence, right? And it's the last game of the day. You don't want to like repeat that sort of thing, that sort of disaster again, and then you have to go to sleep with it and try to come back again tomorrow. You will spend like maybe at least the next 12 hours thinking about that. So I think this time around, we may see a more passive GE gameplay.
I just hope it's not more passive, because passive didn't work well for them for the entire day. We only get to see the League GE again, but maybe because of the change of a strat for the other teams, make it so hard and difficult for these teams happen to be up there, including Osja Esports even. Not even having a breakthrough for day 1 grand finals because of a change of all the other teams' dynamic, even their playstyle. Making such a ripple effect for the other teams that supposedly should be up there. Well, coming up from West Point Mumba, I'm not surprised they are scattering in the map right now, because as the start looting phase is always, you are your own person, you are your own man, you have to survive by yourself while trying to find vehicles, but TGOA do have 2 players going straight into Michi, and they start to open fire. That's going to be first contact with West Point Mama Michi versus 2 players of TGOA. And at least for TGOA, this round is going to be a good start for them.
Yeah, first blood. Finally, we see something positive for the guys of Asia. Now 15 points in total, and they managed to get a point onto one of the performing teams as well, West Point Mamba. But now that I think about it, right, I noticed that West Point Mamba, every time, I think there were a lot of times where as a start, they always lose 1 player.
Well, I hope at least tomorrow we're going to have a full squad working out until the end for West Point Mamba then. A lot of case of day 1 grand finals, I feel like they're still adjusting and trying to familiarize the rotations of all the other teams out there. Even though it's just going to be fixed 16 teams, but we do have a very harmonious start when it comes to Wrangle, right? But in case of Myanmar, it's a very different story. A lot of players been picked off one by one. But for the side of FOD, they've been pushed down to 9th place. Things has not been great for them. I mean, like, yeah, if you want to see, like, they're still in the first page, but look at the gap in between. By the end of the day, if YG maintain this, they can break the 100 marks anytime now. Just 2 points different. That's it. 2 points away. And Sin, I'm not surprised by the end of the day, they still can get number 1. Even HWG at this point, because the gap between the 3rd and 4th is quite a big gap still. But first top 3, not so much.
Yeah, so far looking good for the top 3. I want to say, like, number 4 can catch up, but West Point Mamba happened to lose 1 player, and then it's like, okay. But anyway, 3 players. We've seen other teams like Sin before, early on, 3 players, still able to do it, still able to get the chicken dinner. So I'm not going to discount West Point Mamba just yet. It's just a matter of the point gap now is 20 points, and if I were to like kind of average it, like in a round you can get like 20 points maybe. If you do really, really well, then considering that YG also adds points, that I don't think they will be able to catch number 1. But even for them to catch like the 100 point mark, nah.
What a turn of events when it comes to the grand finals. Everything go really crazy, right? It's so unpredictable, including this buggy. Happened to be moving by itself. And West, he injured himself climbing down the hills. Surprisingly, I don't know what he's trying to achieve here. Maybe he was trying to get back up on his buggy, but it's just he's slipping down instead. And West Point Mamba, on the other hand, spreading out wide between themselves just to find a bit more looting. Because we saw just now, there's not many throwables in the last map, right? There's not too much that they can survive that long. But they're definitely being attacked by somebody for West Point Mamba, because one, we saw how Michi being eliminated just now. But the smoke up buggy have a lot of question mark on top of it, because who've been shooting them from afar? How come the buggy is being smoked up? But G-Lab happened to be sharing the same fate as West Point Mamba, and 2 Pro, at least he got himself some support fire at the back line.
Ooh, okay, so remember KE, their first Erangel, so their first Miramar didn't get a single point. Not sure their confidence level of really trying to win this fight just yet. I guess they'll be happy with where they are right now since we're still at stage 1. Game Lab not having the best of days as well. So I think it's kind of like, okay, you same, I same, kind of like a truce here. That's how we don't see really G Lab, even like 2 Pro over peaking out. He's like taking it slow and steady, just getting information and not pulling those shots.
A bit quiet before the storm. HWG taking the blue zone instead. It made me question where will be the next circle. A lot of teams not willing to give away any sort of information towards the others. Playing a bit more safer. They know for a fact this is going to be the last map of the day, but the moment House break loose, it's going to be a mess. You saw it just now in the 2nd or 3rd stage, where everybody start to navigate themselves to adapt to the circle. That's where all hell break loose. And everything is just happen to be jumbled up together for their crossfire. The battlefield is going to be a mess. But FOD on the other hand, Joseph. You know, Joseph, I cannot stop saying his name like, you know, Joseph. like the Filipino. You remember Jokoy, right?
Yeah.
One of his joke. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's how it will be pronounced if in the Philippines. Josep.
Yeah. Josep, where you going now?
Wow. Okay. That's kind of legit. Oh. Okay. I'm kind of excited for this because the circle is like pulled towards the left and look at the colors, the harmony colors around.
HWG.
It's gonna be. I think we will see something like what happened before. Like there will be one compound that a lot of teams will be again very interested.
The thing is, HWG taking such a long rotation coming up from all the way on the southern side. I think they're trying to compound hopping at the same time, finding their looting, like throwables, any utilities they can actually find. But I'm not sure if they have enough time on the side of West Mumbo for the rallies. In this case, finding out Osja Esports, one of two best players of each respective team happen to be having a duel. And Mix, you know what, he's just gonna flee out. He's like, nope, never mind. I'm sorry, bro, but I cannot save you. There's just too many people, and they already lost 2 players as a start for West Mumba. And it's Osja Esports on the other end. You do know how the firepower coming up from Osja Esports. They are incredibly scary.
Yeah, and still with a smoked up buggy, so not in the best of situations. At least he's in the circle, so that's the good news. But if the circle moves away, then I wonder how they'll rotate. If they want to share a vehicle, we've seen that time again. Like, it's everyone on the same vehicle. It's always bad news.
Speaking of sardine can, hopefully that's not the case. G-Lab taking a fight from a very long fight against Osja Esports, who just busy themselves with West Mumba early on. The Tuper got a bit of a reset, left with only 1 first aid. Falcon now taking a fight against Sin, Kayla on the ground, and finish off by Chanlone in an instant. But Falcon, here we go. Finally, we get to see a bit of a glimpse of what's happening. Sin will actually go for this engage and take the blue zone in. And welcoming with an open hand and open arms. But GE now starting to fight. Finally, we're looking at GE alive and well for once.
Yeah, and they managed to get a knock onto Kaya and Boyshon. Both eliminated by GE, so they're 2 points. Whew. They would have liked these points. And now GE still with the high ground, keeping eye on the KE. KE knowing that there's someone above them, they're like, okay, we can't come out at all right now. The moment they show themselves, KE will be ready to shoot them down. So they just need to hold on. But the thing is that if KE chooses to charge in and crash into their compound, I think KE, of course, they will definitely have the numbers advantage.
GE do have the high grounds. They see whatever that's going down there. And Falcon been finishing off Sin. Now GE Master Ichi is a bit itchy. He wants to get himself on ground experience. Climbing down their high grounds. And West still taking those vintage points. Definitely a lot of information you can actually get from here. Because West, if he actually move forward for a tiny bit, you can see PBE down there. Even Master Smart can spot out KE. They are in the center of everybody else right now for GE. But the thing is, you can see the confidence in GE for today is not so great. The moment they pull back that far from the edge of the cliff, they don't want to overpick themselves too much. FOD on the other hand, heard the audio cue coming up from HWG, but couldn't have a bit of a vision onto it. No visualization onto its HWG, but FOD, what is he doing? Easy? Hello?
Counting the stones?
Yeah, feels like he's counting the stones, yeah.
Okay, you know what, like for real, right? I don't know, I'm just theorizing, right? He put down his phone, he went to the bathroom. That's why like the gyro is like, facing down.
That's gonna be the worst time possible for him to go to the bathroom. He's being surrounded by so many teams right now.
I know, right? It's like, bathroom? He's like contemplating like, bathroom? Teams. Bathroom, teams. Bathroom, teams. Wait, bathroom. Okay, yeah.
Nature calls.
Yeah.
Nature calls is so powerful. Can disrupt anything that you're doing right now. In this case, lucky enough for the side of FOD, HWG decided to make a bit of a U-turn and go towards APG instead. And they try to climb up these high grounds. We know this is one of the most famous high grounds they want to take, right? But the thing is, to climb up there, If you're not the first one up there, you'll be shot down instead.
Okay, here we go. Shots fired out by Mewtwo, fending off APG. APG has a good spread as well. They have someone on the high ground. Oh, Sonic has a nade. Okay, Mewtwo needs to relocate. The nade might be tossed onto his side. There you go. But it will not really take down anyone. So it's more like a warning nade. HWG focusing onto the circle because they're on the outside of it and gets away.
HWG take the longest rotation that is from all the way to Minas del Sur up to us around this area right now, cutting across and might clash into Falcon. They happen to be in the same compound as well. Mewtwo make a big U-turn. Nope, you don't want to be here. But HWG, they have to take the fight either way. Sin on the other end. But HWG, can they part ways in the nick of time? Yeah, he could just happen to be passing by. Unscathed, still alive. Well, Alpha knocked down on his knees, but he trapped himself in the center of the war zone. And Falcon, on the other hand, taking advantage, stopping HWG for the entirety of the team to reunite one more. But Mewtwo, that's a lot of subpar spray coming up from Falcon. Surprisingly, he got a clear side, but APG, where did that shot come from?
Oh, gotta give it to Mewtwo's luck as well. Like, none of the bullets actually landed onto him, and they managed to get into the city of El Pozo. And now look at the teams at the high ground, where GE is at, KE is at. They all need to come down, but Falcons taking out the blue at this point. We are at stage 4, and a Goblin only has one medkit, no first aids.
This is going to be tough with the blue zone burning him off alive, and the circle happened to be, might ended up right inside of that crate. I'm not even surprised. And GE, they can take their time here because they're quite far from a blue zone still, but Harame Bro is just across them. They have to take a fight either towards Enigma or Harame Bro faces up to them, really. But Harame Bro decided to part ways against YG, not willing to take the fight just yet, and go straight towards the very plain field of a lot of haystacks. And there might be a chance the circle ended up here. Usually it will be, but Falcon, a lot of the players finish off by the play zone, and GE still not willing to climb down just yet. And it's going to be a very steep cliff if they happen to decide to go down in the very last minute.
Yeah, taking a little bit of a risk here, coming in a little bit later, as there will be teams that will be waiting for them because they have exposed their position, so they know that for Bros, for example, they know that okay, someone's up there, they need to come down at some point, and that's where the Bros might take advantage of it. But for APG's high ground, instead, they have this circle. Now teams are getting closer and closer towards them, and that's going to be FOD. Exit finds an exit. Gotta get back to his teammates on the other side of the road, but he chooses to stay in this compound. Okay, if they crash into this, it's going to be 1v4.
Just cancel out the buggy entirely, knowing for the fact, you know what, that buggy may be just running out of gas, or even the reverse is taking too much time. An APG opening up all the doors, just giving away the position. If you have a closed door, you can't see outside, but you have an open door, you just give away so much information. There's somebody in the compound. Now for PBE, splitting themselves into 1-1-2 with one core taking the warehouse, the others are taking the smaller houses. A bit of a stalemate for most of the teams down there. Not willing to budge and not willing to move. All waiting for the next circle to pop. We do have first shots. A couple of sprays here on the top of a field of haystacks. Mem is being pinned down by Lucky with a Mini 14. Now, at least they do have the smokes and a couple of structures in between within the haystacks. But they're being pinned down by all angles here. It's going to be a problem for the teams actually in the crate at the current moment.
Oh, GE, where are they going to go now? West, 50% health being shot at. Out in the open, only smoke protecting him. Ah, man. The moment he gets up, that could probably be it, as QB knocked down by Labo from Magna somewhere else. But Labo counterfired by Myrna from Yaku Galacticos. The Bros, quite spread out. But this is also kind of good because it's different angles that they can cover.
It's kind of true, but it's a bit of a dangerous game for them. They have no cover instead of these haystacks, and whoever climbing down those high hills can see them through. PBE have quite a solid compound. KE taking on G-Lab, who's trying to climb down those hills. caught up in between. Here comes the next circle. Pops, who will be favored by the circle. Also, Esports taking on the southern part alongside with TGOA and even FOD, who now happen to be clashing with APG, Accent and Sonics, a bit behind with the rest of the roster. Marcus and Shroud split it by the street. And the circle happened to be taken on the side of West Point Mumbai and Harami Bro, already inside of a crate. GE kind of stuck in between there, with PBE not even the circle just yet. They need to get out from their compound as we speak. APG, Sonic and Joseph having a bit one-to-one trade, but Shroud responded from afar. But there's nowhere near for him to actually save Sonic at this point.
Oh!
Have to just leave it be, but Olja Esports.
Wait a second, where did they shoot from? From the other side! And this could be an opening for APG to get into the circle at least, but can they save Sonic? It's going to be a tall order for APG now as Marcus gets in. He has a vehicle, he'll be the next one to get into the circle. But there's like, what, 3 teams in that compound that everyone wants again. Again, it's a compound fight that everyone was joining on to the party as Shroud. Knocked out by Nang X, and that is it for him. I don't think he can be picked up. Marcus managed to throw a nade before he goes down, but Marcus denying Sonic? Okay, that is interesting.
It's going to be a bit of a tough decision to call on the side of APG. Marcus were willing to sacrifice his own teammate for the sake of those knocks, but Renza finished off Marcus instead, and G-Lab going for TGOA still, and G-Lab rushing straight to TGO's lair, and didn't see this one coming too, Pro, just swiftly just taking one of the player out of the equation. Newbie coming up, and TGOA scattered about. Their formation's been breaking loose. Well, Cooper of Enigma taking on Manette as well as YG. Hardly, barely, just trying to be surviving in these 4 levels of building. Cute Loki just gonna, easily tapping from afar. That's not even breaking a sweat. But PBE, G-Lab versus Ultra Esports and TGOA. This is a huge mess.
Oh, here we go. PBE with the high ground with the nade. Tosses it onto Game Lab. Game Lab now in trouble. That nade will finish off Skadi. Raimon will be the one to take him out. And at the other side, yeah, there's Austria Esports. They're locked in with Game Lab as well.
Sort of PBE need to reposition themselves. They heard the gunfires between G-Lab and TGOA, who has been going on in almost every single game here. But G-Lab won it over. TGOA, they are not prepared for the rush just now, and finally being eliminated out. But PBE, what is happening? They slipped down, they're being exploded for their vehicles, and G-Lab taking advantage even though they lost Kai. It's going to be one more player left on the side of G-Lab. Newbie trying to hold on to his last breath by himself. Nowhere else to support him. While PBE still trying to flush him out even though they lost Raimon in the process, but they were not willing to let Newbie go yet.
Oh, nade onto the second floor. We're not gonna add the newbie, but Momboy's being shot at as well. I believe it's from on the other side from Austria Esports. Another nade on the newbie. He managed to evade that somehow. Newbie pretty much just buying time for himself, but he's on the outside of the circle. Unless he win this fight. Wait a second. Wait. No. Fire. Newbie. Fire. Oh my goodness. Newbie still alive after all that, but they're going to come for the rush, and Newbie is out.
Surprisingly, Newbie just molly himself for his exit just now, waiting for that molly to run out. Try to run out of this compound, but it's a bit too late for that now. On the side of GE, they're taking the center of the circle with Zion and also another player. West, if I'm not mistaken, still on the outskirts. They're split into 2-2 formation. Austria Esports taking the high grounds. Maybe alongside FOD, they have a bit of a skirmish down there, but Sen fighting HWG with Falcon, and we do have 6 teams fighting on the northwest side of the circle. West Point Mamba slowly taking Magna with HWG taking away a couple of Magna players as well. Now FOD taking on Falcon at the same time. You're talking about 5-way war here.
Oh yeah, all the teams really close with each other, and we got a good number of teams on the other side of the circle as well. As Moy been knocked down. Boy from Magna knocked down by Ermas as well from West Point Mamba. West Point Mamba only 2 players left. Magna Toki tries to find out where the rest of the members of HWG is at. Yahiko being shot at. Yahiko mollied down by Holy Lanju.
PBE taking on Harame Pro at the same time, where Pro fighting back against PBE, but Momboy secure on few. I feel like on the side of Harame Pro, they lost a lot of players and they'll be out from this map for first day of the grand finals. It's gonna be our last map here, but PBE trying to save on cool. But the problem is a lot of fires just shooting against them, and it's gonna be the team right across them as well. Now, how to get out from this tight spot for both PBE players, with the Blues and closing in at the same time. FOD taking advantage. They got those elevations to work. They got themselves quite a few up here. They can just shut down West Point Mamba if they want to advance, but there's somebody else sneaking behind their back at the same time. Moy on the ground, bleeding out. Or Joseph secures. Never mind, Mix stolen it away.
Oh, Mix, you cheeky boy. Stole it away. Now, Holy Lanju, the last man for Sin. And right now, Holy Lanju is crawling to safety, still on the outside of the circle. Only hoping for the smoke to still be active, to give him the cover that he needs. And he should be able to crawl to safety now. Holy Lanju, the last man standing. 3 elimination points for himself and his team. It's unlikely for them to catch up with the Yangon Galacticos at this point, but at least they can still get placement points.
Holy Lanju in an open space at that. Only the fans dividing him and the rest of the other teams is going really scary out there. Oja Esports taking those elevations to work, with PBE split into 1-1, Momboy and Cool. Having those crossfire angle is great, but they don't have the manpower on the side. With Oja Esports being responded swiftly, there's of PBE taking a bit of shots from behind. FOD just chasing the heck out of them. They need to leave now. And PBE, Puff, taking up PBE, Cool. And Renza finish it off straight away. Left with only one player for PBE for now. And also Esports, they need to leave this vicinity as soon as they can, because FOD is just breathing down their necks. Enigma taking the fight against GE. Master E is playing way around the Rosie, but no way!
I mean, that's a small shack to toss a nade. It took too much time and it got punished for it. Fortunately been taken out, and Ichi will be out together with the rest of GE as well. Ermas will be naded down. Osja Esports still has the high ground but doesn't have the circle, but someone is behind them. I wonder if they know that they're being stalked by that one player behind. But finally they do.
Boy, what a kerfuffle. The crossfire is real, and look at the circle itself. In between the high grounds, or you get yourself the low ground. The next circle, high chance it will favor the low ground instead of the high grounds there. Usually just favors the empty space where there's going to be no man's land. Most of the players are divided whether to go down to the low grounds, but no compound or the elevations. They're barely getting into the circle. Side of West Point Mamba, they're just going to stay in this warehouse a bit much longer. Knowing for the fact the Blues is nowhere near, closing off, but they got stuck themselves in the buggy to get out. We have a couple of teams fighting still. With PBE, one last player. We do have still Osja Esports and Enigma as a full squad here.
Oh, we got a good amount. 2 teams full squad, but oh, okay. West Point Mamba, they may lose Ermas here as they lose Mix. That means that's the end for West Point Mamba. Taken out by the members of Enigma. And now FOD shooting onto the other side. FOD still holding onto their circle, holding onto their area. All their teams have their own corner for now, but there's a rotation happening on the side of Enigma. They're going on to FOD, but also Esports as well. Nobody's waiting this time.
FOD, they have to be very proactive right now, alert and aware about their surrounding, but not fast enough. As Enigma start to rush into a side of FOD. Osja Esports trying to take advantage of this. Spooky come up from the back line, being the lurker and the flanker for the team, but Enigma won over FOD, but they cannot rest just yet. Osja Esports is right across them. It's going to be 4v4. Full squad versus full squad between Enigma and Osja Esports. It's going in! 1 HP from that nade just now. There was a huge throw by QB.
Oh, here we go. Enigma and Osja Esports. We're going to see a new team getting the chicken dinner this time. Osja Esports. Oh, both teams with their own separate terrains up. But there's a lurker behind. Look at the minimap. We have QB here. QB putting pressure from the other side. And now Enigma starting to move in. They're going to sandwich Osja Esports.
Cooper with an AKM. Barely get to see any players of Austria Esports at this view. Caps is just an open space for him. Nothing else in between. Renza having a bit of a trade for each of the teams here right now. But Skyn and the rest of Austria Esports managed to pin down on QB, finishing off straight away. Enigma down to last player. This is it for Austria Esports. Finally making a comeback. Even though Enigma got 15 eliminations, but Austria Esports wants the chicken. And Austria even got 5, but this 10 eliminated 10 points off chicken. They don't play such a big part. Renza finishing off. Austria Esports wins the chicken, but Enigma wins the eliminations.
Well, no clutch there by Cooper, but it's okay. At the end of the day, like what you said, elimination points do favor Enigma. But Austria Esports, we were asking where were the Cambodian teams, and Austria Esports has to be the one representing Cambodia to take home the final chicken dinner for today. Austria Esports is back. It took them a while though.
Took them a long day to finally put themselves on a banner of chicken dinner, but they secured themselves 5 or 6 eliminations. So more than enough to push themselves at the top 5, I think, for now. But it depends on all the teams up there as well. But just now, Enigma 15 eliminations. That's more than what a chicken can offer you.
Yeah, probably they'll be even higher than Austria Esports in the total points collected this round. Yeah, so we'll need to wait and see how many exactly Austria Esports got. But anyway, we're still in the running for every team to get a chicken dinner. Just putting it out there.
And so far he has, except for Sen, got himself a double chicken in a day. We have different flags and different teams flying up there. But look at Ranza just now. I love this guy. He's been, being understated for the past few days or weeks in the league. I think he's one of the best playing players also coming up from the side of Austria Esports. Look at 860 damage with 4 eliminations. He put so much work for the team.
Yeah, Ranza definitely has been popping up for the team. And okay, normally this is a clue that or not a clue, an indication that one team will get more points than another. So it's a confirmation. Enigma is just, we're waiting for exactly how many points. Enigma, then we got Austria, PBE. Finally we see PBE up in the top 4. FOD as well. We were also wondering, they were kind of missing. So in this top 4 teams, in general, they were teams that generally were overlooked before this.
That's kind of true. But we mentioned about Enigma just taking over the number 1 spot in this map particularly. And that definitely secures 21 points due to the eliminations. Yeah, rank point, he played second just now. But 15 eliminations overtake the chicken dinner being offered by the side of Austria Esports. But at least they got 8 eliminations on Austria Esports, right? But look at the across the board. Harame, bro, after such a very strong start of the day, didn't score any in this map.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. 0. And KE as well. 2 Miramar maps, both zeros. So Miramar definitely not their map today. And also want to point out, this is the second time today that a team that didn't get the chicken dinner got higher points than the team that gets the chicken dinner. So
yeah,
just a fun fact.
It happens 2 times now, just for the first day. That is the first day. But YG just completed their 100 marks, and it was just nicely 100. Not even over, not lesser than that. Just 100 mark. And they starting off with 98 points. They barely got any in the last map.
Yeah, they only got the 2 points. Yeah, the 2 points. I believe it was through eliminations, and because of that they landed the 100-point mark. Other than that, so far all the teams that got a chicken dinner is still on page 1. On page 2, TGOA still down there, but GE still the stats king. But this is the overall, of course, including the league.
Yeah, but it is going to be including the league, because it's going to be like everybody will like, what? We don't see a lot of GE today. But you know what? Give them a bit more time. But we see a pattern of same teams across the board having the same sort of team here. GE, West Point Mamba. There's also Sen now squeezing in, but Master Ichi still taking at number 1 spot when it comes to season MVP race. But we do have Manette, and these are the names that we do know, the top fragger for each of respective teams, right? Skynin is also the pillar for the team. Federalis, Manette. Who else that you have in mind? Maybe Sean Boy, who happened to be in 5th place for KE.
Yeah, I think so as well. Probably he's like number 5 or something. Maybe he's not too far by now. But Ichi, okay, this is where I worry about Ichi, right? If tomorrow, again, GE doesn't perform, Ichi might be booted out of that number 1 spot. But his closest competitors are like Woods, Gaidin, Federales, Bernard. Bernard could catch up because his entire team is performing.
That's kind of true, but they've been working as a unit, so I think everybody is distributing quite equally for YG, including for Loki in that case. But speaking of the teams that we have not seen them the entire day, I sadly have to say GE, at least they got themselves almost the top 5, just almost, not really top 5, maybe top 7 just now, but a lot of problems for so many teams. I mean, like a lot of teams that perform really brilliantly in the league, it just a different team entirely when it comes to the grand finals. I don't know why it's happening for these teams.
Yeah, I don't know. Is it like the league curse or is it like the choo-choo caster curse? I don't know. We'll try again tomorrow, okay? We'll try again.
No, I don't want to do that anymore. I feel bad for today. None of my team scored any.
Yeah, none.
None of it.
Wow.
You know, how I'm supposed to feel for tomorrow? I feel bad now for the team.
You gotta think hard for tomorrow now, alright?
I don't want to.
You have to after this, but tomorrow.
Hey, come on, guys, help me with tomorrow's prediction. How about we choose it from our viewers? So, you know what? I'm not with the curse. It's you guys. How's that?
Yeah, put it in the comment section, guys. Who do you think will get the chicken dinners tomorrow? You can put up to 3 or 6, whatever. Just put it in. Okay, maybe just put 1. If not, you can put the whole 16. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that'll be all for today. We'll be looking at your comments later on just to check out what you guys say. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo Choo. We'll see you again tomorrow. Bye.